Douluo, I'm really not a rice god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, The Nine-Headed Bat King, Destroy. At the same time, he formed countless blood-red light curtains in front of him. The layers of light curtains gathered together to form a protective barrier. He wanted to stop the attack behind himself. Earn enough time to get rid of the lock of the ice dragon point, but before he took 2 steps forward, his legs had quietly condensed a layer of ice. And this layer of ice on both feet is still thicker. It turned out that before the light curtain was condensed, the cold had quietly climbed his body. Although the ice on both feet can be crushed as soon as the soul power runs, it also wastes the last time to break away. The crushed light curtain has not affected. The closer the sword is, the stronger the cold. The king of killing is now difficult to do, and it is difficult to take a step forward. No, don't. He turned his head and widened his eyes. The eyes at this moment are complicated. Anger, unwilling, struggle, expectations, despair, etc. Countless emotions gather again. But now Binglang is almost late. The cold chills are completely invaded into the whole body, and the whole body has become a layer of ice. The king of killing was unwilling to drink. At this moment, the nails with both hands are quickly growing. At this moment, with a zeng sound, the scarlet nails can reach the length of nearly 1 meter, and the blood-red fog is surrounded by it. It looks even more murderous, but now it looks like a bluff. At the same time, the ice dragon condensed by sword gas has been driven straight into the king of killing. Can only be last fight. The blood-red nails are scratched to the blood stain to cut into the ice dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Bloodlight collided with ice blue dragons. Before I had a hard time, I was in a hard time. I heard a crispy sound of Casa. The nails on the 10 fingers of the killing king are almost at the same time. Then the impact of the ice dragon turned into a dust, and the blood red light seemed to be dark. The prestigious ice dragon rushed directly to the chest of the king of killing. Suddenly the sword key poured into the body. It was like a tingling like a needle, accompanied by endless cold, making his face instantly stunned. And the most important thing is that this force not only affects the body. At the same time, the goal of sword key also has his soul in the sea space. Because the body returns to the control of the blood-colored 9 Bat King. So the center of the sea is a blood-red figure of the 9 Bat King. Cars. Suddenly there was a tunnel crack in the sea space. Through the gaps of ice and blue energy, the energy of ice blue poured into the sea space. If you don't know the film, you will have a blue light in the sea. Binglang has now turned into countless sword gas and is constantly saving strength. This is still controlling the blood-colored 9 Bat King of the body instantly, mobilizing his countless spiritual power and wanting to drive the sword key of the sea space out of the body. 9 heads grow up and the energy of fiery red condenses behind them. Brush. When the light ball has been condensed, the Bat King instantly fanned the wings. Suddenly countless energy light groups smashed into the ice blue sword gas, just like meteorites hitting the ground. To know the sea space. I have to say. This triggered blood colored 9-headed Bat King is really useful. The sword key that poured into the sea was dissipated most of the time. But just when he was ready to breathe, there were countless blue sword air flowing in. And this time is very fast. Not waiting for the blood-colored 9 Bat Kings to react, the sword gas gathered silently, forming a blurred shadow of the ice sword in his conscious space. And spread from outward. The cold sword key never affect the entire space. At this moment. Behind the Bingai sword, it seemed to be condensed into a figure, and the man looked at the consciousness of the Bat King indifferently. Cut. As soon as the words fell, the figure waved the Bingjian sword. All the influxed energy in the space condensed in this sword, and a bolt blue sword wave was chopped out, and all the ice and Zuiying shadow were integrated into it. The speed of Jiangyang is fast, and soon. Just a hit, Bat King also fell into weakness facing the sword wave that has been cut towards yourself. You can only condense the light curtain in front of the remaining power. Then called loudly around. Tang Chen, Tang Chen, Tang Chen. However, even if the blood-colored 9 Bat King called the spiritual power, it still couldn't get any response from Tang Chen. Point consciousness, only when you get Giant Mang, you are getting closer and closer to yourself. Point and Tang Chen seemed to disappear. Damn. Tang Chen, the blood-colored 9-headed Bat King realized something. 9 pairs of eyes were full of anger, and shouted in the conscious space, "The king is dead. You will not be better, Tang Chen. Tang Chen, Ben King knows you can hear. No, King, you can't live, Tang Chen." But, what is it? Tang Chen has never responded to any response. Point blood-colored 9-headed Bat King is very clear Tang Chen's guy. He absolutely heard his call. He could hear it, and now it may be hidden in the sea of knowing, the sea, silently paying attention to everything that happened under the current. Point as for why he doesn't respond to himself, do not respond at this time. It is the best response. Point the Bat King is not dull. As early as the first call, it had no response, and it had already guessed that Tang Chen was going to kill him with a knife, and remove the donkey. Point had guessed Tang Chen's thoughts, but I didn't think of him. It would be so fast. Point without getting rid of the crisis. I can't wait to die by myself. But he died. Can Tang Chen run away? You must know that the sea of the two people is bound together today, and Tang Chen will be severely damaged by Tang Chen. So the Bat King does not understand why he chooses this way, but the situation now shows everything. Giant Mang has been late. Point the last light curtain was also easily broken, and there was no defense in front of him. Point, but Giant Mang still has no prestige. Tang Chen, looking at the blue sword wave in front of me, is getting closer and closer. The Bat King knows that it has been retreating now. At this moment, the eyes are full of resentment. Even if the king is dead, it will never make you better. Boom. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud noise. Point the ice blue sword shadow is completely shrouded in the blood-colored 9 Bat King, and puts its mental body completely. Point it's like cutting the sharp blade. Point without a moment, it completely disappears in the main knowledge of the sea. Point after solving the Queen of the Bat, the ice blue sword Mang also completed his own task, slowly dissipated in the space. Point the blood-colored 9 Bat King left a hand in the last second before the disappearance, gathered the remaining spiritual power together, and the blood red energy hit the sea of consciousness. It wants to destroy the sea of consciousness, even if it is dead. Let Tang Chen be buried. Point and, in order to prevent the sword light from being affected, it also deliberately waited until everything returned to peace. Boom. Fiery red energy is like a small bat, flying to the center of the sea of consciousness cars, but at the last moment it was about to erupt. A pair of generous palms suddenly appeared in front of them, because the sea of consciousness of the two people had fused ancient times. He stopped the detonation of this group of energy. Point however, it is also consumed to consume a lot of spiritual power. If this is the way to die, it is cheap. You, Tang Chen's cold eyes swept through the fall of the 9 Bat King, and looked at the sea of spiritual spirit, and his calm eyes couldn't help but feel a little heartache. Consciousness returns to the body again. Point Tang Chen can feel more about how bad the body is. If it weren't for a strong physique, replaced it with ordinary title, Douluo would have not known how many times he died. Point and the cold power in the body did not disappear. They are mixed in the blood, and they are constantly eroding the most important heart pulse. If it is completely blocked here, then even he is a half god. Point the best solution now is to remove the cold in the body as soon as possible. Point, but the current situation is critical, and there is no time to reassure at all. Point you must leave here as soon as possible, otherwise you may have any attacks. Tang Chen can only rely on his body to support it. Point fortunately, although the blood-colored 9 Bat Kings have fallen, the bat wing he brought has not disappeared. Point relying on the remaining energy on the wings, it quickly disappeared into the sky with Tang Chen. Lingtian. Today's resentment. The old man is under nympho at the same time, the blood-colored plane. It seems that there is a complete consciousness left. Is the blood-colored 9 Bat King or Tang Chen? But no one is important. Watching Tang Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the field of vision, Lingtian slid the Bingjian sword gently, but the light of the blue light flickered, and then the blue mang in the eyes of the long sword eye slowly faded away. Point he doesn't need to chase Tang Chen anymore. Point the sea of burning spirit. Point self-built Shura magic sword. Point the whole body is eroded by Bingai's sword ki. Point coupled with the parasitic of Bat King for decades. Any of the one Here is a heavy creation for Tang Chen. Moreover, the ice dragon that the other party cut out is extraordinary, and it is also specifically targeted at Tang Chen's spiritual field point for his damaged sea of knowledge. It has even worked. So, even if he escapes now, it is already a thin day, and there is not much time. Even if the gods come to the mainland, no one except the goddess of life can save him. Why should he hunt a person who will die, but just 2 more days? Just think about it. He gives a gift to the strong in the previous era. Lingtian does not follow Tang Chen. Take out a few elixir used to regulate soul nourishing power, and swallow all the heads, then sit on the knees in the same place, and start to raise the soul. At present, Qian Renxue and others are still in the same potential situation, and do not need to help each other, so Lingtian intends to recover the soul and injury first, and wait for a while to recover Tang Chen, the king of killing and killing. It represents the collision of the highest combat power in the two parties. The fight between the two of them is the decision of this battle today. Who wins, who loses? In fact, most of them are pressed on them. The right and right of the war situation are determined by the strong. Especially, the current Lingtian is still at its peak. It is enough to affect the battle situation after the influence. Now Lingtian has won, and the balance of victory has been tilted. Nymph to a minute. Lingtian, who regulates a little bit, gets up. The ice mist slowly dispersed, and the ice blue soul power also returned to the body. The trauma left by Tang Chen's battle has been completely repaired. Although Lingtian's strength cannot be said to be recovering the peak, it is almost the same. Gently hold the fist. The fog of ice blue quietly rises. It's over. Lingtian raised his head and looked at the direction of the killing hall. At the same time, a pair of ice eyes appear. Everything that is happening in the distance has been watched by the child of the ice god. The first thing that pays attention is naturally Qian Renxue. At this moment, her battle with Zhu Yan is in a fierce stage. Zhu Yan is already full of combat power, and the long gun martial arts in his hand Yun Hang is like blood. Each wave can waver him at a poetic python. The opposite Qian Renxue is also not down. The golden angel wings are beautiful and majestic, and the angel sacred swords condensed by the soul power are mixed together with the 3 extreme energy of the sword, light, and flames. Even if the opponent is Zhu Yan, it has caused him a lot of trouble. Although Qian Renxue's soul power is not as good as Zhu Yan, the overall combat power has not fallen. After the evolution, the strength of the 8-wing angel Wu soul is vividly displayed at this moment. Qian Renxue is like the gods of the world. The angel virtual shadow condensed behind the soul power is complemented. Every time you sword, the angel behind you is the same. However, Zhu Yan's martial arts avatar is not the cargo color that can be solved casually. In addition, there is a gap in soul power. Therefore, the two of them are still evenly matched. At present, there should not be any problems. The war situation can still be maintained for a while. Lingtian does not need to go to help for the time being. Then look around. Sweeping the battle between Chendaxi, Chen Yu, Golden Crocodile, and Dust in turn. Among them, the 3 old-fashioned strong men are in the advantage and balance, and there will be no problems in the past. For example, the opponent of the Golden Crocodile Lin Li. Although Lin Li strengthened the Golden Crocodile are the peak Douluo of level 98, the combat power that can really exert is very different. The 198th level of the Golden Crocodile Douluo was stepped up step by step with his talent. And Lin Li's talent is much worse. Originally, it was already a talent for him to break through the Tau 96. Even if he later entered the killing capital of the killing, he entered the threshold of 98 in a special waypoint, but the combat effectiveness is not as good as the Golden Crocodile. From the beginning of the war situation, Lin Li was at the disadvantage, and there was no advantage at all. As for Chen Yu's opponent, it is difficult to entangle. His battle with the elders of the killing palace is indeed evenly matched. After all, it is not Lin Li's peak of the peak Douluo. In this case, no one can occupy an advantage. Chapter 452 Zhu Zhen and -039, S shock. As for the identity of this great elder, Chen Yu had some guesses in his mind during the encounter just now. He is very likely to be a strong man of an earlier era than himself. It's unclear what special method Shadian used to let him know that he can still maintain his peak combat effectiveness. But shouldn't be able to stay in this state for long. In the few fights just now, Chen Yu clearly found that his strength was gradually weakening. The Same is true for the battle situation on Chink's inside point. Although he is slightly inferior to the third elder of the Killing Palace in terms of soul power, Chen Xin, who has a clear sword heart and holds the 7 killing sword, is now the most powerful man in Douluo continent. In Killing Point, the gap in soul power between the two has now been smoothed out by combat power point, so the only problem now is the battlefield on the other side of Chenxi Point. One person held back the 3 title Douluo brought by the King of Slaughter, and he is also a fallen god of death with a soul power above level 97. Although he has lost his mind, he can still exert considerable fighting power. Although the 96th level Chenzi has inherited the gods, it is still a bit difficult for one person to deal with 3 point faced with the strong attack of 3 people. He was still at a disadvantage in the end point, and other title Douluo are also powerless. Their strength is too weak, and they are not qualified to intervene in this battle of strong men. Lingtian analyze the overall situation. Point, the one who needs help most now is Chenzi Point. Facing the suppression of 3 fallen killing gods is the most dangerous situation in the field right now. Sister Chenzi doesn't look too optimistic. Lingtian's eyes kept flashing. Point, immediately, without wasting any more time, the Ice Phoenix's wings automatically unfolded behind him, and the crystal blue ice wings turned into a blue light and soared above the sky. Point, at the same time, Point Chenzi was engaged in a hard battle. Point, although the 3 fallen killing gods on the opposite side have no sanity, they have exquisite coordination. Point, it seems like he was trained by others. The cooperation between them is very tacit, basically bringing out all the strengths of the 3 of them, which just makes up for the physical inflexibility of the 3 of them. Point, catcher. The morning sun raised its hand and was about to condense the ice. Point, but within a moment, it was crushed by the combined efforts of the 3 of them. Point, there was no opportunity to attack at all. Point, the cold air around them can only reduce their flexibility, but this has little effect on them. Point, bang bang bang. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Point, Chenzi, who couldn't fight hard, could only retreat when he saw this, but this retreat was exactly what he wanted. Point, the 3 fallen killing gods followed closely behind, and all 3 directions, front and back, up and down, and left and right, were completely blocked. No matter which direction Chenzi chose to dodge, he would have to bear the attack of one of them head on. Point, and if they can't rush out in time, the attacks of the remaining 2 people will hit at the same time. Point, if you are unable to defend yourself at that time, you will definitely suffer heavy losses. Seeing the actions of the 3 people, Chenzi's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of annoyance. Just as she dodged backwards, she had already anticipated that she would fall into their plan. Point, however, this is all a conspiracy. When the morning light recedes, there is no choice left. Point, their movements were consistent. They were all punching. Point, the movements are simple, except for the blood red energy rays on the fists, and there are no fancy movements. Ping, but with the bursts of explosions caused by friction with the air, and the air all around being torn apart by the wind of the fist, no one could ignore the power contained in this ordinary punch. Condensation. As the inheritor of the gods, Chenzi also has his own pride. Point, even if she is defeated, she will try her best to fight. This way, he would not dishonor his original master's kindness in gifting him with the Ice Phoenix goddess. Ice Phoenix, a hint of coldness flashed in the beautiful eyes of the morning sun. Point, Heo raised his wrist. Point, ice blue light also covered both fists, and like an ice phoenix spreading its wings, it fearlessly rushed towards the fallen god of death at the front. Boom. The 2 fists collided together, causing endless waves. The frost power of the morning sun surged toward the fallen god of death along his fist, and instantly blasted him away with unreserved soul power. The first fallen god of death was punched away by Chenzi. Point, is it reasonable for a level 96 top martial spirit, the inheritor of the Ice Phoenix god, to send away a fallen killing god? But the current crisis is not over yet. Point, only when the 2 fallen killing gods behind him are eliminated can all this truly end. Point, otherwise, those 2 punches will still be too much to bear. Call Chen. Z took a deep breath. Point, he turned around in midair and faced the remaining 2 fallen killing gods. They are also approaching at this moment. Point, the blood red iron fist is rapidly approaching towards the morning light. Point, the failure of their companions will not affect any of their actions. This is the benefit of not having the mind condensation. Ice Blue energy gathered on the fists again, but this time there was not much energy in a hurry, and there was only a faint layer of blue light on the entire fist point. But time is running out, and Qian Zi can only respond hastily. You must know that the fallen killing god behind will not give her too many opportunities. If we really have to wait for her to be ready, I'm afraid there will be almost no people left. The next moment. The attacks from the two fallen killing gods followed one after another, and Qian Zi also raised his fists to meet them. Boom. There was another muffled sound. But this time Qian Zi's eyes flashed with brilliance. That's it now. She did not repel the two fallen gods of death like she did just now. Instead, she quickly retreated back during their attacks, using their strength to break the dangerous situation surrounded by three people. The two fallen killing gods, plus Qian Zi, took the initiative to retreat. Even if they reacted to catch up, they were already kept at a safe distance by the morning light. Successfully escaped at the same time. This was the solution she had just thought of in a hurry. Since there is no way back, then find a way out. It's impossible to kill someone without getting hurt. Instead of passively responding to the enemy, it's better to take the initiative to fight. Although the process was extremely dangerous, fortunately Qian Zi managed to escape. But Qian Zi was not completely unscathed. Her right hand had been hanging down since she escaped, and her wrist was shaking unnaturally. A look of pain flashed across her delicate face. Having just received two punches from the fallen killer god head on, Qian Zi's right fist did not fully release its force. A touch of dark green appeared on the wrist. Qian Zi tried to move, but soon she frowned. It seems that this injury is not optimistic. At the same time, the three fallen killing gods have now reunited. The same battle as before came again. But this time Qian Zi was the first to do it, and it would be even more difficult to do it next. Can't let the Lord down. A trace of determination flashed in the beautiful eyes of the morning sun, and then blue energy gathered all over the body, and the soaring phoenix spirit appeared behind him. She must try her best and use her strongest attack. The morning light cannot allow it. Because he became the breakthrough point. All the plans of the Lord were lost. She must stop these three fallen murderers, even if you try your best, as long as she can continue fighting. She will not let an enemy escape from here. Ice Phoenix attached. However, just when she had made up her mind, the unfamiliar soul power suddenly came from her shoulders, completely disrupting her mobilized soul power, and the shadow of the ice phoenix behind her also dissipated into the air. Sister Qian Zi, you have done enough. Just when she was confused, a familiar voice sounded in her ears at the same time. The soul power coming from the shoulders drives the recovery of soul power in the body. My lord. Qian Zi turned around. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Head back. Lingtian smiled indifferently and put a hand on Qian Zi's shoulder to regulate the chaotic soul power in his body. The punch that just collided. Not only did it hurt her wrist, but the soul power in her body was also affected. Leave this to me. At the same time, Lingtian opened his palm, handed Qian Zi a few refined elixirs, and said softly, Sister Qian Zi, just recover first, and then go help Mr. Shi and the others. Qian Zi nodded slightly when he heard the words, took the elixir, and stepped aside. She has 100% trust in Lingtian. They were just three fallen killing gods, and she believed that the Lord would have no problem dealing with them. Whoosh whoosh. But when the fallen killing god saw that Qian Zi was about to leave, they unconsciously followed their fighting instincts and shot from three directions to block Qian Zi's retreat. Lingtian frowned slightly, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. How dare you do this in front of yourself? Then he flicked his wrist and slapped his palms in three directions at the same time. Boom. The ice blue palms enveloped the three of them, and a ball of frost formed on their bodies to imprison them. The ice in Lingtian cannot be broken easily. And the three of them, except for Tang Chen, were helpless. Unable to move in midair, they struggled for a moment before they all fell from midair. Bang bang bang. The three of them fell straight to the ground, leaving three deep pits. But Lingtian just raised his hand and waved. An ice and snowstorm capable of destroying a town was generated out of thin air, and the fierce hurricane directly involved the three of them. Swish, brush, brush. Wait until the storm calms down. The figures of the 3 people had disappeared. There were a few more blood-stained ice chips on the ground. The 3 fallen killing gods who had put Chenzi into trouble before were shattered into pieces by the ice and snowstorm in Lingtian's hands without even having a serious look at them. From start to finish. In less than a minute in total, the fallen god of death killed them all. He didn't even draw his sword, just 2 of the most common self-created soul skills. Let's get rid of them all. My lord, the morning light on the side made her beautiful eyes shine with brilliance. They all forgot to use their soul power. Although she knew that Lingtian's current strength far exceeded hers, she didn't expect that the gap was so big. The lord who once still needed his protection has now completely surpassed herself and even her father Chenyu in terms of strength and has become a true lord. Sister Chenzi, please continue to recover. I'll go help the others. My lord. Okay. Lingtian didn't stay too long. After a few hurried words to Chenzi, he spread his wings and rushed in another direction. The closest thing to here is the battlefield between Qian Renxue and Zuzu, which is naturally a target for Ling Xiangxia. Then with the help of Lingtian, Qian Renxue, who was already evenly matched, quickly gained the upper hand. The 2 of them were already like-minded, and with their clever cooperation, they easily defeated Zuzu's clone. The Ice G sword and the Angel Holy sword were chopped down together. Ice blue and gilded light lingered, hitting Zuzu's chest with 1 blow. Peng. Zuyi fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, there was a bloody hole in his chest, and one side of the wound was eroded by ice and the other was burned by fire. The 2 different powers made it impossible for him to repair the severely damaged body. There is not much energy left in the clone. Lingtian, I am Zyokyo. You, Zu. Yi coughed a few times and crawled out of the pit in embarrassment. Lingtian, who would have thought that the little soul sect that could be easily destroyed 3 years ago would now grow into a titled Douluo. It has become a serious problem for them to kill the palace. You showed up here, Zu. Yi paused for a moment, and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed through his blood-red eyes. In other words, that guy who is the king of slaughter was defeated by you, right? What do you think? Lingtian stopped in front of Zuzu with his sword in hand. I never thought that even the king of slaughter would be no match for you. Even the enemy. Zuzu couldn't help but sigh. He knew the details of the king of slaughter, but he didn't expect that even he could not stop Lingtian. Then his current strength. It is estimated that it is infinitely close to level 99. Right. What a terrifying talent. It took 3 years to rise from the soul sect to such a level of combat effectiveness. Now, if he was given another year, he might be able to surpass the original body. Thinking of this, a trace of worry flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. No need to pity him. The Lingtian ice sword was pointed straight at Zuzu and said calmly, because you will be with him soon. Lingtian, the successor of the ice god, Zhu Wei, who knew he was defeated, no longer resisted. Knowing that the situation was over, he looked at the battle situation outside. As expected, the descendant of the ice god has unparalleled combat power. He killed the king of killing across levels. I didn't expect that my killing palace would actually turn out to be the best in the world. It will be destroyed in your hands. Ahem. Zu Yi stood up from the ground tremblingly. Zyoshan, be careful. Qian Renxue thought that Zuzu was about to fight back on the verge of death, so a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she stood in front of Lingtian, holding the sacred sword condensed in the flames in her palm, and was about to slash at Zuzu. Sister Zua, just when he was about to swing his sword forward, luckily Lingtian raised his hand and held his heir wrist. Zyoshan, Qian Renxue turned around and saw Lingtian gently shaking her head at him. Sister Zua, don't be nervous. He probably didn't take action. Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment, but still pushed behind Lingtian. However, a pair of beautiful eyes are always focused on Zuzu. If there is any change, the sacred sword in his hand will inevitably fall. But Zuyi never cared about Qian Renxue from beginning to end. His eyes were always staring at Lingtian. Lingtian, don't be too happy too early. You also know that I'm just a clone here. After A slight pause in his words, Zhu Yi changed the subject, and the murderous intent in his tone was not concealed at all. Everyone here will know about it after I die, and you will be doomed when he takes action. Chapter 453 Killing the Palace, Destroying. If you were here, the ending would be the same. Lingtian stood with his hands behind his hands, and his indifferent tone seemed to be telling him a trivial matter. Ha ha ha, backquote Zhu Yi laughed mockingly, and the blood-red energy gathered into a spear. See the situation. Qian Renxue didn't hesitate at all. A bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the sacred sword came out of her hand, burning with holy and hot flames. It instantly shattered the uncondensed martial soul in Zuzu's apostrophe hand, and at the same time, the flames enveloped his seriously injured body. Catcher, catcher, a crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded. Backquote Zhu Yi's apostrophe body was like a piece of porcelain at this moment, cracking every inch, and cracking in the flames. Lingtian, you must be the one who dies in the end. At the last moment of dissipation, the clone of Zhu Yi was still full of confidence. Your own failure is only temporary. If there is a fight in the end, victory will belong to him after all. But it's normal. Zhu Yi's true body strength has already exceeded the scope of a titled Douluo. He believes that, as long as his true body takes action, no matter how strong Lingtian is, he will definitely be defeated in the end. Then, we'll see. Lingtian smiled indifferently, raised his hand and struck out another palm. The clone of Zhu Yi can no longer die. Since then. In this operation, to break into the killing city, the two most difficult enemies have been completely eliminated. The King of Slaughter, the clone of Zhu Yi. Without the obstruction of these two guys, the rest of the battle has been decided. Even if Zhu Yi left what he thought was a sufficient backup force in the killing palace, it would not be able to change the situation. The killing capital and the killing palace entrenched here today will be completely solved. Sister Zua, you restore your soul power first, and leave the rest to me. Lingtian handed Qian Renxue a few pills, which were the same ones he had given to Qinzi and himself before. Scratching the door is used to restore soul power. Zhaoshan, what about you? I haven't consumed much. Sister Zua, just rest assured and recover. Lingtian smiled confidently, and then jumped into the next battle. See the situation. Qian Renxue also swallowed the elixir, and began to recover her soul power. I hope I can still be of help before the end. Originally, she thought she could open up the situation this time, but in the end she inevitably needed Zhaoshan's help. Soon, the three-party battle between Qinzin, Chen Yu, and Golden Crocodile also ended quickly. With the addition of Lingtian. It also catalyzed the process of ending the battle. Linli, who was once the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall and now the second elder of the Killing Hall, also died at the hands of his former colleague, Golden Crocodile Douluo. There seemed to be regret in his eyes at the last moment before his death. But this is no longer important. His fate has been decided when he stood in the Killing Palace team. Today's battle is to defeat the Killing Palace. As the second elder of the Killing Palace, even if he begged Golden Crocodile Douluo for mercy, there was absolutely no way he would let him go. In addition, the Great Elder reacted calmly before his death. He also said something similar to what he said before Zuzu's clone disappeared. It seemed that he was also full of confidence in Zuzu, and believed that their palace master could re-establish the Killing Palace. But the third elder didn't wait for Lingtian to come over and help. Qinzin, who suddenly had some enlightenment during the battle, just exploded with a sword, and the third elder died by the sword without even saying his last words. Should I say that the most unjust death among them was this third elder? It was obviously an evenly matched battle at the beginning, but in the middle of the fight the opponent suddenly exploded. Who can I ask to explain this? None of the three elders of Killing Palace survived, and they all fell on the land of Killing City. As for killing other members of the palace. First, the energy impact generated by the confrontation between Lingtian and the King of Slaughter had already eliminated all the soul masters below the Soul Saint, and the remaining Soul Saints and Soul Douluo who were lucky enough to survive were all killed by the titled Douluo. In hands it would be impossible for Snake Spear Douluo and the others to fight with the elders of the Killing Palace, but they were still very good at dealing with these ordinary soul masters. Since then, all remaining soul masters in the Killing Palace have been eliminated. However, the group of titled Douluo led by Lingtian thought that they had made good arrangements and had nothing to lose. However, the only fly in the ointment was that several titled Douluo were injured. Among them are the unlucky Liangsu and a titled Douluo each from Snow Palace and Wuhan Palace. The blood was caused by the fact that when they entered the inner hall of the killing palace, they were attacked by 3 elders hidden inside. The other 2 titled Douluo were accidentally injured. At that time, Lingtian and Tang Chen were fighting. Although most of the titled Douluo launched their defense in time, there were still some who did not make it in time. So both of them were also affected. However, their injuries were much lighter than those caused by stabbing blood. My lord, your highness Lingtian, China, Xiaoshan, it won't take a while. Qian Renxue, Chen Zi and others, who had almost adjusted their breaths, all quietly gathered behind Lingtian. Lingtian put his hands behind his back and spread out his ice phoenix wings, hovering in midair, looking down at the now dilapidated killing palace. A trace of emotion flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Leo Gu Shadian has been solved. There was a flash of memory in his eyes and he murmured in a low voice, as if he was talking to an old friend through the air. Although he may not hear it. 3 years ago, he said he would destroy the Shadian Palace, and now he has finally realized it. He can be regarded as fulfilling his first promise to Leo Gu. Now there is only one Zuzu left. Half of the grievances about the destruction of the killing palace have been understood, and the other half naturally lies with the leader of the killing palace, Zhu Wei, and he's almost fast. Although he didn't know what he had planned in the past 3 years of seclusion and killing in the palace, Lingtian was still confident enough to deal with him. This was the god's confidence in his ability. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a god. Old Chen. After Lingtian took a deep breath, he also withdrew his gaze. My subordinate is here. Chen Yu took a step forward, his tone still as respectful as ever. The strength Lingtian showed now has already proven his vision. Take our people down and completely level the killing palace. Lingtian's eyes were indifferent and his tone was as calm as ever. Promise. Chen Yu's eyes also became serious. He summoned all the soul masters from the Snow Palace under his command, and together they released their soul skills towards the killing palace. And before that point, Lingtian raised his right hand suddenly, and ice blue soul power gathered in his palm. The next moment, it was thrown to the ground with a swipe sound, and suddenly it condensed into an ice dragon in midair. It roared with its sharp claws and roared towards the killing palace in the west. Then there was only a loud bang. Huge smoke and dust erupted as a result, and the pillars of the killing palace square collapsed. At the same time, the soul masters from the Snow Palace followed closely behind. One by one, soul skills were summoned towards the killing palace, and suddenly the place was filled with smoke and dust. Huge stone pillars and tiles were blown up all over the ground. Although the materials used to build the killing palace are extremely strong, there are no strong materials that can withstand the attacks of titled Douluo, especially now that a group of titled Douluo are attacking at the same time. Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Seeing this, Qian Renxue turned around. Your Highness, you guys should take action together. Yes, Golden Crocodile Douluo also called on the titled Douluo from the Wuhan Palace behind him to join in the destruction of the killing palace. Soon the originally majestic killing palace was razed to the ground. There are ruins everywhere. He no longer looks as majestic and resolute as before. See the situation. Lingtian waved his hand. A group of titled Douluo also stopped the demolition project. At this time, Chen Yu walked to his side and asked softly, Lord, what are we going to do next? City of killing. With an order, everyone went to the killing city. The killing palace and the killing capital are not far from each other, and with the speed of their titled Douluo, they can get there in a few minutes. At this time, Qian Renxue came to Lingtian's side. Xiaoshan, have you solved the King of Slaughter? Well, Lingtian pondered for a moment, nodded and said, it should be considered solved. Should. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes blinked, and she looked at Lingtian with confusion on her pretty face. What should be solved, killing or not killing? Can't you tell for sure, sister? Zua is like this. Lingtian didn't sell out, and specifically explained the relationship between Tang Qian and the King of Slaughter, also include the reasons why he is unsure. Although the King of Slaughter shares the same body as Tang Qian, the consciousness he controls belongs to the bloody nine-headed Bat King. There is an essential difference between the two. Originally, Lingtian thought that he would just get rid of both of them regardless of who they were. Lingtian remembered it very clearly. Back when he was in the Qian Dou Palace, there was a titled Douluo holding the clear sky hammer who blocked the two elders Shilong and Thornblood who came to help. If they could have arrived normally at that time, Lingtian and Qian Renxue would not have fought for their lives. As the saying goes, a son pays his debts to his father. The same thing applies to grandpa. Everyone in the family is a hammer user, so they can kill anyone with the same skill. That's why Lingtian's first reaction was to kill Tang Qian directly. He didn't want to wake up Tang Qian and add more opponents to his side. The result was unexpected. That bloody nine-headed Bat King is so cowardly. Seeing that he was no match for him, he actually took the initiative to release Tang Qian. Otherwise there wouldn't be a subsequent series. Lingtian picked up the more important things and roughly told Qian Renxue, but after a short pause, a look of confidence flashed in Lingtian's eyes, and he said in a calm tone, even if they escape, they will only survive for a while at most. Even if it was Tang Qian, he would still be defeated by him. Oh, hearing this, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. She never thought that the King of Slaughter would be the famous Tang Qian. She remembered that when her grandfather told her interesting stories about Douluo continent when she was a child, he mentioned Haotian sect and that Tang Qian many times, and even bluntly said that he had been defeated by him. It's just that he wandered the continent alone for the sake of divine status. There has been no news over the years, and even the Haotian sect has no news about him. The search for the godhead should have failed. Qian Dou couldn't help but feel pity for this old rival who was both friend and foe. Tang Qian, golden crocodile Douluo on the side also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Even Chen Yu on the side couldn't help but marveled at this and said, it turns out that this king of killing is Tang Qian, who has been missing for many years from the Haotian sect. Although I have lived in seclusion in the Snow Valley these years, but he still knows a little bit about the top powerhouses on the continent. The most famous strong men in the past 100 years are Qian Dou of Wuhan Palace and Tang Qian of Haotian sect. Unexpectedly, the latter would become the king of killing in the city of killing. It really makes people feel sad. Well, the King of Slaughter is a state in which he is possessed by the nine-headed Bat King. The sword I struck at that time was aimed at the Sea of Consciousness. Now that it has hit, it should have destroyed a consciousness in his body. I just don't know if it's Tang Qian or the bloody nine-headed Bat King. Lingtian paused for a moment and guessed, but I should be lifting the nine-headed Bat King. Wait a minute. Golden crocodile Douluo on the side remembered something and suddenly called Lingtian to stop. Grandpa. Golden crocodile, what's wrong, Your Majesty? The golden crocodile crown. Lingtian, who was thinking about Tang Qian's matter, came back to his senses and turned to look at golden Douluo at the same time as Qian Renxue. Lingtian. His Highness Lingtian. There was a flash of disbelief in golden crocodile Douluo's eyes, and he suppressed the shock in his heart and confirmed, so you just defeated the former Haotian Douluo Tang Qian head on. Lingtian nodded indifferently. Seeing Lingtian's calm reaction, golden crocodile Douluo couldn't sit still. That's Tang Qian. At the beginning, even the existence that was like a great worshipper of a god was slightly inferior, but now he will lose to a boy who is less than 10 years old in a battle. This golden crocodile Douluo felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. He originally thought that Her Majesty the Saint was already a genius, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lingtian glanced at golden crocodile Douluo. His deep eyes were confident and calm. Tang Qian is actually not weak at all, but I want to be stronger. Golden crocodile Douluo was stunned for a moment. The first time he saw Lingtian in a real sense was in his engagement palace with Qian Renxue a few months ago. At that time, the young man's impression on him was that he was gentle, humble, and polite. This was the first time he had seen such a sharp, confident, and flamboyant side from a young man. If he had disliked the character of young people. But now Jin Crocodile discovered that he didn't dislike Lingtian. It Was only then that he finally understood. It's not that he hates that kind of character, but that kind of person who shouts empty slogans and boasts, just like Lingtian, who has now defeated the top experts of the previous generation head on. His own strength is already among the top, so why not be arrogant and confident in him? Young people, this is how it should be. Maybe I'm already old. Okay, senior golden crocodile, Lingtian's words awakened golden crocodile Douluo from his daze. He raised his hand and pointed at the slaughter city not far away and said in a calm tone, after the slaughter palace, what's left is the slaughter city. It's time to help Sister Zhu here finish the assessment. I understand. Golden crocodile Douluo came back to his senses and his expression became serious. His main purpose of following here this time is to help Her Royal Highness the Saint complete the divine examination. Counting figures passing by in midair. Soon a group of titled Douluo appeared in midair above the killing city. Chapter 454 Angel Trial. This strange phenomenon just happened, and the villains were screamed, and they were incredibly overlooking a few figures in the air. What is this? How can anyone be in the air? What about the law enforcement team? What about the law enforcement team of our killing capital? For a while, it is messy and noisy, like a vegetable market. These poor and evil people have no fierce appearance at this moment, and their faces are all panic. They were full of evil and full before entering the killing capital. Now there are people from the outside world that have entered this place without blocking this sinful pure land. I'm afraid that they are about to escape. Many of them thought that the defeat of the king who saw the killing just now. Their king has lost. Who else can protect the killing capital? Law enforcement team. Law enforcement team. Where did they go? Even the king of killing has failed. Will the law enforcement team be their opponents? Various emotions appeared in the crowd for a while. These murderers are all panicked at this moment. I don't know what to do. At this time, the law enforcers of the killing capital are long overdue. The team has almost 20 or 30 people. The two leaders of the leader are about 91st. No point, because they are loyal to the king of killing. So in the killing capital, they can also use soul power. Stop. Here the killing capital is prohibited. Although the king of killing fled, they could only rush up as a law enforcement point, but have not waited for them to finish. Team leader, help. There was a sudden howling behind him. In addition to the two titles standing in front, other soul divisions of the law enforcement team of the killing capital, whether they are Soul Douluo or Soul Saint, have been destroyed. They were first condensed into ice, and then they were broken by a python head. This is one of them suddenly felt something and retreated backwards at the same time. A frosty coffin suddenly rose in his position. Bing Huang followed closely, biting the ice coffin in one sip. Call the title of the law enforcement team has more than season. If he hadn't hid fast just now, I'm afraid the end will be the same as the ice coffin. Fast retreat. Suddenly, he remembered his companions around him and just turned his head to remind him, but the luck of the other person was not as good as him. When he dodged, he was slowly frozen. Then the Bing Huang hit, and the blood and rain fell down with the bleeding. His eyes are full of panic. Just as he was about to run, the ice columns on all sides rose again and surrounded them. No matter how he applied his soul skills, he could not break through the ice pillar in front of him. No, don't. In the end, under his horror, he set up the back of his companion. So far the law enforcement team of the killing capital has not released a soul skills, and one face is completely destroyed by the title Douluo. Level suppression. The display at this moment is vividly dead. Our people are all dead. The Lord has been solved. Chenzi whispered softly. Those ice columns and ice coffins just now have her hands. If it wasn't for Chenzi, it would not be so easy to solve the title Douluo. Sister Zhu here. Lingtian nodded slightly, then turned his head and pointed at the villains in the killing city, who were fleeing in fear below, and said warmly, how are you going to purify this place next? Do you need my help? The God of Angels has given me the means of purification, but when the time comes for purification, I may need your help, Ziocean, to provide soul power. Qian Renxue said softly, well, just leave it to me. Lingtian nodded, signaling Qian Renxue to rest assured. Call then. Qian Renxue took a deep breath and gently closed her beautiful eyes. The next moment there was a loud shout. Possessed by a martial spirit. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renxue opened her eyes again. It was already filled with golden light at this moment. The shadow of the 8-winged angel appeared behind him. As the wings flapped behind her, holy, bright, and hot breath swept through the air at this moment. In the dazzling golden eyes, a flash of light suddenly burst out, and a golden angel mark appeared on his forehead. The end of the mark seemed to be burning with a ball of gilded flame. Then Qian Renxue seemed to feel something, and suddenly raised her delicate and beautiful wrist. A holy and scorching light spread out from the palm of his hand and spread around. In an instant, her white and tender arms were completely covered. The next moment, a bright light flashed in his eyes. I saw Qian Renxue suddenly holding the ball of light in her palm. And in the continuous transformation of the ball of light, it finally condensed into a pale golden angel holy sword. Brush. Then Qian Renxue flapped her wings and flew high, the angel holy sword in her hand reaching into the sky. She lowered her head gently. The golden eyes looked down at the earth, their eyes pure and unstained by dust. She was like a benevolent god, seemingly unable to bear to see the degeneration of the city of killing. Every murderer who looked at her, a feeling of shame suddenly arose in my heart. Sins that were once insignificant in his eyes were magnifying in his heart at this moment. It's as if he is a sinner. Qian Renxue is a compassionate god who comes to the mortal world to help them wash away their sins. In the name of God, purify the filth. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy sword in Qian Renxue's hand glowed with golden light. The holy light soared into the sky like a soaring beam of light. At the same time, the sacred angel mark on his forehead seemed to be felt, and the same dazzling light enveloped the whole body. The angelic realm unfolds. The aura on Qian Renxue's body at this moment was sacred and inviolable. It's like being real, or she's a god. At the same time, the sacred light on Qian Renxue's forehead became more intense, and soon spread from the whole body to the surrounding areas immediately afterwards. The holy angel realm and the light pillar merged together, as if they were going to cover the entire killing city, and in fact the light indeed enveloped the entire killing city. The originally pale purple sky is now a golden ocean. Behind Lingtian, or the title Douluo from Snow Palace and Wuhan Palace could not help but marvel at such miracles. That's right, cover the entire sky in your own domain. Even Qian and Jin Crocodile, two veteran experts who have been at level 98 for a long time, are not capable of doing this like Qian Renxue, and they even have some strength left, as expected of Her Majesty the Saint. If the great priest saw this scene, he would be very pleased, right? 20 level. Innate soul power is indeed extraordinary. For a while, everyone was discussing in low voices anyway. Now that all the enemies in the killing city have been eliminated, they can relax and chat for a while. Among them, the same is true of the golden crocodile and Chen Yu. These days, the two people often deal with, so they are familiar with a lot. In addition, their strength is almost the same. Chen Leo thinks, how about His Highness of our saint? The golden crocodile Douluo proudly said. But, Chen, you nodded appreciation, but soon the conversation turned. Although Miss Qian Renxue is very strong, it still has to be inserted than our spiritual god. Well, golden crocodile Douluo shook his head helplessly. No comparison. Although His Royal Highness is already the top talent of the mainland, it is still much different from Lingtian. But think of the two people have been engaged now. Lingtian also has a variety of relationships with their martial arts palace. Golden crocodile Douluo is also relieved. At the same time, I couldn't help but admire the original fixed pronunciation of Qian Douluo and agree with the engagement of the two. Otherwise their martial arts hall will miss the excellent son-in-law. It's time to say, Lingtian and Qian Renxue are really suitable. The first and second genius on the mainland, the same deity inheritors. There is quite a feeling of pearl connection. In this way, the golden crocodile Douluo also followed. How many days can the entire mainland be the same as your home? That's really unique. Chen Yu smiled and smiled, but Miss Qian Renxue is good. If it wasn't for our lord, the first day of the mainland would be her. Ha ha ha. The two should take care of each other, but they have a feeling of seeing each other. Their relationship is going further. After a while, he changed from the original Chen Leo, to the morning brother, Brother Chen. How long is my brother at level 98? Ashamed. Speaking of this, Chen Yu couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. The old man has been almost 100 years old, and the threshold of 99 levels cannot be bought in life. Yeah, Peerless Douluo, it is difficult to enter the sky. Golden Crocodile Douluo also shook his head and sighed. He is also troubled for many years. It may be the reasons that are trapped in the 98th level. Now I talk to Chen Yu. Talking. Chen Yu looked at the Chenxia side and laughed. I'm hopeless to break through level 99. I hope I will pin it on my daughter. Older brother. Your daughter, is it? Looking at Chen Yu's eyes, it happened to be Binghuan Douluo Chenxi. Before that, he had a relationship with him. It was when Lingtian got married. Don't look at Chenxi's soul power is 97 level soul Douluo, but the pressure he had given him was also a linear than himself. Yes, it's this girl. Chen Yu's hand was holding a long beard, and his smile was full. This talent, my brother is blessed. When the golden crocodile saw the situation, I couldn't help feeling at the same time. I'm very envious. Why is there no such talent in my son and son? Nymph on nymph at the same time. Just when everyone discussed. Qian Renxue's energy has completely shrouded the entire sky. The bright golden light is like a sky curtain, completely shrouded over the whole killing capital, and Qian Renxue is also bathing with a dazzling golden light. The angel holy sword in his hand still shines. The golden wings behind them flickered, and the fireworks were burned at the end. At this moment, Qian Renxue is like a goddess. The angel statue worshipped with Douluo temple is generally the same. Lingtian stood silently. After turning on the child of the ice god, a pair of ice eyes always follow the situation of Qian Renxue. Although Qian Renxue is also a well-deserved strong on the mainland in terms of strength, Lingtian still has a little worry in his heart, for fear of any accidents. After all, in the minds of Lingtian, Qian Renxue is the most special existence. It is also the most important. She is the only person she cherishes, and she is definitely not allowed to suffer any damage under his eyelids. Although the golden light is dazzling, Lingtian is dizzy. Sudden. I saw Qian Renxue's wrist up go. The sacred sword came out and then went straight into the sky. Like a round of sun radiate the entire continent. At the same time, Qian Renxue slowly lowered his head, and Chanjin's eyes looked down at the killing capital, and Zhu's lips fluttered around. I will represent the god of angels, and I will settle down the gods here, washing and other dirt, purify the degeneration place. 2. Brief words bummed in the ears of a murderer. It seems to be straightforward into the soul. Among them, there are people who are shaken by will, kneeling on the ground with both knees, respectful but devout, worshipping Qian Renxue. It is like the believers who believe in the gods of the angels and Wushan. Even more religious than them. This is the impact on the soul. As a god of rebirth, I saw a touch of surprise when I saw this. But soon there was a guess in my heart. Not all the gods are like him, relying on their own powerful divine power. Most gods need worship of believers, and in addition to worshipping from the heart, the gods will naturally use some unconventional means to develop their own believers. These are unsatisfactory things among the gods. After all, the gods that rely on the gods of belief in the gods are not a small number of faith. To manage the god world, you also need a large number of deities to maintain. As long as these things do not do too much, those people in the gods committee open one eye and close one eye. At the same time. A few murderers who did not kneel. Now it is also cold sweat, and the expression is nervous. They have begun to be afraid of Qian Renxue. This girl like a god is really terrible. Just a word, let countless villains kneel on the ground. After a while. The voice of a crowd of the killing capital finally disappeared. Seeing that a large number of killing capitals who had fallen below, there was a satisfactory color flashed in Qian Renxue's golden eyes. Then look condensed. Change the gesture again. The prelude is almost the same. It's time now. It's time to perform the final purification. Angel trial. A pair of jade hands of Qian Renxue first crossed and closed, and the back and chest were slightly lowered. The strong golden light suddenly lit up the next moment. At the same time, the light curtains that have been shrouded in the field of angels at the same time also seemed to feel. Numerous golden landscapes lit up one after another, and finally surrounded the entire killing capital in the light. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 12 lights of the Communist Party of China rose. The holy and hot atmosphere came out, and the center of the golden light seemed to have a ray of flames in it. Chapter 455 The Favor of the Goddess. The Trial of Hell. Judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, the light beam began to rotate. A light wheel gradually formed, surrounding the entire killing city in a circle, and then as the rotation speed continued to accelerate, the periphery shrouded by the golden light pillar gradually shrank inward. And the speed is constantly accelerating. Don't be touched by it. Quick, run. Don't be shrouded in light. There is something wrong with the light. There is definitely something wrong. Suddenly, noises arose everywhere in the city of killing. Those villains who were lucky enough to resist the sacred voice woke up from their dreams. They all started to run away quickly. Many of them tried to wake up their companions who were kneeling next to them, but they seemed to have lost their minds, and still knelt down to worship Qian Renxue with pious expressions. Turn a blind eye to the golden halo. Even like actively wanting to get involved. Seeing this, they didn't even care about the kneeling brothers beside them, and all of them ran towards the city frantically. They don't know how long this halo will last. The only thing he could do was to run as far as possible, out of the scope of the light wheel. This is the only thought in their minds. If you keep running, you may not be able to survive. But if they don't run, they will only die. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. At the beginning, their running speed was far ahead. When they reached the inner city, the light wheel was still in the outer city. It seemed that they had been far behind by a group of people waiting for them. However, before they could be happy, a sudden change occurred. The golden light wheel suddenly accelerated, and within a moment it had enveloped the entire outer city. And the most important thing is that its speed is still accelerating. It took 5 minutes to get from the wilderness to the outer city. But from the outer city to the inner city, it took less than 3 minutes, and the speed continues to increase. Finally, a horrified cry rang out. There were still people who couldn't keep up with the running speed, and were covered in golden light with fearful eyes. Several screams made the man confused. He is covered in golden light. But it was not crushed into pieces by the golden light wheel, and turned into a disgusting pile of flesh as imagined. In fact, Nimbus seemed to be passing by, and did not do anything to harm them. What's going on? I have nothing to do. I have no problem with Daoguang. The few people who survived the disaster shouted loudly with joy, and began to check their bodies at the same time. After careful inspection, they found that there was nothing wrong with it, and no arms or legs were missing. The only injury I suffered was the scratch from rolling and crawling just now. And at the rear, seeing more and more people passing through the golden light intact, the group of people who were still running away no longer struggled and panted heavily as they sat on the ground, letting the light wheel cover them. You can't die anyway, so what are you afraid of? For these extremely vicious people, as long as they can survive, that's all. If they really wanted to die, they wouldn't go to all the trouble to escape to the killing city. And at the same time, the light wheel did not stop because of them. It will still accelerate according to the predetermined rate until it illuminates the entire killing city. Every inch of land and every corner has not been spared, ensuring that the light is completely enveloped. Brush. Then the light wheel composed of 12 light pillars converged together, rapidly rotating. It once again formed a larger beam of light, which just covered Qian Renxue in midair. This made the sacred aura around her even deeper. Now that I'm here, I just want to survive. What does this light want to do? Yes, you don't want to kill us, but just search the entire killing city, etc. Why is there a gold pattern on my wrist? It's on me too. Me too. I have 2 wounds on my body. I'm counting. Mine seems to be 3 ways. What is this? Everyone who had survived the disaster opened their sleeves and carefully observed the special golden patterns on their arms. This is the only mark left after the light wheel covers it. I checked and found nothing. It seems like an ordinary tattoo, but when you get close to the nimbus, you will feel a slight pain, like a burning sensation on your body. Other than that, nothing special. But this also made the murderers wary. The godlike woman in the sky is not simple. The golden mark she left on everyone was definitely not without any loss. What on earth is this? What on earth is she going to do after Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all looked at Qian Renxue in the air with solemn expressions at this moment. In the pillar of light point, wisps of golden light separated and poured into her body point at the same time. Qian Renxue closed her eyes, and the angel mark deep in her eyebrows reflected the light beam point. The same golden pattern also appeared on the light beams all around point. I don't know how long I have been employed point. Sudden, the light pillar standing in the center of the killing city suddenly spread golden energy ripples around it point like water ripples, spreading evenly one after another. No matter whether they are friends or foes, they all feel this sacred aura. Sister Zua, the spiritual heavenly induction, that is also a god, is the clearest point. He realized that this was the prelude, and the real purification was about to begin point. At the same time, he also needs to be more vigilant point. You must know that what Qian Renxue wants to purify is the entire city of killing point. Although the soul power reserves of title Douluo level are not low, there is still a high possibility of insufficient soul power. If the soul power is exhausted at that time, he will step forward to help point. The holy aura swept through the entire killing city point. At the same time, Qian Renxue, who was in the beam of light, was covered with dazzling golden light at this moment. The 4 pairs of white wings behind her were also coated with a dazzling golden light. Her pair of golden eyes looked down at the ground like a god. Everyone raised their heads and met his eyes. A strange feeling arose in my heart, and past memories appeared in my mind like a revolving lantern point. The next moment, the golden light beam rotates again point. Light spots like water droplets fell from the golden sky, and at the same time, the golden lines on the wrists of the murderers in the killing city below flickered, drawing light into their bodies. Okay, such a comfortable power. I feel that my strength is improving. My soul power is also improving, and it's still improving. I seem to have broken through to Soul Saint. Me too. A group of people below raised their hands in disbelief point, seeing the light pouring into the golden pattern on the wrist. Surprise appeared in the eyes. Soul power actually broke through. The mysterious girl in midair actually helped them improve their soul power. Of course there are a few sane people among them who are confused point. However, the improvement in soul power is real. Whether they break through this or not depends on their own feelings, and there is no way to fake it point. So most people's faces are still filled with joy point. After all, everyone is a soul master who has already embarked on the journey of cultivation. The most attractive thing to them is to break through soul power and survive in this chaotic land. What a powerful force. I want more power. Power. I want power. There are even many people who specifically look for locations where there are clusters of light groups. He raised the golden pattern on his wrist and absorbed the golden raindrops falling from the sky point. This is a perfect nectar to them point, but it's a good thing that can really enhance your soul power. Goddess, 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 please give me more weddings. My goddess. Many people had a look of fanaticism in their eyes, kneeling on the ground to worship Qian Renxue point. It can be said that he is full of ugliness. For a time, the entire city of killing was like a chaotic dance of demons. Even the few Valoans with strong minds and clear minds could not withstand the emotions of the people around them. In the end point, coupled with the continuous absorption of the golden light group, they eventually integrated into this group of people point. But will Qian Renxue really be kind enough to help them improve their strength? It can only be said that they were happy too early point. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. But now, behind the ecstasy, the endless abyss is waving to them point midair, looking down at everything happening below. Qian Renxue's golden eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It's time. The seeds have fully grown, and now it's time to harvest the congealed fruits. It is precisely on the fallen soil covered with chaos, sin and filth that the most sacred and pure fruits can be condensed. Welcome the judgment from the gods. Qian Renxue did not speak, but used her soul power to make a deafening sound point. The villains on the ground stopped for a moment, confused point, but as the words came, they clearly sensed that there was more golden light emerging around them than before, and the energy contained in it was even stronger. They immediately threw these words behind them and continued to fight, immersed in the ecstasy of increased soul power. But soon They became extremely happy and sad. There is a certain limit to the amount of energy the human body can absorb. If it exceeds this limit, you need to change to a larger container, otherwise the large amount of energy accumulation will easily burst the entire container, and now the soul power of these people in the killing city has reached a saturated state. Energy is forcefully injected into the body, causing only pain. One of the murderers, whose soul power was nearly saturated, was about to give up absorbing energy. But the golden light continued to fill up the energy regardless of his absorption limit. Why is the energy still increasing? No, 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 more. I've had enough, enough. I don't want to be promoted. When he realized something was wrong, his expression suddenly changed, and he covered his wrist in pain. I want to use this to prevent the golden pattern from continuing to absorb light. But it's too late now. The golden light did not have any hindrance, and continued to enter the body at its original speed. See it. He started running quickly, trying to avoid the light. But now the entire killing city is covered by a golden sky. No matter where he escapes, the golden light is everywhere, and continues to pour into his body. No, no, I don't want it anymore. I don't want soul power. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve anymore. But no matter how loudly he shouted, energy still poured into his body without any pause. This is something he can't control. And as the energy continued to pour in, he was now speechless. Pain distorted his face. At the same time, the body is also changing at this moment. When the water is full, it overflows as mentioned before. The energy pouring into the body has exceeded the limit that this soul master can bear, and the full and overflowing soul power has spread to all parts of the body. The surging momentum surged at this moment. When the other murderers around saw this scene, they couldn't help but cast envious glances. Then he continued to work hard to absorb energy. Although they cannot control the speed of energy absorption, they can choose a location with rich energy. No, don't absorb it. No, but at this moment, he was shaking his head desperately, trying to stop others, but under the temptation of improving his soul power, what he did had no effect. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a ball of golden energy came out, without any chance to highlight any words at the same time. His body was also covered in golden light. Now, like Qian Renxue, he is radiating this golden light. And saw this scene. Look at that guy. Why does he look like a goddess? That's the goddess's favor. I must have received more benefits. Yes, he is definitely favored by the goddess. I also want to be noticed by the goddess. I want more and more energy. This has invisibly increased the interest of these guys. They also want to be enveloped in golden light. In the eyes of these fanatical thugs, being covered in golden light like Qian Renxue will definitely bring more benefits. Absorb the light harder. At the same time, he kept singing praises to Qian Renxue, who was like a god. Just this burst of light rain. Qian Renxue's status in their hearts skyrocketed. Although it was not as majestic as Tang Chen had accumulated after ruling the city of killing for many years, it was still similar. This is a very realistic reason. If you have breasts, you are a mother, and you will worship whoever has strength. No matter where you are, you believe in this principle. This group of villains in the killing city is even more so, and because of their character, they believe in it even more. As long as the benefits are big enough, they won't be moral. Goddess, from now on, you are our god. I am willing to dedicate everything to the goddess. Praises came one after another, and the entire killing city was immersed in joy. Apart from except for the man wrapped in golden light. He knew that everyone in the killing city had been deceived. But now he is already unable to protect himself, and there is absolutely nothing he can do to change anything. The golden light becomes more and more dazzling. Gradually, a layer of dull golden light opened up, and now it is so dazzling that it is difficult to see the people wrapped in it. Finally, he could no longer bear the pain. In a cry of unwillingness, fear, anger, and regret. The body is like porcelain that is about to break. It is covered with dense cracks, large and small, and light is constantly rushing outward from these cracks. Chapter 456 Ice flowers bloom, wash away sins. Pain. Finally there was a loud bang. Golden light spurted out from the 7 orifices at the same time. His body was overwhelmed and was completely torn apart in the explosion. No bones left, ashes and smoke. Only a human-shaped light group stayed in place, proving traces of his past existence. But soon, the light group also divided into countless light rains. He was absorbed into the body again by other soul masters and the last traces of his existence completely disappeared. But his death caused no sensation. Even the explosion just now was the same. Although the sound sounds loud. But it was covered up by all kinds of noisy sounds such as people's lively fighting, worshipping and so on. His death caused no reaction. Like withered leaves, quiet and silent. Just one person's death. This is completely normal in the killing city. Therefore, his disappearance did not cause any of the murderers to pay attention at all. Everyone was still immersed in the pleasure of increasing soul power, and they swarmed towards the location of the energy. And the location where he disappeared has become the object of competition among everyone. After all, after he died, he turned into a big ball of light rain. This was the first murderer to die in the killing city, the first sinful soul to disappear in the purification of light rain. His remaining soul power and martial soul were also assimilated into golden energy. And he definitely won't be the last. Soon there will be a second, a third, a fourth, and so on. More people appeared, filled with golden light. They also changed from the smiles of satisfaction at the beginning to uneasy fear and fear. I want to expel the energy from my body. But there is also no choice but to watch oneself go to destruction. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions occurred one after another. More and more people were exploded by the excessive energy and turned into light balls again and poured into other people's bodies. Others continue to absorb. But as time goes by. Finally someone is starting to wake up. Wrong, there's a problem. There's a problem. The people who were shrouded in light just now are all dead. I saw it too. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately stirred up waves. More and more people realized something was wrong and turned their attention to the person who was enveloped in golden light again. At first they were only dubious. After all, the improvement of soul power is real, and it is an irresistible temptation for every soul master. Like a rose with thorns, although the spikes on its body are very dangerous, it is very tempting and makes people want to stop. They can't help but get closer to it, but in the end they hurt themselves. Irresistible. It's like I have doubts now. But there are still many soul masters among them, still quietly absorbing energy. But all this quickly changed. When they witnessed with their own eyes a murderer shrouded in golden light, from a complacent state at the beginning to a ferocious face with eyes wide open and filled with fear. Their moods finally changed. Looking at the light group that he was originally pursuing, doubts and worries appeared in his heart. Then in the attention of most of them. The man was like an inflated balloon, exploding in the next second, leaving only a golden light. There was silence for a moment. Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at each other wondering why. Dead. There's something wrong with it. We can't absorb it. Can't absorb. Can't. Go away. Go away. I don't want you. I don't know who came to his senses first and began to avoid these lights like the god of plague, and the other murderers also began to follow suit. Run, don't come over here, don't come over. Everyone was yelling for a while. They ran, slapped, and pushed, trying to disperse the light. But it has no effect. These rays of light were scattered 1 second, and then they can regroup and come towards you the next second. And because people are constantly being purified. The number of light groups appearing around is increasing. Even if you hide in the corner of the killing city, you will still encounter the floating light groups, and the angel mark on your wrist will absorb them. Before the energy entered their bodies, they enjoyed it endlessly. But now all that's left is fear. When they saw the golden light, they thought of those soul masters who had just exploded. Just like seeing a flood of ferocious beasts, they avoid these energy light groups for fear of contaminating themselves. But the ubiquitous energy rays made everything they did was in vain. The rays of light still integrated into his wrists as before, turning into pure energy to once again enhance his soul power. No, I don't want it. They clenched their wrists tightly, but it had no effect at all. Witch, she is a witch, too. Her she is a devil. She's so vicious. She wants to kill us all. At the same time, the original devotion to Qian Renxue in the crowd has now turned into curses. The person who has been wrapped in energy has a vicious look in his eyes, cursing Qian Renxue. Point. No matter where it is, the reality is the same for all humans. When you are beneficial to it, you are a goddess and everyone will worship you. Point. Otherwise, it is cursing and resentment. Point. The original respect and praise were all gone at this moment. And what was left was only anger and hatred. But they could only curse, and there was nothing else they could do. Point. Qian Renxue at this moment, whether they admit it or not. Point. He seems to be the true ruler of the killing city. Point. Sudden, one person stared closely at the gold pattern on his wrist. Point. His expression kept changing. Point. He seems to be doing something difficult. Finally, looking at the light that was still approaching, the look in his eyes finally became firm. A miserable howl sounded. Point. Snap. A severed forearm rolled to the ground, and blood spurted out from the fracture. No one expected that he would be so cruel as to cut off the arm marked with gold patterns. I want to use this to stop the influx of golden energy light. Ho. His face turned pale. Point. With a painful expression, he covered his broken arm, and carefully brought his arm to the light. Point. At the same time, he held his breath, and stared at the light ball. Nothing happened. Point. After cutting off the forearm marked by the golden pattern, the energy did not flow into the body again. It works. This method works. See the situation. Point. People around him also began to follow suit. Point. Compared to one's own life, half an arm becomes dispensable. Point. For a moment, swords flashed and blood flowed. Point. Although most of them are still waiting and watching, there are also a large number of people who can't wait to start cutting off their arms. The energy in their bodies is about to overflow, and they have no time to wait. It really works. Quick, let's go together. These people fell into ecstasy. Point. Although an arm is broken, it can not only increase soul power, but also save life. Point. This transaction is not a loss either. For a moment, the murderers who were watching began to light up their arms with knives. However, they were still happy too early. Point. Qian Renxue's angelic trial is not that easy. Why are you here again? Isn't it already broken? Why is it here again? Look at the other arm. Under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, the golden pattern had quietly appeared on the other wrist, and it continued to absorb the energy light group in midair as before. Point. Someone didn't believe in evil, so he slashed him with his sword again. Point. But after a while, golden lines appeared on other parts of the body. Point. Now everyone has given up. Only those who have absorbed energy will not be able to remove the golden lines on their wrists. Even if you cut off that part of the body, it will still appear somewhere else. Point. At this moment, everyone's faces were as hen. Point. There is no way to deal with Qian Renxue's angelic judgment. Point. Seems there is only a dead end at the end waiting for them, and there is no other way. Point. Especially those who lost their arms because of this, they feel even more depressed. Point. He lost his wife and lost his troops. The gold pattern was not removed, but was added to the arm. Then, just when this group of people had given up resistance, the golden sky in midair suddenly stopped, and the light on the huge light pillar was no longer stable, and the light bolts descending from the ground no longer poured into their bodies. Yes, saved. The devil can't hold on any longer. Let me just say that there are so many people to control, even if the female devil is a titled Douluo. Seeing this scene, hope flashed in everyone's eyes. One by one, they jumped out, after being resurrected with full health, and kept shouting at Qian Renxue in midair, and at the same time. Point. Qian Renxue, who was in the beam of light, frowned and was indeed not in a good condition. Point. What Lingtian was worried about finally happened. Point. Although Qian Renxue is a titled Douluo, she still maintains the light screen. In addition, the soul power consumed by condensing the light group is huge, and the soul power in her body is close to the limit. She struggled to mobilize her soul power, but the golden sky couldn't stop shaking. Point. It looks like it will fall and disappear at any moment. Ocean, help me. The helpless Qian Renxue immediately asked Lingtian for help. Point. Each soul master's soul power is different, and gathering them together actually can easily backfire. Point. But Lingtian and Qian Renxue are different. Point. When the two of them were in the Qian Dou palace, their martial souls and soul powers had been fused once before. Coupled with the effects of taking the yin-yang creation pill, Their soul powers were more compatible. In this way, even if he takes action, his soul power will not be turbulent. And the most important thing is Lingtian, who is the only person she can trust 100%. So when Qian Renxue's physical and soul power failed, the first person she thought of asking for help was Lingtian. And Lingtian did not disappoint him. I am Sister Zhu here. As soon as the words fell, Lingtian had already appeared behind Qian Renxue, gently carrying her shoulders in one hand. The ice blue soul power continues to pour into Qian Renxue's body through the palm of her palm, instantly allowing her original dried soul power to get a new motivation. Getting new power. Qian Renxue's eyes vibrate. Immediately waved his hand. The soul power of the two poured into the sky again. The original golden sky also changed from the injection of this soul power, from the beginning of gold to blue gold. Zao ocean. Different. Worries. My soul power is enough. After getting the support of Lingtian, Qian Renxue didn't take care of anything in his heart. Immediately, a pair of jade arms slowly lifted up, and a touch of sperm flashed in Chan's golden eyes. The soul power that belongs to yourself, and Lingtian is fully released. The next attack not only belongs to Qian Renxue, but is also spiritual. This is a single blow to their joint force. It is no longer suitable for angel trial, so Qian Renxue named it a new name. The original intention of this soul is trial. And now he gets the support of Lingtian's soul power, and his soul power is the ultimate ice attribute. Therefore, Qian Renxue thought of a suitable name: Ice and Snow Trial. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with bright manges, a soft golden hair rose without wind, revealing her delicate and beautiful face. As soon as the words fell, just at this time in the sky, a sudden cold wind was blown up for no reason. Immediately in the blue golden curtain, the light rain of golden light has stopped. The gorgeous ice flowers are blooming in the original position, and the sky covers the entire killing capital one after another. It is extremely beautiful. Then there was another ice breeze. The ice flowers in the sky turn in shape, and the charming golden flower core fall. As soon as the words fell, Qian Renxue's arm waved lightly down. At the same time, the ice flowers in the sky seemed to be guided, and began to rotate quickly, flying around, and instantly became snowflakes, covering the entire sky with golden blue glory, and even wrapped the entire killing capital in it. Then both sudden. A boring flower rotates, and came to Qian Renxue. The latter opened the white palm, and gently held it in the palm. Just as cautious, like holding rare treasures in his hand, for fear that it will suddenly dissolve, and dare not have the slightest care. Binghe also fell lightly in the palm of the palm. The rotation of the drip, exuding a holy and cold atmosphere. It's like the combination of Qian Renxue and Lingtian. The ice flowers bloom. Qian Renxue supporting both hands, and all the ice flowers around them are gathered in Qian's snow. The golden flower core is swaying left and right in the wind. It is beautiful and pleasing to the eye. In the middle of Qian Renxue, just dragging this ice flower quietly. The sacred atmosphere on her body becomes deeper. Lingtian stood silently behind him, providing a stable soul power. Bloom. The words have just fallen. In a moment, the momentum on Qian Renxue's body increased dozens of times, which made people can't help but fear at the same time. Countless ice flowers in the air suddenly meals. Immediately afterwards, ice blue petals fell off from the center of the flower core. Countless ice blue petals formed a burst of petals to fall down the ground. And Qian Renxue in the air, staring at the ground with a kindness everything will end. When ice petals fall on the ground. The killing capital of being shrouded in the fallen and sin will usher in the true purification. Chapter 457. Sins are punished, all things are purified. It will wash away all filth. Let this bloody land return to its original appearance. No land is the birthplace of sin. The cancer that has been entrenched in Douluo continent for thousands of years will be washed and purified today by the descendants of the god of angels. Whoosh, whoosh. The ice blue petals fell little by little. Before the gang of villains in the killing city were led by the light group. This time they saw the flower petals summoned by Qian Renxue again, and they were already retreating in fear. But the retreat has no effect in front of the petals. The golden pattern on the wrist no longer fits properly, and has been transformed into a pattern of ice flowers in the sky. The petals are still falling to the ground one by one. And their patterns have begun to pull the ice flowers, just like they pulled the light group before, and they have no room for resistance. Cold. Cold, so cold. But it is different from the previous light group point. This time high alka is more direct and domineering point. It will no longer help you increase your soul power like it did before until it is exhausted point this time. As long as the ice flower falls on your wrist, even if there is only one petal, the ultimate ice contained in it will freeze it into an icy sculpture in an instant. The whole process is fast, very fast, and after the ice withers are formed, it is far from over. Don't forget that ice withering is only the ability of Lingtian soul power. Qian Renxue's ability has not yet been revealed. When the ice withers and takes shape, soon the golden patterns on their wrists will ignite golden flames. It not only has scorching high temperatures, but also possesses the ultimate divine brilliance. And the villains who are sealed in the withered ice cannot dodge during the burning of the holy fire. I can only watch my body burning and the sacred flame and his own soul power turned into burning nourishment. Nourish the fire and burn the body. Although they are frozen in the withered ice, they are not immune to the pain of the burning fire. The pain was heartbreaking, but they could only let the flames burn. Even the right to shout has been taken away. Pain, unwillingness and other emotions. They are left with the only eyes that can move back and forth to express their inner emotions. The raging fire was still burning, but the ice outside was not affected in any way. The man froze these villains firmly in the ice as it was at the beginning. Ice and fire. The two, who were originally incompatible with each other, now come together. This is a unique soul skill belonging to Lingtian and Qian Renxue. When the soul power of the two people merged together, the ultimate ice and ultimate fire in the martial soul attributes were cleverly combined with the fusion of the sacred aura. This is the collision of ice and fire. Frozen flames. Devil. She is the devil. All the murderers who were frozen in the ice had an expression of pain. But the entire city of killing was surprisingly quiet. Because their voices have been isolated by the thick ice, they cannot be transmitted to the outside world at all. The flames burn very quickly. And the stronger the soul power, the faster it will be burned. However, in the blink of an eye, dozens of murderers in the ice were completely purified by the hot flames. And without exception, they were among the group with the highest soul power after their soul power was enhanced by Qian Renxue. Their levels were basically around contra. The higher level soul power they once attracted proud, but now they have become their life-threatening symbols. Combustion agents. The sacred flame burned them and washed the sins when their bodies are completely devoured by the fire and no more body wreckage. In the ice, the burning flames will slowly retreat, and they are replaced by the golden light. Immediately after the light broke the shell, it once again condensed a blue golden ice flower. Then it fell back to Qian Renxue again, and the beautiful golden flower core bloomed. As ice flowers are constantly gathered in front of Qian Renxue. The energy of the blue golden color forms a detailed line, which constantly poured into Qian Renxue's body. Her breath also became more sacred with a continuous decline of ice flowers. At this moment, Qian Renxue stands in the air, and it seems to be a true god. The sacred atmosphere sets it more noble. It's like a true god. Standing behind the spirit of energy to provide energy. This feeling must be more real. He can clearly understand. Although Qian Renxue's soul power has not been substantially improved, her combat power is definitely an increase in a large level. Although it is definitely not as good as yourself, it is already approaching Qian Dou. It seems that this is the true benefit of angel trial. After every murderer is purified, it will provide Qian Renxue with a small holy energy. Let her angel martial arts change slightly. However, this transformation is still very weak. Now it is just to accumulate together to improve the heritage. It takes a stronger improvement to fully evolve. But even so, it is not small. Nymph on nymph at the same time. On the ground. The murderers of the killing capital are also one after another. Soon. There are very few people who are still living on the ground. Count the finally, but the double 10. Compared to the falling capital of thousands of killings before, the remaining quantities are indeed very few. The remaining people are not insufficient for Qian Renxue, and they cannot cover them. It's not that she has forgotten it. It is because although these people are in the capital of killing, their physical and mental has not fallen because of fear. So naturally there is no need to purify them together. And how to identify the degeneration? Naturally, when Qian Renxue rotated the first light wheel, the angel marks planted on them. That is the golden pattern imprinted on the wrist. This is the way Qian Renxue is. used to distinguish the fallen person. When the golden pattern is integrated into their bodies, they will automatically identify that their people have been eroded by the degenerate atmosphere and completely reduced to a part of the killing capital. Although those people are in the capital of killing, being completely fallen is still resisting the erosion here. The former is completely purified. The latter will help them wash their inner evil thoughts and let them fully recover. But now a person who is killing the capital today and so on. Most of the reason why they entered here is because they have already committed unforgivable sin, so they hid here to protect their lives. Most of them are willing to integrate into it. So most people are purified by Qian Renxue. There are very few people staying. Nymphos, the killing capital of the killing. All the villains fell. Qian Renxue has all been surrounded by blue golden ice flowers. The sacred and cold atmosphere spreads towards the 4 weeks. Even the top masters in the title of Douluo, such as Qian Dou, the golden crocodile, cannot avoid the erosion of this force. 10 steps, and retreating one by one, resisting this special atmosphere. Even the momentum of His Royal Highness is almost the same than that of great worship, especially the golden crocodile Douluo. When I saw Qian Renxue exuding such a strong momentum, the eyes were full of gratitude. In the eyes of their worships of their martial arts halls, Qian Renxue is already the leader of the next generation of Wuhan Temple. Now it is natural to explode such strength. At the same time, among the light, little, sky, sister, Zhu here, thousands of Zuzu and Lingtian suddenly felt. The two looked at each other at the same time, holding each other's palm at the same time. Ice blue, Tianjin, cold and sacred. The field of ice and angels. The field of the two is combined with the soul power, like a shock wave spreading rapidly around. At the same time, in the center of Qian Renxue and Lingtian. Ice flowers are constantly falling all over the body and incorporated into the light. Over time, the number of ice flowers on the light is already getting thicker and thicker. Finally, the last ice flower fell to form a qualitative change. Instantly, the color of the entire light centered on the two people is rapidly transforming from the beginning of Tianjin color to the color of blue gold. At the same time, it is condensed from the light into a giant ice crystal pillar with a diameter of about 100 feet. In the ice pillar, the sound of the two sounds. In the next moment, the two of the ice pillars opened their eyes at the same time. Since the two different eyes, ice blue and Tianjin, are right under the blue golden scene. With the slight vomiting of the two. The surrounding ice flowers also started to disappear, turned into snow, and slowly dissipated. Similarly, the frost in the ice crystal pillar has begun to melt at this moment, and eventually turns into ice crystals to disappear into the air, and at the same time. Thousands of Zuxu and Lingtian are suspended in the air. The two suddenly broke out of a strong momentum, allowing a number of titles to step back, but this momentum is fleeting. Soon it returned to the original state again. But in the eyes of everyone, the two of them are still like the gods, bringing a strong soul shock. Thousands of Zuzu and Lingtian looked at it. Then the two sighed slightly, and then raised their hands at the same time. The blue golden scenes that suddenly covered the sky dissipated, and some of them were integrated into the purple moon of the killing capital. The latter was infused, while the sacred and ice coldness, and finally the glamorous purple returned to normal. At the same time, the remaining part is to integrate into the killing capital, the hell fighting fields built for killing before, as well as the equipment that stored Bloody Mary, etc. All of them were destroyed with killing, evil, and corrupted facilities. The killing capital was born for killing. Therefore, in addition to a small number of buildings, the entire killing capital has been reduced to ruins, especially the hell road of the killing capital. All the bloody creatures that all ate and are completely died without exception. The miserable howl sounds the entire hell road. Since then, all the sins of the killing capital have been purified by Qian Renxue. The villain has all been Fuji. Then the two held hands and fell gently on the ground. At the same time, the angel marks in Qian Renxue's heart flickered, announcing the successful completion of the 6th test of her angel god. The affinity of the god of angel ushered again. Qian Renxue closed his eyes tightly and quietly felt the improvement of the martial arts. Lingtian retreated to guarding silently. At the same time, it is also digesting the improvement. To be honest, originally, he used to help Qian Renxue. The original meaning really just provided him with soul power. As a result, the soul power of the two was mixed together, forming a subtle reaction. The original evolutionary light became the current ice and snow trial point. Fortunately, all this does not affect the appraisal of Qian Renxue point, although it has the help of Lingtian. The sixth test of the angel god is still successful point. At the same time, when purifying the killing capital, wait for some benefits, and because he is not the inheritor of the god of angels, these energy will improve the level of Lingtian's soul power. However, there is still a large gap between level 95 and level 96. In addition, Lingtian has only obtained a small part of the energy, so it does not break through the 96th level point. But with the talent of Lingtian, it must not be too long to break through the 96th level. Sister Zhu here, Lingtian made a slight adjustment. His eyes looked at Qian Renxue Snow Point as the main force of purifying killings. He thinks that Sister Cha should be able to get a lot of benefits this time. Just now he felt a slight change in the angel martial arts. Although he was weak, he still felt keenly. Presumably, when Qian Renxue wakes up, it must have improved hugely. His Royal Highness of Lingtian, Lord. At the same time, the golden crocodile and Qian Yu stepped forward. Lingtian was slightly pushed and looked back at the 2. The golden crocodile looked at Qian Renxue, who was still closed, and asked, His Royal Highness Lingtian, what about her current situation? Don't worry about the golden crocodile. Sister Zhu should be accepting the inheritance of the deity now. Lingtian smiled slightly, and his tone was calm. His Royal Highness, the old man is assured. Seeing this golden crocodile Douluo also relieved. He also knows 1 or 2 of the gods. Anyway, the lady must have a good chance. Lingtian looked at the capital of the killing, and suddenly said, Morning, Golden Crocodile Senior, the Lord / His Royal Highness, what are you instructed? The 2 looked at Lingtian in response. The killing capital is left to handle the 2 seniors. Suddenly, Lingtian ordered, since they have no effect under the light of Sister Zhu here, then give them another chance, and send them all the cities of the killing. Yes. After the 2 looked at each other, they flew down together. Soon the 2 of them ordered the next named Douluo to go down. After Lingtian solved everything, his eyes continued to watch Qian Renxue. Although there are generally no problems in the process of inheritance of the deities, who makes Qian Renxue the person who cherishes the heavens, and naturally does not want any problem. At the same time, Lingtian did not pay attention to his body. The purple mang flashed away. But there is a ray of light into the body of Qian Renxue, making the angel marks and the eyebrows more dazzling. Chapter 458 No Way Forward. The Shackles of Shenzhen. At the same time, the capital of Killing Point under the investigation of the title Douluo, the remaining survivors in the killing capital were quickly gathered together. After a total of 35 people, there were 35 people. 35 people. Only 35 people are left. Originally, there were nearly 10,000 people's killings, but now there are only less than 35 people. It is conceivable that the murderers in the killing capital have fallen into the degeneration of the killing point. The remaining 35 people have undergone some investigations. None of them are people who have only recently entered the killing capital, and most of them are mistakenly entered, or to avoid the pursuit of the enemy, and then they enter here. It is precisely for this reason that they can survive in the angel trial of Qian Renxue. However, there is a special list after some investigation. Brother C. Still find the Lord to discuss it. After a discussion, the 2 of the golden crocodile Douluo and Qian Yu were unpredictable for a while. In the end, they came to Lingtian and told him about it. Then the 2 of them got out of the air together and soon came to Lingtian's side. Lord, Lingtian turned his head and asked in doubt, Chen Leo, senior golden crocodile, what's the matter? Among the people below, we found that a special existence of identity was unbearable. I decided to ask the Lord to ask how to solve it. After looking at Qian Yu and the golden crocodile, he explained his hands. Special identity. Lingtian's eyes flashed with a little curiosity, raising his hand to signal Qian Yu to continue to talk about it. He had to look at it. What kind of identity is the person who can make the 2 titles Douluo unsure? Among the killing capitals below, there is one. The virgin who came to experience in the martial arts hall. Qian Yu said, the Virgin of Wuhan Temple, is it her? Lingtian froze slightly, and then his eyes turned slightly point. In addition to Qian Dou today, there should be only one person who can be called a virgin point at this time. The golden crocodile Douluo also took the words and added, she is the virgin granted by the Pope's hall by Bibidang, who Lina, training. Lingtian nodded suddenly and said calmly, should it be for the field of killing God? That's it. The golden crocodile Douluo sighed slightly, and then sinking. Now the Pope of our martial arts palace is bidding. When he was young, he broke into the killing capital of the killing, and successfully obtained the field of killing the gods in it, becoming the new generation of the younger generation of killing at that time. God. I think she asked Tulina to kill the capital to kill God. Lord, what should we do? Chen Yugong asked. Pope's disciple, Lingtian, groaned for a while, and said, let's handle it to Sister Zua himself. What is the intention of the golden crocodile senior? There is no problem with the old man. Golden crocodile Douluo nodded. No more words. Well, there are two seniors who arranged for the killing capital of the killing. Now the field here has been broken by Sister Zhu here, and will not be restricted in and out. Yes, Chen. You and the golden crocodile Douluo slightly headed, and then led the order to arrange for man. Nymph on nymph at the same time. The ground of the killing capital. Ulina has been arranged in a pretty good house to rest. There is also a title Douluo in the martial arts hall beside him. Although she is not a person in the Presbyterian temple, she is always the Virgin of Wuhan temple in her identity. Senior. Ulina suddenly turned her head. What is the instructions for His Highness of the Saint? The title Douluo responded. Ulina smiled slightly and said, the senior is the crown of our martial arts hall. The old man titled the lion. It turned out to be a mad lion, who? Lina's eyes turned around, groaning for a moment, and asked, today we lead so many soul holes to break the capital of the killing capital. My teacher knows it. This operation was set by the Presbyterian Hall, Elder Hall. As soon as Ulina heard this, she understood that this matter didn't know bidden. In this way, it can be explained. If Bibidang wanted to break the capital of the killing long ago, it would definitely not let yourself come to experience. The owner of the angel martial arts who only purified the entire killing capital should be another virgin of the Presbyterian temple, right? Ulina asked. Well, it is His Highness of the Virgin. The mad lion Douluo nodded. This is not a secret. Ulina took the head of light, and then glanced at the ice blue figure in the air, and asked casually, who is the strong man who was standing next to her? Is it the elder of our martial arts temple? In the step by step, Ulina finally asked the question that she wanted to know most. The energy fluctuations that burst out over the killing capital of the killing capital are to make her feel a sense of familiarity. And now. When Lingtian assisted Qian Renxue, the familiarity of this soul power came again when he condensed the ice flower, which made Ulina feel that the strong person absolutely knew himself and the soul power. She has absolutely had contact before. It is precisely because of this sense of familiarity that she is curious about the person's identity. His Royal Highness said, should be His Majesty Lingtian. Lingtian. His Majesty, who? Lina was stunned, and a little surprise flashed in her eyes, but she was the spiritual sky representing the heavenly Dao Empire, and participating in the Soul Master contest. Well, he is Her Majesty the Emperor of the Empire today. Lingtian. She is impressed by this name. In the Fan Mainland Elite Soul contest 3 years ago, their Wuhan Temple College team was defeated in the hands of the Qian Dou Royal College team led by Lingtian during the semi-finals. That was the first time they failed to fail. And Lingtian also overcome her martial arts fusion skills with the soul of the evil moon without using Wuhan. For the first time, she knew that there were people outside the sky. There is still a golden generation and their golden generation in the Soul Master's world. At the same time, she also put her inner arrogance. However, the price also lost the 3 best soul bones that were originally prepared to give them the golden generation. Although Bibidang later found her a piece of attributes that fits the spirit of the spirit, but she silently wrote down the genius teenager in her heart. I don't want to defeat Lingtian at all times. And watch the shame of failure. I haven't thought about it, but I haven't seen it for 3 years now. When the killing capital is met again, the young man who was not as good as his own, but now it has become the top batch of titles on the mainland. It is the existence of myself. It is out of reach. She has to call it a predecessor. It can be said to be impermanent. Hulina lamented 1 or 2, and then suddenly remembered something. She asked curiously. Senior, I remember that he was not sealed by the Heavenly Empire. Why did he suddenly become the Emperor of the Dao Empire now? At that time, the Qian Dou Empire Gangai had a coup, and then Zhuai gave the throne's end to His Majesty Lingtian. It is almost time for the past year. Lingtian is the aunt of their martial arts hall. At the time, the Mad Lion Douluo also personally learned about a series of dreams. In addition, he is also boring to guard here alone. It is that Hulina's identity is not low, so it can be said to Hulina briefly. 1. Yeah, there was a trace in Hulina's eyes at the beginning. She left Wuhan Temple a year ago to enter the killing capital of the killing point. Now it seems that the coup of the Heavenly Dao Empire should happen at this time. Why would he be with our martial arts hall? Did the Qian Dao Empire have merged into our martial arts hall? Of course not. The Mad Lion Douluo shook his head with a smile, explaining that Tao, His Majesty Lingtian and His Royal Highness, now have a wedding book. Grandpa, the news was overwhelmed one by one, and Hulina was surprised. It was less than a year when she entered the killing capital, and so many wonderful things had happened throughout the Douluo mainland. Nympho time has passed quickly. After half an hour, the blink of an eye has passed. Other people, except Horner's killing capital, have been sent out. Chenyu and the golden crocodile also returned to Lingtian, together with Chenzi. Dushu, waiting for Qian Renxue to accept the inheritance from the gods. Is this the power of the deity? The miracle of witnessing the square has been witnessed, and the heart cannot help but feel sorry. Although he can do that attack. But that's all indiscriminate attacks. It must not be like Qian Renxue. It can also distinguish who is the falling of the killing capital and who is not a degenerate to purify. Only by obtaining the power of the gods can we do it all. After all, the soul master is still human. Only the inheritance of the deities can touch the power that can be touched. The bottom of the heart can't help but flash a touch of envy. For such a powerful power, it is not envious of being fake. The reason why the soul teacher is constantly becoming stronger is to improve strength. But after all, he was missed with his own talent, and he couldn't help sighing and shook his head. But think about it. His apprentice Lingtian is also a deity inheritor, and with his talent in the future, he will definitely become a deity. He also feels comfort for this. At this moment, Lingtian turned around. It happened to be noticed that the expression of dust at this time changed. The heart motion also quickly understands. Seeing this, Lingtian smiled slightly and walked to the heart of the dust. Shana, you don't have to comfort as a teacher. Teacher on the swordsmanship. The teacher has come to an end now. The dust shook his head and smiled freely. Teacher, you have taught me at the beginning. The limit of our kendo is the determination of the person who holds the sword. As long as there is the will of continuous climbing, there will be no limit. A little pause. Lingtian looked at the Chengxin. This was the teacher you taught me that year. The heart shook his head and did not speak. Your own path is the most clear. The breakthrough in the battle is already the last step of his kendo. There is no way forward to go, and there is no direction. His 7 killing kendo may only come here. Seeing this, Lingtian was not discouraged. He knows that people with swords are all those who are determined. When identifying one thing, it is difficult for others to change their ideas, but Lingtian has his own way. Teacher, I know that the kendo you realized on the key kill now has reached its peak, but Lingtian believes that you have not reached the real end. Oh, what do you think is the end? There was a curiosity flashed in the eyes of Chen's eyes. Teacher, you can no longer improve the moment of kendo because you haven't really found your next path, because you are in confusion on the kendo. This has a idea that has reached the limit. Lingtian looking at the heart. The tone is calm. Find your true way. How can you say this? The heart is becoming more curious, and at the same time, there is a touch of expectations in the eyes. I want to see how many surprises I can bring to myself on the journey of kendo. Teacher, you have been immersed in kendo for nearly a century. Although you have already integrated your kendo on Wuhan, there is still a loophole in your sword heart. Vulnerability? Qian froze slightly. In your heart, there are still not broken. As long as you break the shackles and constraints in your heart, your 7-killing kendo can continue to go forward. Lingtian reminded. Well, hearing this, there was a trace of light in the eyes of the heart point. The words of Lingtian made him feel the feeling of turning away the clouds and fog. Qian already knew that, since he broke through to the title Douluo, the root cause of the slow progress of kendo and soul power, it was not that he encountered a bottleneck, nor was his talent insufficient. It was because when he was young, he saw the strongest sword in the mainland. Thinking of this, there was a sacred sword mang in the eyes of the heart point. Since he started practicing sword that year, this sword is a role model he has chased. The goal of childhood was that one day was able to challenge it. Let him know that the 7-killer sword of their Qian family is the strongest kendo on the mainland, and the dust at that time did do so. But with a continuous growth of age and strength, his vision is open. Especially after he reached the title Douluo, then he understood what a gap between himself and the sword owner and the original warfare in his heart could not be mentioned. He knew that even if he lived throughout his life, he might not be able to touch the man's sword. Unconsciously. That sword became his heart, and the existence of indispensable. Fear compared with today's kendo. I will be sleepy here because of the sword. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Qian Renxue and Hulina. In the way of swordsmanship, you should move forward without fear. Only in this way can the way of swordsmanship progress smoothly and make rapid progress. But I have seen higher mountains. Even he will inevitably have changes in his mentality, which will affect his originally indomitable swordsmanship, and at the same time, his soul power will be trapped here and unable to move forward. He couldn't even reach the height of his father, Qian Zin, who wanted to understand this, suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. The reason why the shackles are called shackles is because of its limitations. If it can be broken easily, it will not become a shackles in my heart. Qian Zin sighed and said with emotion, it's not easy to break through my shackles. Yeah, it's easier said than done. Lingtian nodded in agreement, but then changed the subject. If it were someone else, it might have stopped here, but I believe the teacher can definitely do it. My teacher is not someone who gives up easily. After saying that, Lingtian smiled indifferently and looked at Qian Zin. Ha ha ha. Their eyes met. Qian Zin laughed a few times and said with great enthusiasm, you're right, I took a photo before becoming a teacher. Isn't it just the shackles? A sword would rather break than bend. I still don't believe it can cut through this shackles. I believe, teacher, Lingtian said calmly. Well, my master plans to go into seclusion after returning to the Kibao glazed sect. This time I will definitely achieve another breakthrough in the way of swordsmanship. Then, Lingtian, please wait for the teacher's good news. Lingtian smiled slightly and continued, I have a hunch that if the teacher can make further progress this time, he might also have the opportunity to touch the threshold of the gods. I don't have that big ambition as a teacher, as long as I can make a breakthrough. Qian Zin smiled bitterly and shook his head. As my own disciple, you really don't take the gods seriously. If gods can be obtained so easily, how can it be possible that Douluo continent has not seen a god appear for thousands of years? At the same time, while Lingtian and Qian Zin were discussing the art of swordsmanship, Qian Renxue's wings flapped slightly behind her in midair, and she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she had finally digested the inheritance of the god of angels among the icicles. Qian Renxue opened her eyes, a golden glow burst out, Catcher made a crisp sound, and the icicle suddenly shattered completely. The wings behind him vibrated slightly, and a bright and holy aura was released around him. At the same time, amidst the powerful momentum, the phantom of the god of angels appeared behind him. At this moment, the phantom's hand slowly opened to lift Qian Renxue. The angel mark deep in the center of his eyebrows beats like a flame. Then with a gentle wave of his jade hand, all the breath returned to Qian Renxue's body, and the previous calm was restored. Call Qian. Renxue breathed a sigh of relief. Opening his eyes again. The bright golden eyes had returned to their original purple color. Be gentle on your toes. The golden wings gently flew through the air. The next moment, he appeared beside Lingtian, leaving only a faint golden red light in the air, which seemed to be beating in the air like a flame. Xiaoshan, a brisk voice sounded in Lingtian's ears. See the situation, Your Majesty. This subordinate is resigning. Your Highness, I take my leave. China, take the first step as a teacher. Chen. You, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Chenzi, and Shenzhen smiled knowingly, and then left one after another. Lingtian looked at the direction where the few people were leaving, and smiled helplessly. Then he turned his head, and looked at Qian Renxue beside him. Their eyes met, and the two smiled tenderly. Congratulations to Sister Zua for completing the divine assessment of the God of Angels. Lingtian raised his hand, and took the initiative to hold Qian Renxue's catkin, with a faint smile on his face. Qian Renxue nodded lightly, and then glanced at Lingtian with a resentful look. Even if I complete the 6th test of the God of Angels, I'm still not your opponent. Xiaoshan, when I think of Lingtian, he is a god himself. In the future, if success comes his way, he will be able to regain his divine status, but he will have to pass the test painfully. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of envy. I am so powerful, don't I still have to listen to Sister Zua? That's it. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue raised her head proudly. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Lingtian smiled slightly, raised his hand, and held Qian Renxue in his arms. Qian Renxue did not resist and took the initiative to nestle against her chest. Lingtian looked around. He quickly found a relatively complete pavilion, and took Qian Renxue there in a flash. Talking about love in the air was still a bit too showy. Lingtian turned his head and asked softly, Sister Zua, how was your harvest at the end of this divine assessment? My affinity with the God of Angels has been improved again. After pondering for a moment, Qian Renxue estimated and said, although my soul power has only been raised to level 90 to this time, if we fight in the air now, I should be able to display the strength of a peerless Douluo. If we let me and if that Zuzu clone fights again, he will definitely not be my opponent. Peerless Douluo. It seems that Sister Zua has made a lot of progress this time. Lingtian was slightly surprised. You must know that there is a huge gap between each level of titled Douluo. Level 92 can bring out the combat power of level 99 titled Douluo. This kind of talent is unique in the entire continent. Of course, Lingtian cannot be counted among the unique ones here. If Qian Renxue is a genius, then he is a monster among geniuses after all. Have you ever seen a 15-year-old boy whose fighting power can already crush the veteran peerless Douluo? Having said that, when he heard peerless Douluo, the first thing that came to Lingtian's mind was Qian Douluo. He immediately asked with some curiosity, so how does your current strength compare to Grandpa Qian? Almost the same as Grandpa Qian, Renxue said and nodded to herself. In fact, she had made a conservative estimate. With the fighting power she can bring out with her current strength, if a fight really breaks out, even Qian Douluo may not be Qian Renxue's opponent. If he doesn't rely on the power of the gods, the inheritor of the gods, it can no longer be divided according to the strength of soul power on the mainland. The combat power they achieved with titled Douluo was far beyond what normal titled Douluo could match. By the way, Sister Zua, after a moment of tenderness, Lingtian suddenly remembered something, leaned into Qian Renxue's ear, and whispered, just now, Senior Jin Crocodile and Elder Chen, among the survivors of the killing city, discovered a member of your spirit hall. People, from Wuhan Palace. Qian Renxue was slightly startled and brushed away the broken hair from her ears. Well, she is Pope Bibidong's personal disciple. Besides you, there is another saint in Wuhan Palace, Hulina. Lingtian didn't show off, and put his hands around Qian Renxue's slender waist and explained, who? Lina? Why is she here? Qian Renxue slapped Lingtian's restless palm away, while a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lingtian, smiled and retracted his arm with a hint of regret, listening to the information collected by Senior Jin Crocodile. The reason why Hulina appears here is most likely for the god of killing domain. You know that Bibidang obtained that domain here. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and asked, where is she now? Still in the killing city. I'm just waiting for you to deal with it. After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue waved her hand and said calmly, there is no need to stay here anymore. Let her leave, sister. Zua, why don't you meet me? Bibi Dang is Bibi Dang. She is her. Qian Renxue shook her head gently. When it comes to Bibi Dang, what was originally a cheerful atmosphere immediately turned a bit cold. Well, then I'll ask Senior Jin Crocodile to send someone to send her away from here. But, Sister Zua, Lingtian pondered for a moment, looking at Qian Renxue's gloomy expression. He couldn't help but remind her, after all, blood is thicker than water between you and her. Let's find a chance to talk about it when you have time. I believe her there will eventually be a place for you in my heart. Ocean, you don't understand. A light flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes, but it quickly went out. Memories of the past resurfaced. A trace of pain flashed across Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes. As long as she thinks of Bibi Dang's bad attitude towards her in her childhood, she can't understand it. No matter how many difficulties she has, why? She is her biological daughter. How much resentment could she have to cruelly turn a blind eye to a babbling child in the snow? Why don't encourage others to do good unless they have suffered. To untie the bell, one must tie the bell. The matters between mother and daughter still need to be resolved by the two of them personally. Seeing this, Lingtian also sighed helplessly. But he didn't say anything. He just gently held the delicate body in his arms and used his own way to warm Qian Renxue's broken heart. Qian Renxue didn't say anything, but she held Lingtian tightly with both hands. His little head was buried deep in his arms. Now she is no longer the majestic female war goddess just above the killing city. She is just a little girl who lacks maternal love. Sister Zua, Lingtian gently stroked Qian Renxue's back, and at the same time, he was secretly thinking about how to help the mother and daughter resolve their knot. Qian Renxue is his lover. He didn't want Qian Renxue to still carry this painful memory 100 years later. However, the misunderstandings accumulated between the two people over the years have become deeper and deeper, and it is not easy to resolve them. Lingtian didn't want Qian Renxue to be like the original work. By the time the misunderstanding between mother and daughter was resolved, they were already separated by yin and yang. After a while, Qian Renxue's mood finally returned to stability. At this time, Lingtian also tacitly agreed not to mention Wuhan Palace and Bibi Dang again, but changed a new topic. Sister Zua, how are you going to deal with this murderous city? I want to build a new city, called the City of Judgment, to completely draw a line with the past crimes and killings. What do you think, Ocean? Qian Renxue finally became interested when it came to the arrangements for the killing city. A very good idea. Lingtian also agreed with this very much, so he agreed, when we return to the Qian Dou Empire, we will send people over to prepare for the reconstruction of the city. Qian Renxue then nodded lightly and smiled. The sun sets in the west. A pair of lovers were in the pavilion, their heads slowly leaning together. Together they create a beautiful picture. If there wasn't a painter here, I would definitely have to find someone to record the beauty of this moment. At the same time, on the other side, Mad Lion Douluo received the order without any delay and took Hulina directly away from the killing city, and finally stopped at a back mountain nearly 500 meters away from the killing capital. Your Highness the Saint, I will send you here. Thank you so much, Mad Lion Crown. Who? Lina smiled softly, raised her hands, and watched Mad Lion Douluo leave. Then, she put away her smile and looked towards the killing city. A flash of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. 1 year. She had stayed in this hellish place for a year, and she was about to achieve victory in the battle and enter the road to hell and get the opportunity to try to challenge the realm of the god of death. Just when victory was just one step away, they suddenly appeared. And then there was no more. Don't Talk about the road to hell and the realm of the god of death. Now even the city of killing has been razed to the ground by them. A year of experience was ruined like this, and Hulina was in a very bad mood now. But at that time, with Mad Lion Douluo watching over her, she could only smile and wait until he left before she could show her true emotions. I'm so angry. Lina was speechless and stamped her feet on the ground several times in anger. But what's the use? The city of killing is gone, and she has no chance to obtain the god of killing domain. Helpless, she finally took a complicated look at the killing city with beautiful eyes, and then took out the token that Bibi Dong had specially given to her for communication before entering this place. Soon, the news spread that she escaped from the killing city. After a while, a gloomy figure appeared beside Hulina. Uncle, Ghost, your highness. Ghost smiled and cupped his hand slightly. Seeing the familiar figure in front of her, Hulina's eyes flashed with surprise and said, I didn't expect that the teacher would send you to pick me up, but why did you come so fast? As early as when your highness entered the killing city a year ago. I have been waiting around here. The Ghost explained for a moment, then looked at Hulina and asked softly, His Highness has successfully come out of the killing city. I think he has successfully obtained that field. Hearing this, Hulina shook her head. Your Highness, Uncle Ghost, let's go back first. I will explain it clearly to the teacher when we wait for the Pope's palace. After saying that, Hulina took one last look in the direction of the killing city. Yes, seeing this, the ghost didn't say much. It turned into a black ghost mist and enveloped Hulina, and the two of them quickly disappeared. When nearly 10,000 murderers in the killing city were purified by the light of angelic judgment, the killing city, synonymous with sin and depravity, also came to a complete end. The palace of killing and the city of killing were all destroyed. The battle between Lingtian and Qian Renxue was already a complete victory. Chapter 460 The Importance of Tang Chen in Qian Daoliu-039 S Heart. This matter is over. Chen Yu also led a group of soul masters from the Snow Palace back to the far north. Now Lingtian's strength is already at the top of the mainland, so after bidding farewell to him, Chen Zi followed Chen Yu back to the far north, preparing to practice in seclusion for a period of time according to the guidance of the Ice Phoenix God. In the past, her strength was far stronger than Lingtian, but now that she has been surpassed, she must hurry up and improve her strength. Lingtian and Qian Renxue followed Golden Crocodile Douluo and his party back to Wuhan Palace. The sixth divine test of the God of Angels is over, and the seventh divine test that follows is to obtain the divine weapon of the God of Angels, and the divine weapon can only be obtained by returning to the Spirit Hall. In addition, Lingtian also wanted to help him refining the Holy Angel Sword. So after some discussion, the two decided to return to Wuhan Hall first. At the same time, there was one more person in the group. That is Lingtian's master, Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Chen Zin. Originally, he was going back to the Kibao Glazed Sect. But after hearing what Lingtian had said to him before, he finally decided to go to Wuhan Hall again, face the shackles in his heart, and break through the shackles in his heart. So just like this, a group of 9 people set out on the road to Wuhan Palace together because everyone in the team was at least a titled Douluo. The group of people were traveling very fast. From the Wuhan Palace to the killing city. Even if an ordinary person takes a carriage, it will take half a month. In the eyes of Lingtian and his party, they can return to Wuhan Palace in no more than 3 days. While Lingtian and others were heading to the Wuhan Palace, Tang Chen, who had pulled out the bloody 9-headed Bat King as a scapegoat and escaped alive, was rushing to the Haotian sect. His current physical condition is very bad. Just like a candle in the wind, it may be completely extinguished at any time. Not only the body, but also the sea of consciousness was severely damaged. Self-exploding the Shura demonic sword, blowing up 9 soul rings, burning the sea of spirit, etc. If these wounds were placed on an ordinary soul master, there would be no ashes left. Fortunately, this person is Tang Chen, who has been able to support him until now. But if he continues, he won't be able to hold on for long. He had to find an absolutely safe place before he could possibly recover, and this is a safe place. When Tang Chen evacuated from the killing city, he had already chosen a location. Haotian sect. There is no place in the entire continent that makes him feel more at ease than Haitian sect. As the old leader of Haitian sect, Tang Chen in his eyes, the safest place in the world is his direct bloodline in the Haitian sect. Bloodline inheritance has always been the foundation for the sect to continue. Although he has not returned to Haitian sect for 100 years, he still trusts his sect as always. So, after escaping from the killing city, he dragged his broken body and rushed to the killing city non-stop. Originally, at his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to return to the Haitian sect's headquarters, but Nate's injuries were too serious. It is not advisable to drive too fast, so you can only stop and go along the way. Finally, it took 5 days to successfully return to the original location of Haitian sect. However, because Tang Hao killed Qian Renxue, the contemporary pope of Wuhan Palace, the Haitian sect had already moved away from its original Mountain Gate location decades ago. Tang Chen wasted no time this time. However, as the previous sect leader of the Haitian sect, he still knows many of the sect's secrets. Among them, there are several hidden places that evacuate the cultivation point. So Tang Chen took a break and went straight to the remaining several positions. This time, I was lucky. I found the new Mountain Gate of Hao Xianzong in less than a day. However, Tang Chen, who thought it was finally safe, did not know. Now Hao Xianzong is no longer Hao Xianzong in his memory. As early as a week ago, Hao Xianzong had a huge change. Now the entire leader of Hao Xianzong is not someone else. It is his old acquaintance in the killing capital, Zhu Yan. Under Tang Hao's leadership, the killing hall led by Zhu Yan entered Hao Xianzong lightly and easily, and finally received all the forces that Hao Xianzong belonged to the entire forces of Hao Xianzong under a friendly exchange. Don't look at Hao Xianzong's 7 titles. Douluo. The paper is very strong. However, these titles are basically below the 95th level, and the current master Tang Zhao's strength is only 97 titles. Although Hao Xianzong's martial arts Haotian hammer is very powerful, the energy that can give the Soul Division's cross-level battle but the 5 elders can only deal with the title of Douluo about 95. Douluo. As for the most of the Prince Tang Zhao, it is the combat effectiveness of the peak Douluo, which is far from Zhu Yan's enemy. Hao Xianzong will be able to trial the time. Otherwise, the 4 affiliated sect doors will not be resolved decisively at first, and the whole ancestors will not be available to the world. Therefore, when Zhu Yan entered Hao Xianzong, this closing was destined to the results, and these, Tang Chen, who is about to enter Hao Xianzong, doesn't know. After he was still in his heart, after a period of rest, he found out how to find the scene from Lingtian. Nymphonym for Hao Xianzong's affairs will not talk about it for the time being. After 3 days of rush, Lingtian and Qian Renxue and others finally returned to Wuhan Temple. There is a golden crocodile Douluo road. So there is no delay to go to the Elder Hall. But everyone is also divided into 2 people. Among them, the elders of the Golden Crocodile Douluo and Wuhan Temple first traveled. Lingtian is Zuxu, and the 2 of them follow behind. In Lingtian and others, there are long-term streams of premonition when Lingtian and others enter the martial arts temple. At this moment, they have stood in front of the door of the elders, waiting for Qian Zuxu, who successfully completed the god test. Big worship. The elders of the Elder Palace followed the second worship of the Golden Crocodile to salute together. Qian Dou slightly headed and said, "On the way, you have worked hard. Why do you say this? For the future of His Royal Highness and angels, this is what I should do." The Golden Crocodile shook his head and said seriously, "His life is loyal to the vein of angels. It was the case to treat Chihiro, and the same is true of Chivasno. What's more, Qian Zuxu still inherits the inheritance of the God of Angel, and it is not allowed to have a little bit." "What danger did you encounter all the way?" Qian Dou nodded and asked again. "No danger." The Golden Crocodile Douluo shook his head, but then suddenly remembered something. "But this time I was killing the capital, but I met an old acquaintance." "Old acquaintance?" Qian Dou turned over, and a curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Big worship can still remember our martial arts temple, the missing title Douluo Lin left." The Golden Crocodile Douluo reminded Lin Li. "There is a bit of impression." Thousands of thoughts carefully, nodded suddenly, and said, "Oh, remember. I remember that the soul power was here before he disappeared. Level 96. Right. Yes, that's him. Golden. Crocodile Douluo nodded and did not give in. When we were clearing the killing hall this time, their second elder was Lin who disappeared back then. Now his soul power has broken through to the same level as mine. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. The whereabouts of such an unimportant person was of no concern to him. What confused him was Lin's strength. He remembered that the man's talent was limited at the beginning, which was around level 96 or 7 at most. The quality and talent of his martial spirit determined that it was impossible for him to break through to the peak Douluo point. But now, Golden Crocodile Douluo mentioned this person and said that he had already broken through to the 98th level, but his soul power is somewhat special. I could feel it during the fight. He should have used some special method to break through to level 98. Jin Crocodile guessed. It's hard to wait for the elegant hall after all. Qian Renxue shook his head and asked casually in a calm tone, how is he now? I have already killed him in the killing city. Qian Renxue nodded and said no more. From beginning to end, Lin only slightly surprised him. Others have not experienced any fluctuations, and besides that, there's one more thing. Golden Crocodile Douluo glanced at Qian Renxue and then said slowly, we discovered that the king of the killing city is actually the former leader of the Heir sect, Tang Chen. What? Hearing this familiar name, Qian Renxue, who had always been indifferent, was finally moved by it. Originally this name had been sealed in memory. He even thought that this old rival who was both an enemy and a friend had already died somewhere in the Douluo continent in order to become a god, and he even lamented about it several times. But now he was suddenly told that Tang Chen was not dead. Just under his nose, Qian Renxue's eyes became sharp and he said in a deep voice, Jin Crocodile, tell me everything you know in detail. I don't know the specific details of the big offering. Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled bitterly and shook his head, explaining, these things I know are all obtained from Uncle Lingtian. His opponent at that time was Tang Chen, and from what he meant, it seemed he also defeated the King of Slaughter head on. Tang Chen, the leader of the Heir sect, Lingtian, defeated that guy. Qian Renxue's eyes were full of astonishment, and he was really shocked this time. Have a little chat. Golden Crocodile Douluo did not stay and led a group of elders to retreat one after another, and they just left. Lingtian, Qian Renxue and others followed closely. Seeing Qian Renxue waiting in front of the main hall, a bright smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face, and she ran over at a trot. Grandfather, Snow. Qian Renxue smiled kindly and raised his hand to rub Qian Renxue's little head. At the same time, he turned to look at Lingtian. Jin Crocodile and the others just told me that your help is indispensable for Zua to successfully complete the divine test this time. This is what juniors should do. Lingtian smiled slightly. Alright. Qian Renxue glanced at Chenzin beside Lingtian without leaving a trace, then raised his hand and said, stop standing here. Come in together. Then he took Qian Renxue into the main hall. Lingtian responded behind him, looking at the heart around us. Teacher, let's go in. The heart nodded and converged. Then follow Lingtian and entered the hall behind him. Nymphazoon the group seated. Lingtian and Qian Renxue sat on one side, while the heart was sitting behind. Shiner. Qian Renxue suddenly said, Grandpa. Qian? Lingtian said. Qian Renxue put down the teacup in his hand and asked about your most concerned questions. Listening to the Golden Crocodile said that this time you play in the killing capital and the king of killing, and the king of killing seems to be the original Tang Chen. This is true. Lingtian nodded and responded that Tang Chen. How is it now? Why is he in the capital of killing? Silently asked. Qian Renxue asked. Lingtian groaned for a while and asked, Grandpa Qian, your relationship with Tang Chen, you must know that his purpose is to find a god position. Well, Qian Renxue nodded. Actually, in the capital of killing, there is indeed a deity, god, position, thousands of snow, thousands of streams. 3 people who heard this sentence all looked at Lingtian in shock. Well, the position of the god is the throne of Shura. The reason why Tang Chen entered the killing capital of that year was to get the inheritance of this god. That Tang Chen, is it successful? Lingtian nodded, but shook his head again. He is actually very close to success. But Nashura's throne has been polluted by another god, which has led him to the inheritance of his acceptance. In the end, the blood-colored 9-bat king of the killing capital occupied the body. Therefore, Tang Tang. Therefore, Tang Tang. The identity of the morning disappeared on the mainland, and replaced it was the king of killing. I see. Hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded suddenly. Then I knew why Tang Chen suddenly disappeared at that time, and regardless of his Heo Xianzang became the king of the killing capital. Then, now, Lingtian naturally understands what Qian Renxue wants to know. Therefore, I did not sell Guanzi, and the things that happened to the killing capital would not be fine. The focus is on the battle between himself and Tang Chen, and what Qian Renxue wants to know most. Where did Tang Chen go after the defeat? Nympho. So Tang Chen has left the killing capital now. Qian Renxue asked. Lingtian made a slight head and said, but the Shura demon sword burst, coupled with the burning of the spirit, and the superimposed soul-shaped power. Tang Chen. I didn't expect him to be like this. After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. Hearing Tang Chen's hands that Lingtian, who is still less than double 10, can't help but complicated. Think about it at the beginning. He and Tang Chen at that time, whether it was the younger generation or the older, all of them were their opponents. That can be described as unlimited scenery. I never thought that I would lose one day in the hands of the teenager. Imagine. There is not much gap between him and Qian Renxue. Lingtian can defeat Qian Renxue stream and can also defeat himself. Chapter 461 Artifact Upgrade. Qian Renxue and -039's worries. I can't help but feel a little sad. But when he thought that this young man was now his grandson-in-law, Qian Renxue, who had joined him because he couldn't beat him, felt greatly relieved at the moment. My mood suddenly became brighter. As for Tang Chen, have a good trip, old brother. By the way, I also want to thank him for helping me out. Use the prestige he once gained to become a stepping stone for Lingtian. From then on, or the title Douluo in the Elder Hall would know that Lingtian, the fiancé chosen by their highness Qian Renxue in the Wuhan Hall, defeated Tang Chen on his own in less than half a day. Even if Wuhan Palace doesn't have its own majesty, they will still be willing to be loyal to Qian Renxue. And this is Qian Renxue's true thoughts. He will pave all the paths for Qian Renxue before he sacrifices his life for the gods. Immediately, the two of them stopped talking about Tang Chen and began to engage in family matters, exchanging pleasantries. A natural transition to Qian Renxue's divine position. But at this time, it seemed a bit awkward for Chenzin to stay here again. Lingtian also understands this, so he first brushed over the matter of Qian Renxue's throne and was the first to mention why Chenzin returned to Wuhan Palace. Grandpa Qian. Lingtian took the lead and said softly, Xiaoshan has a merciless request. Oh, tell me. Qian Renxue glanced at Chenzin meaningfully. Although Lingtian hadn't made it clear yet, he already had some guesses in his heart. Lingtian would not bring anyone to Wuhan Palace for no reason. And he still has some impressions of Chenzin, or more precisely, his martial soul 7 killing sword. Because back then, there was also a peak Douluo of level 98 who also challenged him using the same martial spirit 7 kills sword, although that man was ultimately defeated in his own hands, but the grace of that sword was still fresh in his memory. Although his soul power is not as good as his own, his understanding of the way of the sword is not much different. It can be said without exaggeration. In addition to Tang Chen, this titled Douluo who wielded the 7 kills sword could also be regarded as half of his opponent. At the very least, Qian Renxue, a 99th level peerless Douluo, could draw his sword to deal with it. This point alone is far superior to all the title Douluo in the mainland. You must know that many people in front of Qian Renxue don't even have the courage to draw their swords and fight, but Chenzin's elder is the only one who takes the initiative to challenge him. Although I can't remember the person's last name. But Qian Renxue could still vaguely recall that there was also the word Chen in that person's name. It seems that they should be descended from the same generation. So he's here today. Thinking of this, Qian Dou couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at Chen Xin point. The latter also did not have the sword bone of the one who fell from the sword and looked at him with the same calm expression. Point. Now that I have made up my mind to break through the shackles in my heart. Point. So the first thing Chen Xin has to do now is to look directly at the fear in his heart. That's right. Lingtian smiled slightly and cleverly stood between the two of them, blocking their sight at the same time. My master Chen Xin once had some connections with Grandpa Qian. I heard that Grandpa Qian's angel holy sword was exquisite and extraordinary, so today Lingtian brought the teacher came to Wuhan Hall just to see Grandpa Qian's swordsmanship. See my sword skills. Qian Dou murmured in a low voice, then looked at Chen Xin with deep meaning and reminded him, there is no problem in seeing my swordsmanship, but my sword has not been unsheathed for decades. Inside and outside the words, the subtext is already very obvious. It's okay if you want to experience my swordsmanship, but only if you can handle it. Point. Lingtian's expression changed slightly and he said, Grandpa Qian, it's just a test of 1 or 2. It doesn't have to be like this, Xiaoshan. But at this moment, Chen Xin shook his head at Lingtian. Teacher, Xiaoshan, my master is Kendo Chengxin. Here. This Lingtian could only sigh helplessly. Point. At the same time, Chen Xin looked at Qian Dou and said seriously, I have been obsessed with swords in my life. In the past, my senior was a mountain to me, but now I want to see my senior's holy sword. Therefore, I have a dusty heart in the art of swordsmanship, so I would like to ask my seniors for advice. Good. As expected of his descendant, however, Qian Dou smiled with satisfaction, and his deep eyes showed a hint of appreciation. Most of his previous words were based on temptation. Point. After all, Chen Xin is Lingtian's teacher. How could he not care about Lingtian's feelings? His real purpose was just to see if this descendant of the Chen family's 7-killing sword spirit had inherited the fearlessness of the original challenger. Now it seemed that Chen Xin's attitude made him very satisfied. What about this competition, senior? Chen Xin said calmly. Qian Dou smiled and said, I have agreed. How about it is scheduled for tomorrow morning? Thank you, senior, for helping me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin raised his hand and saluted. Now that the purpose of this trip has been achieved, there is no need for him to stay here any longer. After talking to Lingtian for a while, he turned around and left the Elders Hall, heading to the Qibao Glazed sect's headquarters in Wuhan City. As the richest sect on the Douluo continent, the Qibao Glazed sect has already spread its footprints to every city on the Douluo continent by opening shops and other facilities in various places as a holy land for soul masters. Wuhan City is naturally no exception. As for tomorrow's battle, someone will be responsible for arranging it. Soon, Lingtian, Qian Renxue, and Qian Dou were left in the Elders Hall. See, this Lingtian is not stupid either. Although he didn't know why he did this, he also understood that the real purpose of Qian Dou's words just now should be to test. Lingtian slightly cupped his hands and said in a sincere tone, Lingtian, thank you so much, Grandpa Qian. Xiaoshan, you are Zuo's fiancé. Why do our family need to speak 2 different languages? Qian Dou smiled indifferently, then suddenly remembered something, and said with emotion, besides, I did have some connections with his parents back then. Grandpa, what's going on? Qian Renxue came over at this moment, her beautiful eyes flickering with curiosity. These are all cliched things, so don't mention them. However, Qian Dou shook his head. Qian Renxue stepped forward and took Qian Dou's arm and said softly, Grandpa, okay, it's just that Grandpa once had a competition with Chen Xin's elders. Unable to stand up to Qian Renxue's coquettishness and cuteness, Qian Dou could only say a few words, then turned his head and said, but don't worry, Xiaoshan, I have my own sense of discretion. When it comes to Chen Xin, the affairs of Chengxin are over now that there are no outsiders in the Elders Hall. It's time to talk about Qian Renxue's throne. Qian Dou looked at Qian Renxue beside him and said solemnly, Zuo, your 7th divine test should be recognized by the artifact, the Angel Holy Sword, right? Qian Renxue nodded lightly. After completing the 6th divine examination, the content of the 7th divine examination had already appeared in my mind. The main content of the assessment is to obtain the recognition of the angel holy sword. That is to say, get the artifact. With Qian Renxue's angel affinity now reaching 75%. Normally there shouldn't be any problem getting the approval of the angel holy sword. The 7th divine test. Qian Douluo nodded and couldn't help but sigh. The 7th divine test. As long as Qian Renxue can be recognized by the divine weapon, there will be no big problem, as long as Qian Renxue completes the remaining 2 divine tests step by step. After waiting for so many years, there is only one step left before the final arrival of the God of Angels. The enthusiastic expectations of so many ancestors in their Wuhan palace have finally come to fruition. A moment of silence. Qian Douluo finally suppressed his inner excitement. Zua, have a good rest today. He gently patted Qian Renxue's shoulder and said softly, tomorrow we will go to the Douluo palace to start the inheritance of our clan's artifact, the angel holy sword. Since the artifact was sealed in the temple for thousands of years, no one has ever come this far. Zua hopes you can be the first one. It is undeniable that Qian Douluo has great expectations for Qian Renxue. He even regards it as the future of the angel lineage. The Wuhan palace is thousands of years of expectation for the god of angels to reappear in the human world now rests entirely on Qian Renxue. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely do it. Well, Grandpa believes in you. Qian Douluo smiled gently, his eyes full of tenderness at this moment. Lingtian coughed twice, looked at Qian Douluo, and reminded him, Grandpa Qian, do you still remember the conversation we had in the pavilion when Sister Zua was absorbing soul bones? Qian Douluo was silent for a moment and said, what you are talking about is the reforging of the divine weapon. Exactly. Lingtian nodded slightly and looked at Qian Douluo with a calm expression. However, faced with Lingtian's inquiry at this moment, Qian Douluo felt troubled in his heart. To be fair, the holy angel sword is a divine weapon related to the inheritance of the god of angels, and Qian Renxue is the only hope that their angel lineage has waited for thousands of years to inherit the divine throne. The inheritance of the angelic throne cannot be lost. Even though Lingtian said it well, the plan sounds good. But Qian Douluo was still a little worried in his heart. Lingtian also saw the doubts in Qian Douluo's heart and suddenly asked, Grandpa Qian, do you still remember my Bingji? Yeah. Qian Douluo nodded without knowing why. My Ice G sword is also an artifact, and its level is even higher than that of the Holy Angel sword. I have successfully refinished artifacts of this level, so I think there should be no problem with the Holy Angel sword. With a thought in Lingtian's mind, the Bingji sword appeared in front of the two of them. At the same time, the Frostian sheath turned into a stream of light and poured into the Ice G sword inside it. The body of the long sword inside is revealed. The icy blue energy threads, like frost dragons, hover around the Bingji sword. Every time he tossed and turned, he released an unparalleled chill. The ice blue longsword had just been unsheathed, and a biting chill suddenly hit his face. Even Qian Douluo, a peerless Douluo, couldn't help but shudder. Seeing this scene, Qian Douluo couldn't help but be shocked. Even he, Qian Douluo, was exposed to such a powerful divine weapon for the first time. Even the angel holy sword that he observed day and night was far inferior to this Ice G sword. Grandpa Qian, this is my Ice G sword. Lingtian smiled slightly, and at the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and gently swiped forward. Suddenly, an ice blue sword wave rippled away, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out with the two people as the center. The light blue light spreads layer by layer, followed by a cold breath. Disperse. Then, he waved his hand back, and the Bingji sword slowly disappeared. Grandpa Qian, what do you think of my sword? Qian Douluo was silent for a long time, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to before, your sword is much stronger, even if it's on par with mine. Unimaginable. Lingtian, who was far from his opponent a few months ago, is now far stronger than himself. Besides, your sword is extraordinary, compared to before. Qian Douluo was silent for a moment, as if he was still thinking about the sword strike just now. After a long time, He finally came back to his senses and said with a touch of shock in his tone, it seems to have a little more spirituality, and the power of the sword is completely different from before. This is how to use my upgraded ISG sword. Lingtian smiled calmly and looked at Qian Dou point. Although this is not complete point, because the ISG sword in Lingtian's hand is no longer the original martial soul projection point, but it is a super artifact in the true sense. Bingji point. In addition, Lingtian had previously used the Ice Dragon King's soul bone to strengthen the ISG sword point. Therefore, the current reputation of Bingji sword in Qian Dou's eyes is completely different from before. Therefore, the improvement of Ice G sword this time is not only due to the strengthening of Ice Dragon King's soul bone point, but the main purpose now is to make Douluo recognize the benefits brought by strengthening the artifact. So with a little exaggeration, it should be okay, right? Thinking of this, Lingtian nodded silently. At the same time, he recognized his own thoughts in his heart. How can it be improved so much? Hearing this, Qian Dou was shocked. I also added some special materials to the reforging of the artifact. Lingtian smiled slightly and said, I still have to thank Grandpa Qian for the heart of ice and snow that he gave me. Without his neutralizing artifact and reforging materials, it would not have been as smooth as before. It turns out that thing is called the heart of ice and snow. After hearing Lingtian mention this matter, Qian Dou recalled it and waved his hand. If you put it in your hands, it can be put to its best use, otherwise it will be useless in our Wuhan hall. So, Grandpa Qian. Lingtian paused for a moment, looked at Qian Dou, and asked, now that the materials to help Sister Zua upgrade the artifact are ready, what do you think of the upgrade of the Angel Holy Sword? I think Grandpa Qian also wants to increase the power of the Angel Holy Sword to a higher level, right? This facing Lingtian's question, Qian Dou fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that the transformation and improvement of the artifact could actually improve it so much. True. Now Qian Dou is indeed a little moved by it. After all, the stronger the Holy Angel Sword is as the weapon of the God of Angels, the more helpful it will be to Qian Renxue. But then again, he was still worried that, if the reforging failed, it would have an impact on Qian Renxue's inheritance of the angelic throne. If this was really the case, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. Chapter 462 Angel Sword. When Qian Dou was young, he traveled to Douluo continent for many years. I have also visited many strange places. For example, I once visited a lava field and heard the wise words left by a master, I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Now this sentence is most suitable to be placed on Qian Dou. It is true that if Lingtian successfully transforms the Angel Holy Sword, its power will definitely be enhanced. But the risks that come with it are beyond his ability to bear, even if the probability of failure is low. But the Angel Holy Sword is related to the inheritance of the Divine Throne, and he is not willing to take any risks. Ziotian. Thinking of this, Qian Dou was about to politely refuse. But when the word came to his lips, he looked at his granddaughter, who seemed to be thinking about it. As the inheritor of the God of Angels and the true control of the Angel Holy Sword in the future, Qian Dou felt that he still had to follow Qian Renxue's true inner thoughts at this moment. So he turned around. Snow, Grandpa. Qian Renxue raised her head in response and blinked her beautiful eyes. Qian Dou looked at Qian Renxue calmly, pondered for a moment, and said quietly, I think Ziotian has already told you about the Angel Holy Sword, right? Yeah. Qian Renxue nodded lightly, not hiding anything. Qian Dou didn't mince words and asked directly, what do you think of Ziotian's method of reforging the artifact? Hearing this, Qian Renxue pondered slightly. She looked at the Bingji sword in her hand, bit her red lips, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, Grandpa, when we were in the far north, I witnessed Ziotian improving the level of the artifact Bingji. So I believe that with Ziotian's understanding of artifacts, he will definitely be able to improve the Angel Holy Sword. Zua. Grandpa also believes in Lingtian's ability. Qian Dou was silent for a moment, but reminded him, but the Holy Angel Sword is related to the throne of God. Once a problem occurs, there is no chance to make up for it. You must think carefully. After A moment of silence. Qian Renxue raised her head with firm eyes. Grandpa, I still believe in Zhaoshan, and I also want to have a holy sword of my own. No matter what Qian Douluo tried to persuade her, she still believed in Lingtian in her heart as always. But unlike what Qian Douluo thought, she was not gambling with her angel status, because in Qian Renxue's heart, Lingtian will definitely succeed. If we can't talk about failure, how can we talk about gambling? Why, seeing this, Qian Douluo took a deep breath, but finally shook his head helplessly. I wonder if it was Qian Renxue who convinced him. It was her persistence that moved him. That's all. Since you have made your decision, I have no choice but to support you. After all, the angel throne and the angel holy sword belong to you. Grandpa just hopes that you will not regret your current choice. Qian Douluo shook his head slightly and said seriously, Grandpa, don't worry, I won't regret it. Qian Renxue nodded solemnly and looked at Lingtian beside her. Hear the word Qian Douluo smiled slightly. Just like what he said, leave the power of choice to Qian Renxue. I hope that Lingtian's reforging of the holy angel sword will go well this time and will not affect the inheritance of the divine throne in the future. Qian Douluo then stopped thinking and changed the topic. In that case, Zua, you go down and rest first. And prepare well for tomorrow's artifact test and inherit the angel holy sword of our lineage. Regarding this, Qian Renxue nodded lightly. After a pause, Qian Douluo looked at Lingtian and said, as for Zhaoshan, please stay here for a while. I still have some things to tell you. Lingtian nodded gently. Zhaoshan, Qian Renxue looked at the two of them curiously, always feeling that they were hiding something from her sister. Zua, please go back first. Lingtian smiled gently, indicating that Qian Renxue didn't need to worry. Oh, Qian Renxue left in response. He turned back 3 times in one step, still looking at the two of them curiously. After Qian Renxue walked away, Qian Douluo turned to look at Lingtian and said, Zhaoshan, since Zua has decided to trust you to help her forge the angel holy sword, I will not stop her. I just hope that you must be careful when the time comes. After all, the holy angel sword is related to the inheritance of the divine throne, and there is absolutely no room for error. Grandpa, Qian, don't worry, I'm absolutely sure about refining the artifact. Qian smiled faintly. Qian Douluo also smiled when he heard this and said nothing more. Since that girl Qian Renxue has decided to believe in Lingtian, he can only give her a little reminder. Besides, the reason why he stopped Lingtian just now was not all because of the reforging of the artifact. Zhaoshan, Grandpa, Qian Dou, you still remember the agreement we made at that time? Qian Douluo suddenly reminded him with his hands behind his back. Lingtian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. What Qian Douluo said was nothing more than that when the divine throne was passed on, he would use his body as a sacrifice to start the final inheritance of the god of angels. He had already told Lingtian when he was in the pavilion. Grandpa, Qian is only in his 7th exam now. When Zua successfully inherits the angel holy sword, the 9 angel examinations will not be far away. Qian Douluo put his hands behind his back, shook his head and sighed, then turned his head and looked at Lingtian seriously. Before this, I hope Zhaoshan can help me keep this secret and never tell Zua. I know. Lingtian agreed with all his heart. But in fact, he was already thinking about how to ensure that Qian Renxue could inherit the position of angel god. Save Qian Douluo's life. This would be very difficult for others, but Lingtian, as the reincarnation of the ice god, had many alternatives in mind. While he was thinking, to sacrifice for the birth of the god of angels is what I want in my life. Qian Douluo didn't know what Lingtian was thinking, so he turned around and walked up to him, patted his shoulder gently, and said, when Zhaoshan introduces you, Zua will be left to you. Grandpa, Qian, don't worry, I won't make Sister Zua sad. Lingtian nodded, but his response sounded a bit wrong. However, Qian Douluo didn't care. At the same time, the conversation changed to a lighter topic. Tomorrow, while Zua is passing on the holy angel sword, the competition between me and your teacher will be held in the martial arts field behind the elders hall. How about that? Everything is entirely up to Grandpa Qian. Lingtian nodded and responded, well, I'll first go and deal with the preparations for Zua to pass on the Angel Holy Sword tomorrow. As for Zhaoshan, you'd better go to Zua quickly. I think that girl should be waiting outside the Elders Hall. As he spoke, Qian Dou showed a smile on his lips, and at the same time, glanced meaningfully at the palace door. Lingtian also smiled knowingly, and then cupped his hands and said, Grandpa Qian, then I will leave first. But, Qian. Dou waved his hand and said, go quickly, don't keep that girl waiting. Lingtian bowed and saluted, then turned and left. Qian Dou stood quietly in the room, looking out of the hall with deep eyes. Seeing his granddaughter's expectant expression, a wry smile appeared on his face. My granddaughter is old, I can't keep her now. Even his grandfather is worried now. Shaking his head with emotion, Qian Dou walked into the depths of the hall with his hands behind his hands. There is one thing he said rightly. The inheritance of the Qian Renxue Angel Holy Sword tomorrow is of great importance, and it does require some preparation in advance. Make sure there won't be any problems in the inheritance of the Holy Sword tomorrow. It's the same sentence as before. The inheritance of the God of Angels divine position is their Qian family's lineage. After countless years of waiting, Qian Renxue is the only successor to the god, who is incomparably suitable for the divine position. At the same time, outside the Elders Hall, Qian Renxue put her hands behind her back and stood quietly at the door from time to time. I poked my head out and waited eagerly. Finally, seeing Lingtian slowly walking out of the hall, the smile on Qian Renxue's face became even brighter. Zhaoshan, you finally came out. Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue's appearance with a smile on his face. He walked quickly in 2 steps and came to him. At the same time, he reached out and gently took Qian Renxue's catkins and said softly, Sister Zua, didn't I tell you to go back first? I was bored when I went back alone, so I waited here for a while. Qian Renxue responded softly, while raising her hand to gently brush a strand of golden hair. Then, let's go back now. Lingtian smiled gently and wrapped his palm around the small hand. Qian Renxue nodded lightly and walked hand in hand. When Lingtian was young, she held her hand and protected him from wind and rain. But now that the relationship has been confirmed, he is holding Qian Renxue's hand, and at the same time he has taken over all the responsibilities and shouldered them all. The golden hair fluttered in the breeze. Qian Renxue followed Lingtian quietly with a happy smile on her lips. Time flies by in a flash. In the blink of an eye. The next day. The early morning sun shines on the sky of Douluo Hall, and the originally brilliant golden roof now shines even more brightly under the sunlight. At the same time, in front of Douluo Hall. This is the top of the highest mountain in the entire Wuhan Palace. Lingtian and Qian Renxue had already walked hand in hand, and the 2 figures stood side by side in front of the Douluo Hall. And in front of the 2 of them. Qian Dou, who was dressed in white clothes and robes and dressed meticulously, was already standing in front of the hall, waiting for the 2 of them quietly. He values the inheritance of this angel god more than anyone else. Grandpa Qian, grandfather, Lingtian, and Qian Renxue said in unison, cupping their hands. Qian Dou nodded slightly. Then he looked at Qian Renxue and asked with a hint of concern on his face, Zua, are you ready? Grandpa, don't worry, Zua is ready and can start the inheritance at any time. Qian Renxue smiled slightly, with a look of anticipation on her pretty face. Okay. Qian Dou smiled and nodded. At the same time, he placed his hands on the stone doors on the left and right sides of Douluo Hall. Then there was only a loud bang, and the door in front of the Douluo Palace slowly opened. Let's go. With that said, Qian Dou walked into the hall first. At the same time, Lingtian and Qian Renxue followed closely behind. Soon, we walked into Douluo Hall. At the end of the long red carpet, the sculpture of the God of Angels is still lifelike. On the angel holy sword raised high in his hand, a bright golden flame is burning. There is also this peculiar charm and brilliance flowing on it, which marks its difference from other statues of gods. Qian Dou slowly walked to the statue. Then he put his hands on his chest and bowed respectfully to the statue. At the same time, Qian Renxue also learned well point as a descendant of the angel lineage. My awe for the god of angels comes from the bottom of my heart. Lingtian stood aside. Put one hand on your chest and bow slightly as a salute. The god of ice and the god of angels are both first level gods in terms of god level. However, the god of angels became a god much earlier than Lingtian, so Lingtian's actions are justified. God of angels. It's a pity. Looking at the statues of gods in front of him, Lingtian was silent for a moment, but shook his head with regret. Since the breakthrough to title Douluo, all the sealed memories have been released, and he also knows something about this long lost angel god. If it weren't for the war back then. Based on the evaluation of the god of angels in the divine world, the divine status will never stop here. Fortunately, she finally succeeded in passing on her divine status compared with those gods whose thrones are buried deep in the corners of the continent and no one cares about them. The inheritance of the god of angels has been enjoying the worship of angels since its emergence. Although she also fell, her ending was much better. Snow. Qian Dou looked at the statue with deep eyes and recalled, "Grandpa, I remember you asked me why the angel statue in Douluo Hall is different from the one outside, right?" Qian Renxue also recalled the past and nodded slightly. Smiling, he added, "Grandpa always followed me at that time, and he will tell me why when the time comes. Now, Grandpa can tell you the reason." Hearing this, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes lit up. Lingtian, who was also on the side, also turned his head and looked at the grandfather and grandson curiously. "Your feelings are correct, Qian." Dou gently pointed at the divine sword held high by the statue and said in a solemn tone, "Because this statue is the only inheritance statue truly descended by the god of angels, and the stone in the statue's hand is the sword is actually the divine weapon of the god of angels, the holy sword of angels. The stone sword in the statue's hand is the angel's holy sword." Hearing this, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes widened with shock. The divine sword has a spirit. Whenever our Wuhan palace encounters danger, it will help us drive away powerful enemies. As a guardian of the angel lineage, Grandpa can also slightly mobilize part of the power of the divine sword, just like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Dou's eyes flashed with sparkle. At the same time, put your fingers together. Point at the divine sword in the statue's hand and tap it gently. Buzzer buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the divine sword sealed by the boulder trembled slightly. "Zua, feel this power. Now is the time for you to accept the inheritance of the angel holy sword." Chapter 463 Equal treatment of Qian Dou. As soon as the words fell, a magnificent divine power fluctuated from the middle of the angel holy sword. Under the control of the thousands of streams, the golden magical light of Qian's golden power was wrapped in the Qian Renxue under the withering statue. The angel mark deeply in the heart of Qian Renxue's eyebrows is constantly flashing at this moment. At the same time, a voice of Huangzhangda suddenly sounded. The seventh test of the angel god, the inheritance of the angel holy sword now starts now. Focuses on the spirit. Seeing this scene, Qian Dou had expected, and Shen Sheng reminded, the breath of the holy sword will guide you to go to its seal place. Will it be recognized by the angel sacred sword at that time, and it will really pull it out. The scabbard depends on your ability. Grandpa believes you, you can succeed. The sound of Qian Dou passed through countless light, and it flowed into the ears of Qian Renxue. "Grandpa, I know." Qian Renxue felt something, and when he was sitting in the same place. Both palms are flat on the knees, and the power of the artifact traction from thousands of streams is carefully appreciated. Soon as the angel marks that continued to flow into the heart of the eyebrows, Qian Renxue's consciousness was under the package of energy, and it floated out of her body. When she returned to God, her consciousness had already entered the stone sword. At the same time, in the whole process, she felt that her consciousness seemed to enter a chaotic space. And in this space, it is a piece of Jinshankan, just like the ocean. In the center of the space, there is a building like a platform. The surrounding altar is that there are countless golden lights rising at the center of the space. The golden light reflects the entire chaos space and spread out. Looking along the light, these beliefs of the light column converge. The center is connected in the center to form an oval energy vortex point at the same time. The energy atmosphere of the light is also the ripple fluctuations of ripples in a circle. It's there the angel holy sword, sensing everything around. Qian Renxue muttered to himself. She can clearly feel that the angel holy sword of the seventh god of the angel god is in the vortex. As the inheritor of the god of angel, you can be contacted. Immediately, Qian Renxue no longer hesitated. In the beautiful eyes, I went to Zion to have a firm color, and at the same time, the angelus wings behind me were expanded, leaving only a touch of golden light and shadow in the air. In the air, looking at the eyes, Qian Renxue rushed to the place where the vortex had quickly rushed. All the way to reach the light of the light all the way. Sensing the breath of the god of angels, the light is left and right to give up a path. Qian Renxue quickly entered the altar of the angel holy sword. I saw that the space in front of me was extremely wide, as if it was composed of countless golden light spots. Raise your head. The golden vortex in the sky above the sky is rolling. Only standing here can we find that the position of the vortex is actually facing the center of the center, although there is no explanation. But looking at the circular dents in the middle of the altar, Qian Renxue felt something in his heart. If you want to complete the inheritance belonging to the angel holy sword, you should not be related to the light of the light in the altar. Without any hesitation, she stood on the altar. Next moment, a burst of light surged. The next moment, a new light rising, holding Qian Renxue into the vortex. In the sight of Qian Renxue, the surrounding pieces are all Lingtian. Wait until she returned to God. His body has come to the center of the vortex, but it feels like bathing in the golden ocean. The wings behind that are slightly vibrated. Qian Renxue flew into it. When a thin golden curtain is passed, it has already come to the center of the vortex. The power of the golden faith condensed into a ray of thin lines, hovering in it. These are the power of faith collected by Wuhan Temple over the years. Because the god of angel has fallen, the power of this faith has not returned to the god of angel, but accumulated in the withering image of the god of angel. And in the vortex, Qian Renxue can be seen that a huge stone sword with a length of about 10 meters is quietly suspended. She giant sword tip facing down. On the stone sword, there are countless golden patterns, which contains a mysterious energy inside. Then angel holy sword, although the stone sword in front of him is far from the angel holy sword in the record. But as the gods inherited by the god of angel, Qian Renxue recognized the origin of this sword as soon as possible. Only the angel holy sword can you have such a holy power. Call thousands of Renxue. Took a deep breath. Put your hands on his chest, and at the same time a bright golden light burst out from her palms. The light was instantly incorporated into the angel holy sword. The stone sword has been sealed in this countless years, and now it feels the breath from the god of the angel. The golden pattern on the surface of the stone sword immediately blooms the golden light. At the same time, a vast and sacred atmosphere ripped out of the angel holy sword. It shows the majesty of the angel, the majesty of the artifact. At the same time, Qian Renxue felt something, and the straight body came to the stone sword. She knows what she should do now. The angel holy sword is in front of it. Control it, and own it. This is her current goal. After Qian Renxue took a deep breath. Looking at the stone sword in front of him, his hand slowly held the hilt wrapped in the stone coat. Then, for a while, at the same time, the three extreme forces of holy, bright, and hot, constantly flowing in the body, poured into this self-proclaimed angel sacred sword. She wants to use her soul power to communicate this dwelling sword to get it recognized. Boom. Rondon. The fluctuation of the sword caused suddenly the sudden change in the sky and the air. At the same time, the golden pattern on the stone sword suddenly bloomed with a circle of golden ripples, and under the cover of this golden ripple, the angel holy sword suddenly became more and more different, exuding a hint of sacred atmosphere. And this sacred atmosphere is just like Qian Renxue. It is like the rigidity on the grassland. Only those who can be recognized by the holy sword in strength can become its true owner. In other words, the angel holy sword must choose the inheritor of the god of angel. But the inheritors of the god of angel are not necessarily the master of the holy sword. Among them, there are the assessment of the holy sword. And now the wrestling. It is the first assessment of the angel holy sword to Qian Renxue. pull the angel holy sword out of the base point. The process of wrestling is destined to be long point, and this is also the battle that belongs to Qian Renxue. Only when she really gets the recognition of the angel holy sword, the 7th assessment of the god of angel will really end point, and she will also take the first step to become a deity point. That's right, only by really get the artifact recognition. She is a real path to the god of the deity point nymph or nympho at the same time. Douluo temple point. Seeing that Qian Renxue has begun to receive the test from the angel sword, the task of Qian Dou, the god inheritor of this deity, has come to an end. Whether the next success can be successful depends on Qian Renxue himself. Zuir must be successful. Qian Dou murmured in his heart, and his deep eyes looked at the angel statue in front of him. Respect again. I gave a gift again. Now he worshipped the angel god. I hope that when he is 100 years later, the angel statue in the Douluo temple will become the worship of thousands of believers. Ocean, let's go out too. Then Qian Dou turned his head silently and greeted Lingtian around him. Lingtian also retracted his eyes and turned around. He believes in Qian Renxue. Just like Qian Renxue believes in himself. A small angel sacred sword is definitely not difficult to live in her at this point. Lingtian has confidence. Backquote. With a stuffy sound. The door of Douluo hall slowly closed. Lingtian and Qian Dou have come outside the door, leaving Qian Renxue alone to receive the assessment of the angel holy sword. Standing in front of the stone gate of Douluo temple. Lingtian raised his head and looked at the air. Now, because of the inheritance of the god of angel, the upper ups and downs of Douluo has been shrouded in the golden light, especially on the tip of the temple. Let's go. Qian Dou looked back and looked at the mountains not far away and slowly said, just take advantage of this kung fu to complete the discussion that yesterday agreed. It is not far from the position of Wuxan city there, and a white figure is standing on the top of the mountain. It is Jian Dou Chengxin. Yesterday, the battle with Qian Dou has been set. So wait here early in the morning. Thank you, Grandpa. In the blue eyes of Lingtian, I also saw the familiar figure. Therefore, thank you slightly to express your gratitude. It's okay. Qian Dou waved his hand and said calmly, what is a little thing in the relationship between you and Zuir? Besides, I also know about his sword, which is compared to his ancestors, small. For a while. Looking back, Qian Dou asked, so Ocean, do you want to go with me or stay here to wait for Cha? The juniors are trying to see the strength of Grandpa Qian. Lingtian glanced at Douluo temple and felt a few familiar breaths, so he smiled and said, and Sister Zuir is in Douluo temple. Here is a golden crocodile predecessor guarding. What can I do? Thousands of streams didn't say much, and they also smiled. As early as yesterday, Lingtian showed Bing's sword. He already knew that Lingtian is now the same as before. Now he is already a strong one at the same level as himself. It has been treated equally in the heart of Qian Dou. Therefore, it is not surprising to feel the atmosphere of Gold Crocodile Douluo and others. Then, let's go. After speaking, Qian Dou looked back at the dark place and said, Golden Crocodile, Zuir's safety here is taken care of, no matter what identity, no one can step on this, promise. A thick and low male voice came from the secret place, followed by the figure of the Golden Crocodile. Thousands of streams are not hesitant. Lift your feet and leave the Douluo temple directly. Then, it turned into a touch of shadow, plundered towards the Douluo temple. Golden Crocodile Senior, please. Lingtian arched his hand slightly in the Golden Crocodile, and then he didn't say much. Bing Feng wings opened, and the body turned into a stream of remnants. The two figures blinked in the clouds in the distance. The Golden Crocodile nodded, and two figures left. At the same time, I can't help feeling in my heart. Remember, Lingtian half a year ago was still a Soul Dou, but now it makes him not be able to reach. There are talented people in the Jiangshan generation, and a generation of newcomers change the old man. But fortunately. Although the leader of the Douluo continent is not from their martial arts temple, it is the master of their martial arts temple in the future. His federation of his royal federation. Such an identity can also shelter the martial arts temple. At least a century. The martial arts hall will inevitably go to the next level. Nympho at the same time. Just when the good thing is on the elderly temple. The Pope hall headed by Bibi East has recently felt uncomfortable. The first one is the crushing of the heavenly Dao Empire. And the plan of the unique occasionally in the Star Luo Empire is also hindered. The trend of Chao Tang. The official status of the officials who originally voted for the martial arts temple is subtle. Under the double blows of the Star Luo Empire and Daimyo Bay, it is necessary to lose heavy losses. Fortunately, those officials who did not expose their martial arts temples, their situation was also not good. At the same time, because of the encounters during this period, they were originally grass-headed. They rely on the martial arts temple to depend on the martial arts temple. It can be said. Although their martial arts palace remained part of the power in the Star Luo Empire, it is now the general trend, and the defeat has been set. The remaining officials could not afford any storms in the Star Luo Empire. In less than 2 years originally, the layout of the two empires of Star Luo now lost power, and lost all over the past. The planned unified continental plan was severely hit, unprecedented at this moment, especially for a new one to promote this and realize the contemporary Pope of the martial arts palace in the heart, the situation where the two empires have lost one after another, making it difficult to accept it. Now. Bibi sit on the Pope's throne in the East End. Holding the scepter tightly in my hand, the face was cold and frosty. Peng, with a stuffy sound. The scepter hit the ground heavily. A man in the hall lowered his head and lowered the temperature in the entire Pope Palace instantly to the freezing point. Did the Star Luo Empire investigate clearly on the Pope Hall? Biggen's eyebrows took care of everyone and sinking asked. On her left hand side, the elder Jumao Luo Yugwen, who was loyal to the Pope Temple, and the position on the right side was originally a elder who was loyal to the Pope Temple. But now he has a task that he has not returned. In addition, loyalty to the Pope Hall is among the digital bishops of His Majesty, all of which are among them. However, in the face of Bidung's problem, the audience still remains absolutely quiet. Bibidang's cold eyes are around. Chapter 464 Bibidong and -039, S shock. Finally, he stayed at one of the 4 platinum bishops of Wuhan Palace, Lord Yura, who was also the person in charge, stationed in the imperial city of Star Luo Empire. The status is equivalent to Salas in Qian Dou City. Why doesn't anyone say anything? Bibi Dong stared at Lord Yura, her cold voice without any warmth. Bishop Lord Yura, I remember that you are solely responsible for the Star Luo Empire's plan, right? Now, should you give me a reasonable explanation? Your Majesty the Pope, please listen to your explanation. Platinum. Bishop Lord Yura knew he couldn't escape. The subordinates are incompetent. He could only bravely step forward and said with a trembling voice, since Daimyo Bay's level in the Star Luo Empire, my subordinates have been sending many secret guards from our spirit hall to infiltrate Daimyo Bay's command point to find clues about this matter. Daimyo Bay is extremely vigilant, and our people cannot enter the core location to collect intelligence. Furthermore, I have also sent some people to other forces during this period. But there are also no clues. Please also ask His Majesty the Pope to atone for your sins. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Yura lowered his head in shame. For the current situation in the Star Luo Empire, Lord Yura, as the bishop, is shouldering the responsibility. He is absolutely inseparable from Daimyo Bay's ability to turn the situation around right under his nose. The only thing Lord Yura can do now is to correct his attitude and admit all his dereliction of duty as the bishop of Star Luo City, hoping to alleviate Bibidong's punishment on him. Bibidong knocked on the chair with one hand and frowned slightly at the same time. Looking at a few people with cold eyes, his tone couldn't help but become a little more serious. It's been a month and no news has been found. This is the ability of those of you who call yourself the elites of Wuhan Palace. If you can't even find out any information about the power, what's the use of the Wuhan Palace supporting you? While speaking, Bibidong couldn't help but tighten the scepter in her hand. Creak. If she hadn't been in the Wuhan Palace, she would have barely been able to control the anger in her heart. Despite this fierce murderous intent swept through the entire Pope's palace in an instant. except for Douluo Yuguan. Everyone else knelt down on the ground with a muffled thud. Lord Era trembled all over at this moment. He was like a shrunken turtle, not daring to breathe in front of Bibi Dong. Why, you're all mute, Bibi. Dong's cold voice echoed in the Pope's palace, with soul masters and bishops kneeling on both sides. His Majesty the Pope, we are really trying our best to investigate. Unable to withstand the pressure, Lord Era still spoke point, because he knows that, if he doesn't speak now, he will probably never speak again in the future. Bibi Dong's majesty has been engraved in her bones. He knew the character of the Pope very well. Bibi Dong sneered, lowered her voice, and asked, have you tried your best? His Majesty the Pope, please give me another month. In 1 month, I will definitely make a breakthrough. Lord Era gritted his teeth. His face was pale, and he was sitting down to make his final defense. Just like before, Bibi Dong tapped the armrest again. But this time the sound sounded like a reminder to Lord Era, making him shudder. He was afraid that when the sound stopped, his life would also come to an end. At the same time, Bibi Dong looked at the kneeling people. Let her kill Lord Era. This is obviously impossible. Although he is unlucky in his work, it is the time to employ people now, and it will be difficult to replace him in a short period of time if he is to be killed. So Bibi Dong's real purpose this time is just to give a warning. And now Lord Era's reaction naturally made her very satisfied. But acting still has to be complete. In this case, I will give you one last chance. After pondering for a long time, Bibi Dong warned with a sullen face and a cold voice, if you haven't investigated clearly the forces behind Daimyo Bei in the Star Luo Empire, there is no need to return to the Spirit Hall. Mark my words, please. His Majesty the Pope, rest assured, my subordinates will definitely do their best. Lord Era quickly leaned over to express his loyalty. A look of satisfaction flashed in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to beat Lord Era, a guard suddenly rushed in from outside the Pope's palace and knelt down on one knee with his hands clasped in fists. His Majesty the Pope. When Bibi Dong frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. For Your Majesty the Pope. The guarding knight bowed respectfully, put one hand on his chest, and reported, Her Royal Highness the Saint and the Ghost Elder have returned to Wuhan City. I hereby allow my subordinates to report first. Naya is back. Bibi Dong was slightly startled, and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. It took her 3 years to successfully obtain the Killing God domain from the City of Killing. Although Naya's soul power and soul bones are now stronger than her own, it is impossible to do so. No matter what point before the year is up, will you successfully obtain the Killing God realm and leave the Killing City. But then again, if she had not obtained the Killing God realm, Naya would not have been able to leave the Killing City. But Bibi Dong felt a little unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Bibi turned her head and looked at Yuguan. As the right-hand man of the contemporary Pope of Wuhan Palace, Yuguan needs help for many things. He was also aware of Hulina's entry into the Killing City for training. But face this matter, the latter also shook his head with a confused look on his face, not knowing the reason. Let Naya and the others go to the Pope's palace to meet me first. In response to this, Bibi Dong held her forehead with one hand, and at the same time, waved her hands irritably to the people below, and said, as for you, except Elder you all should go down first, and remember this, Emperor, this is your last chance. Yes. Hearing that Bibi Dong did not punish him for this, Lord Era was immediately overjoyed. He nodded respectfully and quickly exited the Pope's palace, for fear of being settled by his queen. At the same time, all the bishops behind him also saluted and exited the papal palace. Fortunately, Her Royal Highness the Saint returned to Wuhan Hall in time and saved them once. Otherwise, when Bibi Dong digs deeper, none of them will be able to escape their involvement. Or the rustling after a sound of footsteps. Everyone left one after another soon. Only Bibi Dong and Yuguan were left in the huge palace. What? A bunch of trash. Bibi Dong recalled that under the leadership of Lord Era, the great state of the Star Luo Empire was declining day by day. In the end, she couldn't help but raise her scepter and hit the ground hard. Winter and winter. Suddenly the Mars on the floor splashed. His Majesty the Pope. When Bibidong's anger diminished slightly. Yugwen persuaded the saying, the situation is already the case at the moment. It is better to consider how to solve the Star Luo Empire. Snort. Bibidong did not refute his words, but just hummed. She also knows the current situation. It was just sitting on the chair with a somber complexion, and a pair of narrow eyes flashed. It seemed to find ways to solve the problem of the Star Luo Empire. For example, the relationship between the Empire and the Presbyterian Temple today is closely related. She had to take care of the opinions of Qian Dou, and naturally, she could not surge against the Dao Empire. So, even though the situation of the Star Luo Empire is not good, it can only be opened from here. There is only this breakthrough now. After a moment of silence, Yugwen suddenly asked, His Majesty, do you really want Lord Ila to continue leading? Do we in the martial arts temple of the Star Luo Empire? Right. Now we are not in the martial arts hall, and we can only continue to be left to Lord Ila. Or, what's a good way do you have? After speaking, Bibidong looked at Yugwen. His eyes were calm and serious. I think I can transfer the Ceres of the Heavenly Dao Empire to the martial arts hall of the Star Luo Empire, to let him deal with the relationship between the Star Luo Empire. Then Ceres. What about Dao Cheng that day? Bidong's eyebrows picked. His Majesty of the Pope is like today's fighting empire. We can actually not intervene at all. One heard the words, but shook his head with a bitter smile, and explained at the same time, instead of letting him still be doing nothing in the heavenly fighting empire, it is better to transfer it to the Star Luo Empire. To play the rest. Will be worse than Lord Ila. Lingtian and Qian Renxue, especially the latter. She represents the entire Presbyterian hall. Even if he leveraged the 10 guts of Ceres, he did not dare to move his mind under the eyelids of Qian Renxue. It can be said. Even though Salus has all kinds of ideas and ambitions, he has no room for his play in the Heavenly Dao Empire. Yugwen thought for a while, and added again, if you are worried about the problem of Qian Dao City, we can adjust Lord Jelia to the past. Ceres. Bibidong put on the handrail with one hand and knocked on a rhythm. At the same time, thinking about the feasibility of Yugwen's strategy in my heart, sometimes nodded, but frowning from time to time. Frankly, Yugwen's plan is very good. However, there are many problems that need to be solved in terms of details. It is also a problem with deployment. There is no anxiety about this month. He stood silently and waited for her, thinking. His Majesty. At this moment, the Knights of the Pope Palace at the door reported again. Elder Ghost and His Highness, and even in front of the Pope Temple, wait for the Majesty of His Majesty. Now arrived? Let them come in. Bibidong returned to God and waved his hand. Promise. The guard knight gets up and leaves the hall in response. BB looked at Yugwen on the east side and groaning for a while. I'm thinking about Ceres's matter. Everything is entirely up to His Majesty. Gwan nodded slightly, said no more, and stepped aside. Soon Ghost Douluo and Hulina walked into the Pope's palace one after the other. Your Majesty the Pope. Ghost Douluo bowed respectfully. Teacher. Hulina also said respectfully, well, now, thank you for your hard work along the way. Bibidong nodded and looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. This is what subordinates should do. Ghost Douluo cupped his hands, then stood back to his position, looked at each other with his old friend Yugwen opposite, and began to make eye contact with understanding. Yugwen, why did you and Her Majesty the Saint come back so early? Ghost, I don't know either. Yugwen. Ghost. While the two of them were making eye contact, Bibidong was also confused about Ulina's early return. Bibidong had a gentle smile on her face and said, come Nana to the teacher's side. Teacher, who? Lina nodded gently and walked up to him. After practicing in the Killing City for almost a year, Naya has become much more mature than before. Bibidong smiled slightly and then asked casually, although this year's experience is hard, it is worth it. You should also understand the power of the God of Death domain now, right, teacher? I have not obtained the Killing God realm. But when faced with Bibidong's inquiry, Hulina shook her head. No, you didn't get the Killing God realm. Bibidong was stunned for a moment, and then asked in disbelief, it's impossible. If you didn't obtain the Killing God realm, how did you leave the Killing City? Could it be halfway Through speaking, Bibi Dong glanced at the ghost. Your Majesty, I don't know either. The latter also shook his head in confusion. At the same time, Bibi Dong also withdrew her gaze. She also knew that it was impossible for Gui Mei, a 95 level titled Douluo, to take people out of the killing city by force. Since there are no external reasons, the only possibility can only be inside the killing city of killing. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong half squinted her eyes, leaned slightly off the backrest, and asked in a serious voice, "Nana, what happened?" "It's Qian Renxue and Lingtian." On the way back, the ghost also explained to Hulina what happened during this time. She learned about the relationship between Lingtian and Qian Renxue from the ghost's mouth. They are in the killing city. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, then Xiang Ming suddenly understood something, and asked in a deep voice, "Does your departure from the killing city early have anything to do with the two of them?" Who? Lina nodded and explained the reason. In this way, they and several titled Douluo destroyed the city of killing. Because I was not infected by the city of killing, I was able to save my life, and was sent out of the city of killing by them. The leader of our Wuhan Hall side is the second priest of the Elder Hall, His Majesty Golden Crocodile Douluo. After speaking, Hulina lowered her head. Even though the reason for not successfully obtaining the killing god domain is not her fault. But thinking that I had disappointed the teacher and failed to fulfill her request, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Where is the King of Slaughter? Could it be that the Golden Crocodile solved it? Chapter 465. Lingtian and Qian Dou learned from each other. Probably not. Although I did not witness that battle with my own eyes, from the analysis of the aftermath of the energy diffusion at that time, the person who defeated the King of Slaughter at that time should be Lingtian. It's him. Bibi Dong's eyes were full of shock, but soon she understood why Qian Dou had agreed to their engagement in the first place. No wonder with Lingtian's talent, how could Qian Dou disagree? Even I can't help but feel a little moved by the powerful man who can rival peerless Douluo under the age of 20. At the same time, Yu Guan and Gui Mei both had their eyes widened with astonishment. Who would have thought of this? Even the two of them couldn't help but doubt life. Have all their years been in vain? After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong suddenly said, "Nana, tell me every detail of what happened in the killing city." That's it. At the same time, just when Bibi Dong was shocked by the destruction of the slaughter city, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Wuhan city, swords and gold clashed with each other. The two greatest swordsman masters in the world. The Wuhan Hall is dedicated to Qian Dou and Qibao glazed sect Chengxin. The battle of asking swords has already begun. Lingtian, who was the only spectator present, was standing on another hilltop that was slightly shorter. He folded his hands across his chest and watched the sword showdown. At the same time, he is always vigilant and will take immediate action to interrupt the battle if an unexpected situation occurs. With Lingtian's current strength, he can do it. Ding ding ding. The sword shadows of the Holy Angel Sword and the Seven Killing Sword overlap, constantly intersecting in midair and enveloped by sword light. Shenzhen kept a solemn expression and fought with him cautiously. And Qian Dou is indeed a peerless Douluo. Even if his opponent is Kendo Chengxin, he is Yundan Fenking from the beginning to the end. This battle is for him. It really just means literally to teach. Bite. The Angel Holy Sword in Qian Dou's hand slid down just in time to block Chenzin's 7 kills sword. At the same time, the tip of the sword was raised upwards and aimed directly at Chengxi Computer's arm holding the sword. The latter was startled and quickly returned the sword to try to block it. But this played right into Qian Dou's grasp. Immediately, the Angel Holy Sword pierced the 7 kills sword, and the Phantom of the Angel Martial Spirit appeared behind him. The Phantom of the Angel Martial Spirit moved similarly to Chenzin, raising the Holy Sword in his hand and slashing it down at the same time. At the same time, a huge force was transmitted from the body of the Angel Holy Sword to Chenzin's chest. The latter groaned. The 7 killing sword flew out of his hand and dissipated. At the same time, the whole person flew out. The moment it landed, dust flew up, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. With Chenzin's defeat, this discussion came to an end. Qian Dou waved his hand, and the Angel Holy Sword slowly disappeared. Your sword is different from his. He looked at Chen Xin and commented seriously, although you are not my opponent now, if you can continue to improve, you may not be able to defeat me in the future. Chen Xin's sword does have merit. This exchange of swordsmanship also made Qian Dou feel refreshed. Chen Xin, who was defeated at the same time, slowly stood up at this moment. Although he was defeated and disgraced, he was not affected in any way. On the contrary, his eyes at this moment are constantly flashing with brilliance, and his whole person's temperament is completely different from before, with a completely reborn attitude. At this moment, the fighting spirit on his body is even far better than before. Congratulations to the teacher and break through the shackles in your heart. Lingtian smiled slightly, leaped from the peak, and congratulated him in front of the heart. Ocean, the teacher finally understood. When a sword defeated the hand of Qian Dou, the thoughts that were originally couldn't figure out in the heart were open-minded at this moment. He suddenly found that there was nothing to lose to Qian Dou. Although he is far stronger than himself, he is not much different from his understanding on the kendo alone. It is this perception. Let the heart completely defeat your own demon. For your own kendo in the future. It is full of motivation to move forward again. Failure is not terrible. The terrible thing is the courage to face it. Since then, the teacher has no obstacles to marking Chuan along the way. Lingtian smiled slightly. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ocean, satellite TV can have the present perception, thanks to the loss this time. I didn't wait for the Chengxin to finish, but Lingtian smiled and asked, teacher, with the relationship between your two people and apprentices, you still need such politeness. It's wrong for the teacher. The heart smiled dumbly and nodded warmly. Then he patted the dust on his body, walked in front of Qian Dou, and gave him a gift. Dust. Heart. Thank you seniors to enlighten me. In this regard, Qian Dou is slightly, if it wasn't for the relationship between Lingtian, Douluo, which was placed in the past, he is even more impossible for him to advise and enhance the strength of other forces. The heart also understands this truth. At the beginning, his father fell in the hands of Qian Dou, which was also for this reason. If there is no Lingtian, it is impossible for him to challenge the flow. But in the end, you must also inherit the love of Qian Dou. Therefore, this gift is thanks to thousands of religions, and also thanks to their subordinates. At the same time. After a gift is completed, the dusty heart feels at this moment, the Qian atmosphere of the whole body was scattered around the surroundings without controlling it. Breakthrough. At the same time, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He also saw that the heart had a unique perception in one of the swords, but I never thought that his breakthrough would be so fast. But just after the fight ended, he had touched the following threshold. After a while. He opened his eyes, and at the same time, his face could not help but show up a touch of joy. It seems that the understanding of this time is definitely not easy. In the discussion of the predecessors, I felt slightly in my heart, and the soul and kendo had made breakthroughs. Speaking, Chengxin suppressed the soul power in the body slightly, and at the same time he got up and said to Qian Dou, gone. The breakthrough on the soul power and the kendo is what the heart is demanded for life. Now that he has to see hope, he will naturally not let go. Then he stopped staying more. Step on the 7 killer sword, and a few of the flash disappeared into the sky. Wait until the dust is left. Lingtian also turned his head to look at Qian Dou, and sincerely grasped his hands. Thank you Qian's shot to help the teacher successfully break the demon. I haven't given him much help. Qian Dou looked at Chen Xin's retreating figure. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. In the world of swordsmanship, your teacher has become a school of his own. I would never let such a person go. After saying that, Qian Dou looked at Lingtian. The profound meaning hidden in it is already self-evident. Thank you, Grandpa Qian, for taking care of me. Lingtian smiled calmly, obviously understanding what he meant. He showed this friendship. Hahaha. Qian Dou smiled and said, no more. Talking to smart people is so easy. After another small talk. The two of them were talking, and the topic somehow came to Tang Chen. The battle with Chen Xin just now ended, just after he had stretched his muscles. At this moment, Qian Dou felt that there was still something unfinished in his heart point. In addition, Lingtian has now been able to defeat his old opponent head on. He has not encountered Qian Dou who can compete with him in decades. There is something strange in the eyes. When he looks at Lingtian point, he also longed for an evenly matched battle, and originally thought he had no chance point. It can only end with regret point. But now Lingtian's appearance has given him something to look forward to point. While Qian Dou was thinking, Lingtian, who had completed his goal, was also preparing to return. Grandpa. Qian, let's go back now. Xiaoshan, wait a moment. Grandpa. Qian. However, at this moment Qian Dou suddenly stopped Lingtian, and in his otherwise doubtful eyes, he asked with a hint, Xiaoshan, your current strength should be a peerless Douluo, right? Lingtian stopped, thought for a moment, and said humbly, although my current soul power level is at level 96, if we look at the actual combat effectiveness, I should be able to reach the peerless Douluo level. This was already a modest statement on his part point, judging from his battle with Tang Chen at that time. The fighting power he displayed must be that of a peerless Douluo point. Even more than that, peerless Douluo is pretty good. After listening to Lingtian's description, Qian Dou murmured in a low voice point. There was even a glint in his eyes. Grandpa. Qian. Then, before Lingtian could speak again, Qian Dou was the first to say, Xiaoshan hasn't had enough fun with the battle just now. Now that Zua has not completed the god test, how about you and me fight again? Grandpa Qian. In response to this, Lingtian was slightly stunned at first point. I still don't understand the different meanings of Qian Dou's actions. Xiaoshan. Qian Dou side point. Then he expressed all his thoughts without any intention of hiding anything. So after hearing what Qian Dou meant, Lingtian nodded suddenly and asked, so you want to do some exercise? Since Tang Chen disappeared, I haven't made a move for decades. If I don't find someone to discuss with me, my old bones will become rusty. After a moment, Qian Dou shook his head with a bitter smile. Point being too strong also has the troubles of being too strong. Point just like him, he had no rival after Tang Chen disappeared. Point and even the strongest person in the Elder Hall besides him, the second enshrined golden crocodile Douluo, couldn't make a few moves under his hands. Then again point in fact, Qian Dou had already given into the discussion with Chen Xin just now. Point otherwise, let alone a few moves, he wouldn't even have a chance to draw his sword. Listen to the meaning of Qian Dou's stream. Point Lingtian is not pushing off, nodding. In this case, the younger generation will learn from Grandpa Qian, and then I hope that Grandpa Qian can be merciless. Xiaoshan's discussion this time you have to get up seriously. However, Qian Dou shook his head and reminded, I have not shot greatly for many years. This junior understands. Seeing this, Lingtian smiled bitterly and touched his nose point. But you can only promise point. If you want to release a few soul skills casually, this compensation is over. But it is impossible to look at the posture of Qian Dou. This is another suffering. Just go to that mountain peak. What do you think I can? For a little communication, the two have determined to play point. It was not delayed point. After thousands of flows and Lingtian, the white and ice blue wings scratched a beautiful arc in the air. The two had come to the mountain peak that was tens of meters higher than the tens of meters higher than the blink of an eye. Point the two are one left and right, standing on both sides of the mountain. Grandpa Qian, then let's start. Lingtian smiled at the same time, and at the same time, the big ice sword appeared in the palm. Point the field of ice is followed. Point suddenly a cold meaning shrouded the entire mountain peak. Point however, in the moment, except for the location of the thousands of streams, the other grounds are completely covered by ice. The eyes are all crystal clear ice, and the cold and bitter breath is everywhere. Field. Qian Dou lowered his head and looked at the white robe that had been stained by the frost. Point there was a hint of appreciation in the eyes. Then he waved his sleeve. Point the iced coldness surrounded by the cold retreat instantly. Replaced by this is a sacred and bright atmosphere. Point at the same time, there is a faint open arms behind it, as if tolerate all the holy atmosphere, and a white angel with a white angel. Point this is his field of angels. However, Although it is all holy atmosphere, it is still slightly different from the angel field of Qian Renxue before. The field of Qian Dou gives Lingtian more deeper, but there is also a little unique hot atmosphere of thousands of snow. This is not better than anyone who is better than whom. It can only be said that their fields have their own advantages after the continuous expansion of the angel field in the Bingbu field of Lingtian. After a fierce competition, the boundary between the two fields was divided into 2. On the left is the field of ice in Lingtian, and on the right is the field of angel flow. Also, invite Grandpa Qian to teach. During the talk, the cold Mang in Lingtian's eyes flashed. Bing Yanjian waved forward at the same time. A ice blue sword wave was formed immediately, and it was cut towards the Qian Dou stream. But, seeing the magnificent Lingtian, Qian Dou Liu showed a satisfactory color. Hold the sword in his right hand, shake his arms. It was also a cold light flashing. As a sword tip refers to a sword, air is shining straight, and the speed is very fast. Bang bang. Suddenly, the ice layer of the powerful energy fluctuations burst instantly. Immediately after two swords, the sword key exploded suddenly. The energy generated is spreading around, and some of them are bombarded on the stone walls on the left and right cliffs, and some of them crush the boulder around the peaks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Ice God Real Body vs Angel Real Body. For a while, flying sand. But this extent is nothing to the 2. Before the sand and stone crushing ice, it was already a crushing of bombardment. Wait until all dust landed. Grandpa Qian's strength is really extraordinary. Feeling the field of angels that compatible with himself, Lingtian couldn't help but admire it sincerely. No wonder Tang Chen's guy is not your opponent. Thousands of streams also praised Lingtian's strength without hesitation. For the first time, I have tested the depths of each other. Seeing the strength of Lingtian's strength, it is even more stronger. While I feel shocked, I feel that I'm also happy to look forward to this discussion. Ocean. Next, I have to be serious. Immediately, I saw Qian Dou converging, the smile on her face, but Lingtian nodded. His eyes also became dignified. That's it. In the next battle, you must fight. Although he had previously defeated the peerless Douluo, even Tang Chen, who was stronger than it. But don't forget that he was the body that had been invaded by the blood-colored 9 Bat Kings for decades. The overall strength has not been improved for more than 10 years, and there is also a decline. Contrary to it. The strength of Qian Dou stream has been in an orderly improvement these years, so in terms of comparison, the strength of Qian Dou is now much stronger than Tang Chen's strength. Although Lingtian Bingjian's power is strong, after all, Qian Dou has been immersed in the field of peerless Douluo for decades. It is not inferior to the former. This test is not to win. Qian Dou wants to find the right opponent, and before leaving, he is heartbroken. Lingtian also wants to test her strength. So in this battle, both of them have already played 12 points, although it is a discussion point. But the war of the two is not weak. On the contrary, they attach great importance to it, and there is no negligence. Nympho at this moment. On the top of the mountain. The two figures are one left and one right, and the boundaries of the cold and holiness are clear as the momentum of both parties continues to increase. The wind and clouds on the top of the mountain suddenly changed, a horrible oppression sweeping the entire mountain peak. Heavier, unable to breathe, the ordinary soul master could not get involved at all. However, this invisible deadlock was quickly broken. With a light vomiting. Woo. Soul true body. Thousands of streams were raised, turning into the angel virtual shadow of 100 piece high, and a pair of wings slowly opened. Angel feathers exude a bright holy light halo in the sun. Looking at the floating angel feathers floating in the sky in the distance, the sacred and magnificent momentum. Lingtian's heart is not only secretly deserves the top of the mainland, just like the field of angels. The feeling of martial arts in Qian Dou brings different feelings to Lingtian. More aggressive and oppression. But Lingtian was not too surprised, because within his expected, in this way, I should also come up with my strongest strength. The Corner of the mouth is slightly upright. Point the next second. Ice. God is true. Lingtian. Drank a violent, and his body rose instantly. Point almost in the blink of an eye. A body shape also grows a few feet. Standing like a riddle. Point he was wearing the ice god set, and he held the same magnificent ice sword, and he exuded a cold, noble and majestic momentum on his body. A strong breath that made the heavenly trembling shivered from him. Point this kind of coercive aura belonging to the gods is even stronger than the aura of Qian Dou, the power of frost. Listen to my orders. A majestic roar suddenly sounded. Point Lingtian raised the ice divine sword in his hand, and the ultimate ice soul power in his body surged out. Point however, in an instant, countless frosts and ice suddenly condensed around them, and at the same time, the ice realm took this opportunity to spread to the surrounding area. Snowstorm, the fury of ice, and snow tornado, etc. Point Lingtian's self-created soul skills were thrown out one after another immediately. Infinite frost sword energy and endless frost blades descended from the sky, overwhelming Qian Dou. Point I was overwhelmed at the time. Point see the situation. Self-created soul skills. All of them are self-created soul skills. Qian Dou narrowed his eyes slightly. Point when Lingtian releases his soul skills, there is no soul ring. Point so it means that all his soul skills are self-created. Point looking at the self-created soul skills one after another, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. You must know that creating self-created soul skills is no less difficult than cultivating soul power. In addition to talent, creating self-created soul skills also requires a lot of time to explore how soul power operates in the end. Even if you create your own soul skills, it also wastes a lot of time. Point for example, Feng Zai Ocean from Shen Feng Academy is a typical negative example. Point it is because he is obsessed with the research of his own soul skills that he has a talent that is not weaker than that of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. But his soul power is far behind. Point therefore, most soul masters generally wait until their soul power can no longer be improved before they delve into self-created soul skills, just like Tang Chen. Point never before has anyone been able to improve their soul power and create their own soul skills at the same time. Point and now, the young man in front of him, Lingtian, broke his inherent thinking time and time again. Point not only did he not lose his soul power, but he also created his own soul skills that were not weak in power, and more importantly, he had more than one soul skill. He discovered. Point the more you know about Lingtian, the more secrets this young man has, but now is not the time to think about this. What he has to do now is to concentrate on enjoying this competition. Now that I have created my own soul skills, I have to show some real skills. As he spoke, Qian Dou's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He also has to show his true skills. Angel Holy Sword. His hands danced as fast as lightning, and streams of brilliant sword light suddenly erupted from his body. Point then an enlarged version of the Angel's Holy Sword formed in front of the Angel's shadow, accompanied by a loud sword cry. Point Qian Dou held the Holy Sword in front of him with both hands and just waved a sword energy. In an instant, the icy cold storm raging around him was completely swept away. Point the afterglow of the Angel's Holy Sword filled the entire sky. Cut. The words just fell. Point the sword light in his hand flew out instantly, turning into countless sword rain streams. Welcomed the countless frost soul skills displayed by Lingtian. All of a sudden. Point the entire mountain peak has been filled with ice light and sword shadows all over the sky. Break. Following Qian Dou's loud shout. Point the Angel's Holy Sword in his hand pierced straight into the ice and snowstorm. Point the sword's edge turned. Point the holy light instantly bloomed in the center of the storm, and the powerful energy completely broke the ice and snow vortex. Point as the holy sword rotates back and forth. Point the power of ice and snow that filled the sky was finally completely destroyed by the sword. Point first time fighting. Point for now, Qian Dou is slightly better, but Lingtian smiled indifferently and didn't care that his attack was broken. Condensation. Lingtian raised his right hand holding the sword. Point in addition to the soul power in the body, energy from the surroundings also surged in. Point all of these were the power of ice that had been repelled by Qian Dou before. They did not disappear directly into the air under the destruction of the holy sword point. Instead, it lurks and floats in the air at this moment, under the call of Lingtian. They gathered on the Bingji sword again. Moreover, the entire condensation speed is very fast, but the huge ice sword shadows containing unparalleled sharpness are also quickly formed in midair as the sword shadow gradually solidified. Bursts of biting sword sounds echoed in this vast valley. Hush, rest, sword energy crisscrosses, and terrifying soul skills are brewing. See this scene. Qian Dou looked surprised. I didn't expect Lingtian to have this trick. It is indeed a self-created soul skill. Even though the soul skill has been defeated by him, the soul power contained in it has been successfully preserved. But this can be called his opponent. Qian Dou's expression was solemn, and he raised the holy angel sword in his hand above his head. At the same time, the pair of holy wings of the angel's true body slowly unfolded, and the angel's body was now filled with divine light. At the same time, the soul power in his body was poured into the angel holy sword. Suddenly, the sword was filled with light, as bright as a blazing eye. In midair, circles of holy halo surround it. At the same time, infused with the power of frost. At this moment, the Bingji sword burst out with cold light, and the ice blue light was particularly dazzling. At the same moment, 9 ice blue soul rings appeared around Lingtian one after another. Bingji, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 soul rings lit up at the same time, flashing with dazzling light, and floating up and down regularly. At the same time, Lingtian raised the ice G sword in his hand, and slashed it down towards the ground. Suddenly, an icy blue sword light tore through the void. The blade of the sword carries an unparalleled sharpness, pointing directly at Qian Dou. Well done. Looking at the fierce ice blue sword light, the angel holy sword in Qian Dou's hand was also ready to go. At the same time, the angel's shadow suddenly swung forward. Suddenly a white rainbow penetrates the sun. A sacred and dazzling white sword light burst out from the sword body and attacked Lingtian. Finally, 2 figures that looked like gods collided in midair. The energy in their wuhans and surged, and their soul powers continued to collide. A sacred and cold aura permeated the surroundings. Then there was another loud bang. Lingtian's Bingji sword and Qian Dou's angel holy sword collided again. The energy containing the sacred and cold soul power of the 2 people formed a shock wave that spread towards the temple for 4 years. In an instant, a large hole seemed to be torn in the entire air. The air was filled with the aura of sacred and cold soul power. They rippled out like water waves, and their momentum swept around like a landslide and tsunami. Boom, and the battle between the 2 has just begun. The energies of the angel holy sword and the Bingji sword are constantly colliding. Terrifying energy fluctuations are continuously transmitted to the surroundings. The power of ice and snow on the mountain cliff has also completely collapsed. Frost and frost debris are flying everywhere in the sky, like a violent wind and rain. I have to say, whether it is Lingtian or Qian Dou, their strength can be said to be the pinnacle showdown in Douluo continent. Their momentum is even rarer in the world. Papal Palace. Bibi Dong just learned about the killing city from Hulina. After knowing that it was Qian Renxue and Lingtian who completely purified the city of killing and destroyed their apprentice Hulina's experience in the god of killing field, their mood became a little complicated for a while. And just when she lost her mind, the energy aftermath of the battle between Lingtian and Qian Dou came. Although it was transmitted from there to Wuhan Palace, the energy has weakened a lot. But in the induction of senior soul masters, it is very clear sensing the energy fluctuations at this moment. It even feels like being there. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes full of shock. This power is that old guy Qian Dou. The next moment, Bibi Dong jumped out of the Pope's palace, staring into the distance with her eyes, murmuring in a low voice, "Who on earth can actually make this old guy use his martial soul avatar?" She was shocked by it in her heart. Who else in the entire Douluo continent can master such strength? Following closely behind, Yuguan, Gui Mei, and Hulina also followed closely behind. Although it is not as obvious as Bibi Dong's name, they still feel the powerful aura. This power is so strong. Gui Mei and Yuguan looked at each other, and both of them saw a strong look of horror in each other's eyes. This soul power aura should be a big offering, right? The Ghost murmured softly, staring at the elder's hall not far away. Hearing this, Yu Guan nodded. After taking a deep breath, he reluctantly calmed down. When they joined the Wuhan Palace, they had all heard the legend of the great enshrinement to Qian Dou. Now that the Wuhan Palace has such an important position in the Soul Master world, most of them are because of the intimidation of Qian Dou. But despite this, when they joined Wuhan Palace, Qian Dou's only opponent Tang Chen had disappeared. Therefore, I have never seen the true strength of Qian Dou. Now that I saw such a scene with my own eyes, I couldn't help but take a breath. Yu Guan turned his head sideways and asked suddenly, "Old ghost, if you were to be Da Feng Feng's opponent, how many moves would you be able to withstand?" The ghost didn't say anything, but pointed a finger deep inside. "One move. I can't hold on even one move." The ghost shook his head, sighed, and said solemnly, "It's not just me. I'm afraid that, even if the two of us join forces and display 2 levels of static fields, we may not be able to take the next move. The strength of the great worshipper is too strong." Hearing this, Yu Guan nodded and stopped asking any more questions. His thoughts coincided with those of the ghosts. Qian Dou was simply too powerful. They simply can't bear the thought of challenge. While Gui Mei, Yu Guan and others were amazed, Hulina frowned slightly and looked at the ice rings that were bursting out on the horizon in the distance, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. "I seem to have seen this cold soul power somewhere." Chapter 467 Qian Renxue and -039, S Pride. Boom. At this moment, the energy fluctuations came again. Feeling this familiar soul power fluctuations, Hulina's mind subconsciously remembered the scene of the killing capital of the time. A familiar figure appeared in front of her eyes, and Hulina immediately pointed to the ice light in the distance, blurted out, "Yes, it is him. It is him. This soul power fluctuates. His Royal Highness, Naya, what are you talking about?" In this statement, Bibidong, Yuguan and Ghost Charm have come back. Eyes or doubts, or look at Hulina in surprise. "That person is Lingtian, who?" Lina raised her head and looked at Bidong with a firm face. "I can be sure that the teacher's fluctuations are exactly the same as that of the original killing capital." Lingtian, hearing the words, Bidong was slightly froze. Turning around, the look in the beautiful eyes showed a little abnormal. Lingtian and Qian Dou flow. How could they suddenly get up? Thinking of her, narrowing her eyes here, she was caught in thinking. This is not bleeding the Dang Tongson. No one can think of the huge battle of Lingtian and Qian Dou, and there is no special meaning. Just because Qian Dou's hands are itchy and want to learn from Lingtian. Thousands of streams. Lingtian, Bibidong murmured, his eyes circulated. Nympho at the same time. It is not only Bibidong. Elder Douluo, the title of the Presbyterian temple, also senses the soul power of the thousands of streams. Immediately, like an enemy, they all rushed out of the room to prepare for the enemy. But before they got out of the elderly hall, they were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Big worship." Hearing the words, this group of elders of Douluo suddenly stunned. The spin looked at each other one by one, and then put his eyes on the golden crocodile standing in front of him. "I have seen 2 worship after a party." The same expression was confused. The golden crocodile nodded, and then explained to the people calmly, "When the energy fluctuated just now, the great worship and His Royal Highness Lingtian discussed it. You don't have to worry about it. I see. It seems that the big dedication is crossing today, and you must point to the Lingtian hall for 1 or 2. Hearing the words, everyone nodded. I didn't say anything, and slowly retired from the outside. Although the golden crocodile Doro is talking about it. But they also subconsciously thought that this was Qian Dou's guidance. Lingtian. You need to know. This is a 1000 stream, one of the strongest recognized by the entire Soul Division world. To be honest. These worship and elders, even if they are together, are not the enemy of others after all. Most of them did not participate in the killing capital of the killing point, and with the return of the killing capital, the battle between Lingtian and Tang Chen has not spread yet. Therefore, everyone and other impressions of Lingtian still stay in the title Douluo. After all, from the last engagement to less than a month. No matter how much the strength is improved, it is impossible to improve the strength to the peerless Douluo level side by side. So, in their hearts, subconsciously classified as a guidance, watching a group of people away, the golden crocodile Douluo also returned to the worship hall. Continue to guard Qian Renxue. However, the site is from time to time in his memory. Great worship has not been moved for many years at the same time as his opponent, Lingtian. The brilliant record of the killing capital at the time was also what he experienced. So the current golden crocodile Douluo is also a little curious. One is the old man, and the other is the first person of the younger generation. Who is the last victory. It is really looking forward to it. Nympha top of the mountain. At this time, the battle between Lingtian and Qian Dou has reached the stage of heat. The angels behind the two of them and the Bingshen crossing shadow fought with them. Now it is much darker than before. It can be seen that the two have consumed a lot of soul power at this moment. The two were separated again, caught in a short stalemate. Grandpa Qian, so here, if you continue, it will be difficult to end. Lingtian took the lead and broke the deadlock. Before that, my teacher taught you kendo. It is better to set the victory and defeat with the last sword. What do you think? Good. Hearing Lingtian's words, Qian Dou was slightly first. He also understands Lingtian. Although the two of them still have more than half of their soul power, this is just a discussion point. If it was injured in the end, it could not be committed for a few months, which would not be committed. Coupled with the hearty battle before. Qian Dou has been addicted, so I agreed. Then, the last sword, Lingtian said. Bing Yi's sword raised his head. Suddenly, the Bingshen fiction behind him turned into a pure frost force, which was completely poured into the Bingjian sword. For a while, the cold was overflowing. Instantly the ice blue sword skyrocketed several times, and the surrounding cold was condensed into a frosty dragon, accompanied by the Lingtian sword, and the ice dragon stuck a domineering power roar in the sound of dragons flying towards Qian Dou's stream. In contrast, there was a touch of cold mang in Qian Dou's eyes. At the same time, hold the angel sanctuary in his hand. The angel behind you also integrates into the holy sword. Suddenly, the holy Guanghua blooms from the holy sword. It's like a bright moon, exuding bright halo. Angel, holy sword, with a clear voice sounded. The gorgeous sword light poured down like the galaxy and went straight to the Lingtian. The next time. Galaxy and Binglan collide together. With the sound of a harsh impact, a gas wave visible to the naked eye, with the collision of the two, spreads towards the 4 weeks. Bang. Boom. The air wave rolled out and exploded in the air, whether it is rocks or grass and trees. They are all torn by horrible energy surplus waves. The rocks of the sky are mixed with the soul power of the two people, falling down like a meteorite rain, smashing towards the ground. Even the peaks under the feet were cracked. The frosty dragon is still growing. The angel holy sword of Qian Dou is also a sharp edge. One time. Dust eye. The entire mountain peak was covered up by ice mist. Even the title Douluo, it is difficult to see the situation in it. And this situation lasted for a long time. And suddenly there was a shocking loud noise. Ping. The next moment, the two figures quickly shot out of dust and smoke. Their figures scratched a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell on the mountain peak opposite the left and right, leaving a deep pit at the foothold. Boom. Haven't waited for the two to stand firm. As the peak of their battlefield, the middle of their battlefield can no longer bear the strength of the battle. In a loud noise, the peak was completely crushed. For a while, the dust flies. Not only that, in the process of filled with dust, cracks inside the mountain's fast speed. Within a moment, the entire mountain has been spread all over the mountains. Eventually the soil collapsed in a loud noise. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire mountain peak has been razed to the ground, and it has become a broken mountain. Stone, gravel, and wait until all dust landed. Thousands of streams and Lingtian waved at the same time, dispelling the soul barrier in front of him. I ignored the limits of this mountain peak. Looking at the broken mountains that have been shattered today, Qian Dou frowned slightly, and it was a pity. That it was a pity. Don't misunderstand. He is not a pity for the collapse of the peak. The reason why Qian Dou sighed was because there was no result in this battle. Just now Shan Feng couldn't bear the impact of their soul skills, so it was fidgets directly. And the battle between the two. I have to come to an end. The tiger-headed and telltale game has regretted, Grandpa. Qian is not as good as this battle today. How can we tie the hand? Lingtian proposed. I heard. Qian Dou nodded and agreed. That's it. Although this discussion did not have a regrettable victory in the end, it is already satisfied that someone can accompany himself to reach this level. Small for a while. Qian Dou turned his head and sighed. Xiao Shan's strength should not be weaker than me. In terms of soul power, he really witnessed the speed of Lingtian. It's still merciless. Lingtian smiled humbly and looked at the direction of the martial arts hall on the side, guessing. We have been studying for so long. I think the inheritance of Sister Zui's side should be over. It's time to go back. Qian Dou also nodded with agreed. Then the two did not stay too much and rushed back to Wuhan Temple. Nympho at the same time. Worship the palace. Artifact space. Qian Zuxu's trial continues at this moment. Qian Zuxu held the hilt of the angel god sword tightly with both hands, and the angel wings behind him kept waving. Angel holy sword has coincided with the soul skills of Qian Dou. So from this chapter, the angel holy sword to the angel holy sword is changed to distinguish it. Although the stone coat on the surface of the angel god sword in the vortex is not broken, compared to the efforts of Qian Zuxu, a large number of broken cracks have appeared on the stone coat. A ray of holy glory is scattered from the gap. This is the light that belongs to the angel god sword, which makes the vortex full of holy atmosphere. At the same time around her vaguely, there is a layer of golden light. Kaza. Over time, the speed of the broken stone clothing becomes slower and slower. However, the breath of the sword wrapped inside it becomes clearer with the increase in the cracks on the stone coat. At the same time, there was the horror coercion that was unique to an artifact. It was always releasing the sacred atmosphere towards Qian Yuzu, trying to force him to put down the angel god sword in his hand. Qian Yuzu was facing all the pressure from the god sword at this moment. At the same time, there was no confusing voice in my heart, and she was constantly persuading her to give up. Give up the sword. Let go. Let go. Why do you need to bear this pressure? Give up. No, I will never let go. However, in the face of seducting his abandonment in his mind, Qian Yuzu still chose to clench his teeth, and his hands held the sword of the angel god sword with both hands, and continued to persist. But as 100 years of waiting for the martial arts hall, the god of the angel god. How could Qian Yuzu bow his head in front of a god sword? Besides, the person she loves is Lingtian. In the future, it will become the ice god of the god world. Although the first level gods can bring the family roles to the god realm together, but she is Qian Zuxu. Even if she can't help Lingtian too much, she must not accept her ascending to the god realm and become a hind leg of the vase. Although she believes in Lingtian, she won't complain about herself anyway. But her pride is not allowed. Thousands of Snow. Virgin of Wuhan Temple. Hidden for dozens of years. His Royal Highness of the Empire of the Heavenly Dao Empire. There is a well-organized well in the court of Dali, from the Emperor to the 100 officials at the same time. It is also Douluo on the continent. Although her light was covered a lot in front of Lingtian, she also had the pride and self-confidence as a genius. She is different from other women. Qian Yuzu's living environment has been destined to have a strong personality and independent personality. Although she is not as good as Lingtian now, she does not want to be a woman who only knows how to hide behind the man. She needs to use her own strength to support the sky for the people she loves. Confidence and light. The inheritance of the angel divine sword is just the beginning. She can't be defeated here, so even if the real angel god comes in herself, she will not give up the angel god sword in her hand. I will definitely get it. Qian Zuxu's face is full of stubbornness and resoluteness. Just then. The angel marks deep in Qian Zuxu's eyebrows seemed to feel her determination. A golden god mango shot a golden magic in the light, and a golden runes were formed slightly in the air on the closed Qian Renxue just feels that the soul is slightly trembling. It seems to have established a delicate connection with the angel god sword in front of him. This is she. Suddenly understood something. The next moment, her eyes were slightly closed, and her whole body was rising suddenly. The next second, a dazzling white light erupted on the angel god sword. A horrible energy erupted, just like an eruption volcano. Along with the trembling, the angel god sword trembled, and the cracks on the sword became more dense. Then there was a loud noise. The stone coat attached to the sword finally fell off at this moment. Boom. Bang. A series of deafening fried sounds continuously rang through the sky. After the body of the angel divine sword fell off, it turned into a luminous break through the vortex. Later, it was straightened in the air like the new owner to show his power as an artifact. Come, Qian. Renxue drank lightly. The god sword in the air immediately responded, and sounded to Qian. I used no. Chapter 468 Artifact Space. Disappear. Immediately, she stretched out her slender jade hand, gently held the angel sword in her hand, raised her arm, and moved it slightly, and suddenly dazzling sword energy bloomed on the blade of the divine sword. Like fireworks in the night sky. In an instant, golden light filled the entire artifact space. At the same time, Qian Renxue's already strong divine aura increased several times in an instant. Especially on the tip of the sword. The golden light is like a burning flame. Boom. The sword energy swept through the entire artifact space with a loud noise. Various degrees of cracks appeared on the surrounding golden light curtain at this moment. After one blow. Qian Renxue, who had tested the power of the divine sword, also had the soul power of the third zone. At the same time, the golden divine light surrounding the body also returned to the divine sword, and returned to its original calm. This is the angel sword. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes were full of excitement. A pair of catkins gently caressed the angel sword from the tip to the hilt. After taking off the hard stone clothes, the angel sword at this moment was more beautiful than before. Appears to be extremely light and flexible. The sword body is light and elegant, with a golden texture throughout. The hilt of the Excalibur is shaped like 6 outstretched angel wings, and there is a bright gem in the center. The gem emits a pale golden fluorescence. Qian Renxue seemed to feel something, and her soul power poured into the divine sword along the hilt. At the same time, with the continuous injection of soul power, the light at the center of the angel sword is constantly changing. It started out as a pale golden color and gradually deepened. Until finally, it transformed into a shining golden color. And it's not over yet. On the contrary, when the golden light fills the entire angel sword, these bright fluorescents will emerge from the gems. Then it spread upwards along the blade of the angel sword, until the entire angel sword was wrapped in golden light, and the sharp sword tip was like a ball of golden fireworks that kept beating. At this moment, the angel divine sword shines brightly, which is completely different from when it was wrapped in stone clothes. This is the original appearance of the divine sword. It is now a weapon that truly belongs to the gods. Sacred weapon, the angel sword. Seeing the angel sword at full power, Qian Renxue couldn't help but marvel in her heart. She had also seen Qian Dou use similar soul skills, using the angel divine sword as the prototype to condense it into an angel holy sword. But although the two look similar, the divine sword with condensed soul power is only superficial, and there is still a big gap between it and the real artifact. It's like she has an angel sword in my hand. She could clearly feel the powerful power surging in the divine sword, as well as the unique sacred aura of the god of angels, which raised the power of this divine sword to a terrifying level. At this moment, the divine sword was trembling slightly, as if saying hello to it. See this. Qian Renxue lowered her head and smiled back. It's indeed a divine weapon. It's more powerful than I expected. Qian Renxue couldn't put it down for the newly acquired angel divine sword. Although it is not as strong as Ocean's Ice G divine sword, it is worse than the one that matches my own attributes. Now with my strength and the angel divine sword's help, I'm afraid even Grandpa may not be my opponent. But although it is also a sacred breath, This breath belongs to the god of angels, same as Qian Renxue, but fundamentally different point in the final analysis. After all, it is still an artifact forged by the god of angels. Artifacts are spiritual point. Today Qian Renxue is just an inherited user to it. Even if she succeeds in inheriting the throne of the god of angels, it will be the same. Only the previous god of angels is its true master. Think of this. Qian Renxue recalled the conversation she had with Lingtian about the artifact point. In addition to improving the power of the artifact, what makes her most excited is what is her own. If Ocean improves 1 or 2 more, thinking of the method Lingtian mentioned at that time to increase the strength of the artifact, Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel a little moved. He looked at the divine sword in his hand again. Qian Renxue will remember the scene in the far north. At that time, she witnessed with her own eyes how Lingtian improved Bingji and Xiang, and the power of a sword that cut mountains and seas impressed her deeply, so she believes in Lingtian's ability. There is absolutely no problem in improving the angel sword in Lingtian's hands until then, according to Lingtian. Leaving her mark on the angel sword makes this artifact truly belong to her. I believe that the angel sword at that time would definitely be easier to use than it is now. Angel Excalibur or Angel Excalibur, it's just that Qian Renxue will change from its holder to the true master of the divine sword. This is what makes Qian Renxue most attractive. She was not afraid that the fallen god of angels would jump out and compete with her for the ownership of the angel sword. Although Qian Renxue's martial spirit was inherited from the god of angels, theoretically there shouldn't be any problems using his angel sword. But after all, there is still a gap between her and divine sword. No matter how outstanding the inheritor is, but he is not the real owner of the divine sword. Therefore, in Qian Renxue's heart, she still wants to be the true master of the divine sword. Think of this. Qian Renxue couldn't help but look forward to it. When the artifact truly belongs to her. What kind of different style will she have when using it? It's quite something to look forward to. Hey. Long time. Qian Renxue let out a breath of turbid air. He finally moved his eyes away from the angel sword and looked at the golden artifact space around him. Now. Because of the fluctuations caused when the artifact was unsealed just now, coupled with the swords approved by Qian Renxue just now, the originally mysterious golden light curtain around it was now crumbling due to the impact of the raging energy. What you see. The light curtain is full of large and small cracks. Some places are even on the verge of complete collapse. The remaining sacred aura in the artifact space also continues to float outwards along with the cracks. Looking at the light curtain that could collapse at any time. At this moment, Qian Renxue's brows were also slightly wrinkled. She guessed that the collapse of space was not solely caused by her attack. The light curtain of this artifact space originally relied on the angel divine sword to exist. Now that the angel divine sword has been successfully obtained by Qian Renxue, it is equivalent to taking away the core that maintains the space. Just like the dragon palace that has lost its sting. Hey divine needle. The collapse of this artifact space was also expected. Angel Excalibur leaves, then this space has no value. It's time to leave, Qian Renxue murmured in her heart. But just when she was about to leave this space, she ran into trouble. When she came, she relied on the help of Qian Douluo to successfully enter the space of the angel sword. But grandpa didn't tell her. After you get the artifact, what should you do to leave? Think for a moment. Qian Renxue looked at the broken golden light curtain around her with a hint of thinking in her golden eyes. She knew that this was the inheritance place for artifacts, and the god of angels could not trap her inheritors here. When the inheritance of artifacts ends, there must be a way to leave. While thinking carefully, Qian Renxue kept looking around. Sudden, Qian Renxue's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and placed his gaze on the angel sword in his hand again, his eyes flowing. So, you should know how to get out of here, right, boss? But, hearing this, the angel sword began to tremble. Without her control, the tip of the sword pointed at the broken light curtains all around. Then the sword body glowed with a faint golden light. In its unique way, it responded to Qian Renxue's question. You mean break this place? Can you go out? Qian Renxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and immediately understood the meaning of the angel sword. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the shaking frequency of the angel sword increased significantly, confirming Qian Renxue's conjecture in its way. I see. Seeing This, Qian Renxue nodded slightly, as if she had some understanding. Clang. At the same time, golden light surged on the angel sword point immediately. Qian Renxue stopped talking and flew directly into the air under the pull of the angel sword point. Finally, golden light hovered over a crack point compared with the cracks in other places. The ones here are more conspicuous at the same time. Qian Renxue locked her eyes on the crack in the light curtain, turned her arm, and raised the angel sword high above her head point. The bright golden soul power gradually gathered in the angel sword with his hands at the same time. Not only the soul power in Qian Renxue's body, but also the sacred aura flowing around was also drawn into the divine sword point. As the soul power continues to be poured into the divine sword point, the gem in the center of the angel sword blooms with brilliant golden light. And at the same time, the 6 angel wings on the left and right sides of the sword's hilt are fully unfolded, exuding a sacred and powerful aura. Break. Qian Renxue let out a soft drink, then raised her arm slightly, pouring all her power into the angel sword point. As the golden light on the sword flourished point under her control point, the angel's divine sword suddenly swung down and instantly struck the broken light curtain fiercely point, accompanied by a clear and melodious sword cry point. Golden light burst out amid bursts of roaring sounds, falling from the sky like a golden waterfall, sweeping directly towards the surrounding light curtains. Wherever the golden light shrouded the spaces exploded. Boom. Qian Renxue, who was the first to be attacked, did not retreat, holding a divine sword to split the energy light wave point. All the impact force splashed from all sides, was completely split in half by the sword edge, and passed through the left and right sides of the sword blade in sequence. Qian Renxue, holding the angel's holy sword, broke through the light barrier with an aranka. He successfully escaped from the light curtain surrounding the angel sword and returned to the altar where he first entered. This place point. It will be very simple to get out next point, as long as the angel divine sword is inserted on the altar. Qian Renxue's consciousness will accompany the angel divine sword, leave the inheritance space of the angel god, and return to her own body. Qian Renxue took one last look around point. Immediately, without hesitation, he jumped up to the altar and inserted the angel sword into it. Catcher. A crisp sound sounded point immediately afterwards, as if some switch was turned on. The angel sword in the center of the altar began to shake violently. At the same time the light overflowed on the altar. It blends with the angel sword in the center. Then the golden light became more intense until the end. Qian Renxue's entire body was completely wrapped in golden light, and then Qian Renxue and the angel sword in the center of the altar simultaneously turned into dots of light until finally, it completely disappeared into this space, and at the same time Qian Renxue's figure disappeared. Hesitating the departure of the angel divine sword, the originally fragmented space also completely collapsed. There is golden light everywhere until the end. In complete silence and darkness, the space that has sealed the angel divine sword for countless years. From the moment the divine sword found a new host, its lifespan has come to an end. Just like the space opened up by the Ice and Fire Dragon King under the eyes of Ice and Fire. As the rightful owner leaves, the space will gradually collapse. The only thing that's different it's just that one collapses faster and the other collapses slower. On the mountain behind Wuhan Hall is the enshrinement hall. Lingtian and Qian Dou have returned here after their sparring session. Lingtian raised his head. Look at the phantom of the angel in midair compared with when I left before. The shadow is clearer now. It seems so far Qian Renxue accepted the inheritance of the angel sword and everything went smoothly. See this. Lingtian felt a little relieved. At the same time, as soon as the two of them landed in the worship hall, golden crocodile Douluo, who had been guarding the reappearance, appeared. A middle-aged man with blonde hair in a pale golden robe appeared in front of Lingtian and Qian Dou. Just look at your age. Based on appearance. Qian Dou, who has always been in middle age, looks almost the same as golden crocodile Douluo. But the actual age of the former is much higher. However, after the soul master breaks through to the title Douluo, he can control the degree of change in his appearance. This makes the two of them look almost the same age. Great tribute, His Highness Lingtian. Golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands, nodding to the two of them. As the lofty second priest of Wuhan Hall, even if Bibi Dan doesn't like him, he still has to be treated lightly here. How is Zua doing? Qian Douluo nodded, and the first thing he asked was how Qian Renxue was doing. Your Highness, everything is normal so far. After a moment's pause, Golden Crocodile Douluo added, but the discussion between you and His Highness Lingtian just now was quite loud. The elders in the Elder Hall have all noticed it, and I have already explained it clearly to them. However, in addition, I think Bibi Dang and the others at the Pope's Palace should also be aware of this battle. Golden Crocodile Douluo explained everything he knew in detail. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo nodded slightly. Point show that you already know these things. Then he pondered for a moment, turned around and ordered, you can go back and rest now. Zua has me and Lingtian here, so there will be no problem. Yes, Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded in response. Then he turned around and left, and soon his figure disappeared into the distance. Chapter 469 Jealous Qian Douluo. At the same time, Lingtian and Qian Douluo didn't say much. After watching him go away for a while, his eyes returned to the sky above the enshrinement hall. Sister Zua's inheritance should not be a problem. Although Lingtian believed in Qian Renxue's abilities, he still couldn't help but be concerned. The inheritance of Angel Divine Sword mainly depends on the compatibility between the inheritor and the God of Angels. This girl Zua has exceeded the target in several previous assessments. It stands to reason that with her current compatibility, she should have no problem getting recognized by Angel Divine Sword. Qian Douluo pondered for a moment, and said with serious eyes, having said that point, but after all, Qian Renxue is his granddaughter. At the same time, he was the heir to their angel lineage who had waited countless years for him. How could he not be nervous in his heart? I think so. With Sister Zua's talent, there will be no problem. I have also come into contact with the Angel Divine Sword before, and it is not difficult to get its approval. That's all. Whether it is Lingtian or Qian Douluo, both of them were extremely worried about Qian Renxue's situation. But on the surface they still pretended to be calm and reassured each other not to worry. Actually it's all the same. And at the same time the two were talking. The shadow of the angel above the worship hall suddenly became extremely clear, and at the same time, the angel statue in the center of the hall suddenly changed. A bright beam of light came from the top of the statue's head, and then completely merged into the shadow above the hall. Then without any warning, the shadow of Qian suddenly spread out 3 pairs of white wings, exuding an extremely sacred aura and soaring in the sky above Wuhan Palace. Wherever the angels pass, the holy light spreads all over Wuhan City. Until every corner of the city is included. Then the mutation reappears. The angel's shadow in midair suddenly shattered and turned into countless golden light particles, pouring into all the statues of the God of Angels in the city. The originally ordinary statues now have a different charm. Grandpa Qian, is this a success? Lingtian suddenly turned around, surprise flashing in his eyes, but before getting confirmation from professionals, I still had a little uncertainty in my heart. Well, the occurrence of this change is a sign that Zua has successfully been recognized by the Angel Sword. Without waiting for long, Qian Douluo also showed a happy face and responded in the affirmative. As the spokesperson of the God of Angels in Douluo continent, he can be said to be the one who knows the inheritance of the God of Angels best. And the current performance is a sign that the sword recognizes its master, because now the power of faith enshrined in the statue is controlled by the Angel Sword. Now that Qian Renxue can integrate her own charm into the statue, it means that the artifact has fully recognized its owner. After a while, the light faded slowly. The worship hall once again returned to its former peace. Seeing this, Lingtian couldn't hold himself any longer, turned his head and asked, Grandpa Qian, can we go in now? Wait a moment, Zua will come out soon. Qian Douluo shook his head and said with certainty. Here this Lingtian could only continue to wait, his eyes always paying attention to the stone door in front of him. Sister Zua. At the same time, underneath the angel statue in the shrine. At this moment, Qian Renxue was sitting on the futon with her legs crossed. I don't know how much time passed, but the angel mark deep in Qian Renxue's eyebrows suddenly flickered, and then her originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of beautiful golden eyes bloomed with dazzling luster. Then Qian Renxue's body trembled slightly. Followed by a movement of body. The figure stood up, from the futon, then raised his head, raised his feet, and flew to the angel statue. As his figure continued to rise, he finally faced the statue of the god. The angel mark deep in the center of Qian Renxue's eyebrows shot out a golden light, which resembled the previous angel sword, and poured into the palm of her right hand. As the golden light surged, it formed a radiant sword. Whoosh. At the same moment, the angel statue reacted, and the stone sword that was originally stationary suddenly flew out on its own initiative. After hovering in the worship hall for a while, he hovered in front of Qian Renxue. At this moment Qian Renxue lowered her head. This is now in the artifact space. It has obviously been recognized by the angel sword. Why does it look like this? After returning to consciousness, thinking of this, Qian Renxue lowered her head. Her eyes looked at the long sword in her hand that was condensed with light, and then at the familiar scene of the stone sword hovering in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion as she suddenly felt something in her heart. Divine sword, stone sword, lightsaber. She seemed to suddenly understand the relationship between the three. No wonder this is the case. Qian Renxue looked at the lightsaber in her hand and the stone sword in front of her, and she had a clear understanding in her heart. The angel sword has been in the enshrinement hall from beginning to end. It is precisely because of this that the guardians of the past generations can borrow the power of the angel sword to guard the spirit hall and the angel inheritance. And before the divine sword she got in the artifact space is actually the true meaning of the divine sword. Only by being recognized by the true meaning of the divine sword can she awaken the real angel sword, like she is now. I see. After clearing her mind, Qian Renxue was no longer confused. She raised the lightsaber in her hand with firm eyes, and placed the stone swords together perfectly. Moment. There was a loud boom. The moment the stone sword and the lightsaber came together, the surrounding light exploded instantly. An unparalleled pressure spread from the stone sword. At the same time, a ray of light was projected on the angel statue, promoting the integration of the two. Suddenly, the stone skin on the sword finally cracked as the light bloomed, and the dazzling light enveloped the entire worship hall in an instant. Just like when I got the angel sword in the artifact space before. Now the real divine sword in the enshrinement hall has once again shed its stone clothing and become the radiant angel sword. The holy breath came to my face. The angel statues in the temple are even more majestic. Maybe it was because she had already had an experience in the artifact space before, but now Qian Renxue just had a slight smile on her lips, raised her hand, and summoned the angel sword floating in the air into her hand. At the same time. The methods of using the angel divine sword are also self-taught, and each one appears in Qian Renxue's mind. After a long time. A hint of understanding flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes with the acquisition of the divine sword. Peace returned to the worship hall again. The angel mark deep in Qian Renxue's eyebrows also slowly faded away. However, the symbol of the angel sword wrapped in wings in the center is now more clear and conspicuous than before. Disperse. Looking at the angel sword in her hand, Qian Renxue whispered softly buzz. The next second. The angel sword turned into dots of brilliance and disappeared into the palm of his hand, as if it had never appeared in his hand before. Then Qian Renxue raised her head and looked at the angel statue in front of her. I don't know when. The previously stripped stone shells were put together again to form a stone sword that returned to the hands of the angel statue. But compared to before, it no longer has the charm it once had. The bright golden flame that was originally burning on the sword's head also disappeared with the departure of the real angel sword. I will complete all inheritances, and I'm determined to win the position of angel god. Qian Renxue murmured softly, as if whispering to herself, and as if she was making an oath to the statue of the god of angels in front of her. After finishing her words, Qian Renxue locked her eyes on the stone sword, thoughtfully. A moment of silence. Qian Renxue bowed towards the statue of the god of angels, bowed respectfully and did not stay any longer. There is still Grandpa and Xiaoshan waiting for him outside. Then he moved his body and walked directly outside the worship hall. At the same time, offerings are made outside the temple. Lingtian stood quietly outside the temple with his hands behind his back, but there was a look of worry in his calm eyes. Although they didn't talk much, they both glanced into the temple from time to time. Sister Zua, Lingtian murmured in a low voice. Xiaoshan, you don't have to worry too much. You should know Zuo's strength better than I do. There will definitely be no problems, Qian. Douluo waved his hands, his tone full of confidence in his granddaughter. As he spoke, he glanced towards the temple again, his expression full of worry. He was not worried that his granddaughter would be in danger, it's just that so long has passed since the inheritance of the artifacts, so logically it should have been completed. When he relied on his status as the guardian of Wuhan Palace to communicate with the angel divine sword, it had never been used for so long. It's not out yet. Have you encountered any problems? I believe her too. Lingtian nodded, but his eyes still did not leave the direction of the temple. See the situation. Qian Douluo also fell silent. While the two were talking, a loud bang sound suddenly sounded, and the door of the worship hall, which was originally tightly closed, suddenly opened slowly to both sides. Suddenly, the eyes of Lingtian and Qian Douluo were attracted at the same time. Sister Zuo, Lingtian looked at the opened door and couldn't help showing a hint of surprise on his face. After hearing Lingtian's words, Qian Douluo quickly calmed down and turned his head to look in the direction of opening the door. Soon Qian Renxue, wearing a golden palace dress, appeared in their sight. Zuo succeeded as the guardian of the god of angels. Qian Douluo noticed a completely different change in Qian Renxue. As soon as she came out, a richer sacred aura, sharp as a sword. Feeling this, Qian Douluo was already relieved. A smile appeared on his determined face, feeling extremely relaxed and comfortable. Because he knows after Qian Renxue was recognized by the artifact, the inheritance of the god of angels was inseparable. Just continue to pass on the divine throne step by step. Qian Renxue will become the new god of angels in the future, and it is a sure thing to realize the wishes of their Qian family. At the same time, Zuo, as soon as she walked out of the gate of the worship hall, the first thing Qian Renxue saw was Lingtian. A beautiful smile, as bright and moving as the Sunday. Qian Renxue didn't pause at all. She moved lightly and quickly came to Lingtian. She said softly, "Have you been waiting outside for a long time?" "Not long." Looking at Qian Renxue, who looked like running towards him, Lingtian smiled slightly. At the same time, he raised his arm, took him into his arms, and asked, "How was the divine test? Did everything go well?" "Certainly." A look of pride appeared on Qian Renxue's pretty face. Then he raised his delicate little fist and said arrogantly, "Don't underestimate me. I won't be stumped by a god test." "Yeah, our sister Zuo is the most powerful." Lingtian smiled gently and gently stroked Qian Renxue's hair. Lingtian, who gets a long day and night, knows very well how hard Qian Renxue has worked for the assessment of the god of angels. Now that he has successfully obtained the angel god sword, he is finally taking the first step towards success. By the way, where is Grandpa? Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something and asked, "Grandpa?" Qian Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face slowly solidified at the same time. At this moment, a familiar coughing sound came from behind. Ahem. Qian Renxue and Lingtian looked at each other, then turned their heads, with a hint of embarrassment in their eyes. "Grandpa, Grandpa, when did you come here? Why didn't you say anything?" As she spoke, Qian Renxue's tone contained a bit of resentment. "Don't speak." Qian Douluo smiled jokingly and reminded, "Grandpa, I have been standing here." Qian Renxue was speechless. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Lingtian. Qian Renxue, vertical bar Lingtian. Qian Renxue stretched out a small hand and pinched the soft flesh around Lingtian's waist. At the same time, she put it close to her ear and asked in an angry voice, "You clearly knew that Grandpa was behind you. Why didn't you tell me?" Lingtian, who knew he was in the wrong, could only endure the pain in his waist. "Zuo, sister Zuo, you want woo before Qian Renxue could speak, Lingtian suddenly raised his hand and gently covered her mouth. Zuo, Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue affectionately, causing the latter to blush when he saw this, and even the strength in his little hands relaxed a bit. Lingtian took this opportunity to quietly hold Qian Renxue's catkins with one hand. While the two were looking at each other affectionately, Lingtian carefully took Qian Renxue's catkins from his waist without leaving any trace. Down. Lingtian, when Qian Renxue realized that the anger was coming again. Lingtian quickly turned around and dodged point. While avoiding the pinching hand, he pushed Qian Renxue in front of him with his backhand. Sister Zua. At the same time, without giving any chance to respond, he immediately changed the subject. Look, Grandpa Qian has been waiting for you for a long time. Don't you have anything to say to Grandpa? As he spoke, Lingtian quietly walked back. Qian Renxue was left alone in front, staring blankly at Douluo with big eyes and small eyes. There was silence for a long time. In his mind, he probably already thought of 18 kinds of torture to deal with Lingtian. But when she thought of the embarrassment just now, Qian Renxue's shy pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and whispered softly, Grandpa, Grandpa, hey see the situation. Qian Douluo sighed helplessly, remembering Qian Renxue's childhood again. This way. The old man couldn't help but feel a little tasteful. Chapter 470, BBDONGN-039, S invitation. See the situation. Qian Douluo sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said, my granddaughter is older, so I can't stay. Just now, I only saw my little lover, and I didn't see my grandfather at all. Remembering that the two of them had completely forgotten their own state just now, I couldn't help but feel helpless. My granddaughter and grandson have such a good relationship, although it is a good thing. But the teacher kissed me in front of me, and the loving look made me, as an elder, he is very embarrassed, grandfather. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's pretty face became even more rosy, and she did not dare to look directly into Qian Douluo's eyes. He could only turn his head sideways and use his eyes to intimidate Lingtian to come out to rescue him. But after all Lingtian looked at each other, he chose to look away, as if nothing had happened, and at the same time quietly took 2 steps back. Qian Renxue, Pan, Lingtian, someone in front of him was about to become famous, and Lingtian stopped playing around. Ahem. While coughing twice, Qian Renxue and Qian Douluo's eyes were successfully attracted. Seeing this, Lingtian took 2 steps forward and walked up to him, changing the subject to help Qian Renxue. By the way, Sister Zua, it's hard for you to get the recognition of the Angel Divine Sword. Why don't you give me and Grandpa Qian a chance to pay our respects to the god? What is the true appearance of the sword in Lushan? The words just fell. Lingtian blinked at Qian Renxue again, signaling for him to quickly pick up the conversation. Qian Renxue also immediately understood Lingtian's intention. I finally relaxed in my heart. After taking a deep breath, I raised my hand and gently brushed the bangs on my forehead. At the same time, the angel mark deep in the eyebrows begins to flicker. As an invisible wave spread out, the golden soul power light instantly enveloped Qian Renxue's body and finally gathered in front of her, gradually condensing and moving over time. Finally, a golden longsword appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. The golden halo shines throughout the palace, like a fairyland. Extremely beautiful. Qian Renxue's jade hand moved lightly, and the angel divine sword returned to her palm. At the same time, the light is restrained, exquisite and gorgeous. Grandpa, Ocean, Qian Renxue smiled and displayed the angel sword in front of the two of them. A good artifact. As an expert in forging artifacts, Lingtian first gave the most pertinent evaluation. Angel sword. As an artifact used by first level gods, it is undoubtedly qualified, and judging from the appearance, forging materials and techniques, it is not an exaggeration to call it the best among them. However, as an expert in artifacts, he has a specialization in the art. In his eyes, the angel sword still has a lot of room for improvement. Improve it appropriately. Although it may be difficult to reach the level of a super artifact, there is still no problem with becoming a quasi super artifact. At the same time, when Lingtian was thinking about how to improve the angel sword, Qian Douluo also expressed his own opinions on this artifact. As expected of the angel sword, Qian Douluo praised without hesitation, the power I gathered just now far exceeds the holy sword condensed by my soul skills. It is indeed the divine weapon used by the Lord God of Angels. Grandpa, what you said is not entirely correct. A sword is a good sword, but it also depends on who uses it. Hearing This. Qian Renxue raised her head point with a slight wave of his wrist. The angel sword struck the ground point. The hard stone surface left an extremely smooth sword mark point at the same time. As the angel divine sword danced, wisps of extremely sharp golden light began to escape from the blade point. Qian Renxue waved her hand and completely disappeared. Point. It seems that, although I just got the angel sword, I'm already very skilled in handling it. Ha ha ha. Azua is still more powerful. Seeing this, Qian Dou laughed heartily. Point. At the same time, I couldn't help but secretly admire in my heart. You are worthy of being the inheritor of the God of Angels that my family has waited for countless years. He can control the God of Angels. Just after being recognized. Point. Immediately he turned his head to look at Lingtian and asked casually, Xiaoshan, are you right? Lingtian smiled and nodded in response. For me to be recognized by divine sword, my grandfather's help is indispensable. Qian Renxue also had a bright smile on her face. Ha. Ha. Qian Dou shook his head with a smile and looked at Qian Renxue with more loving eyes. Grandpa can't help much. You can't get the angel sword without your own efforts, and when it comes to helping, how can we forget your little lover? After saying that, Qian Dou looked at Lingtian aside and smiled meaningfully. Before, at the entrance of the enshrinement hall, Xiaoshan was very worried about your inheritance. If I didn't have my guarantee, I would have lost your inheritance. Point. Let's break in and check the situation. Grandpa. Qian Renxue shyly grabbed Qian Dou's sleeves and called out softly. Point. However, her beautiful eyes blinked continuously and she secretly glanced at Lingtian aside from time to time. Point. The latter always maintained a gentle smile. Point. The eyes are as warm as water, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, and seemed to be able to tolerate all things. Thinking of the way Xiaoshan was panicked just now, Qian Renxue felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Point. My taste is indeed very good. Seeing Qian Renxue's appearance, the smile on Qian Dou's face became even bigger. However, he also knew that his granddaughter was thin-skinned, so he did not continue to tease Qian Renxue. Point. Just when he was about to say something. Point. When he lowered his head, he noticed the small movements of the two people. Point. But one was his granddaughter and the other was his grandson-in-law, so he could only sigh helplessly. Alright. Seeing the two little guys making eye contact in private, Qian Dou coughed twice and waved his hands helplessly. You two, stop flirting in front of me. Go back and have a good rest. Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa. Before Qian Renxue could finish speaking, Lingtian held the catkins with one hand and wrapped his other hand around Qian Renxue's slender waist, then turned and left under Qian Dou's complicated eyes. These two little guys don't know how to restrain themselves in front of themselves. Why? With a helpless sigh, Qian Dou turned around. Point. His name is justifiable, so what can he do? We can only take a step back. If we can't see it, we don't know it. If we don't see it, we don't know it. Point. Time flies by. Point. In the blink of an eye, the two of them stayed in Wuhan Hall for another week. Point. After Sword Douluo stabilized his cultivation a little 3 days ago, he couldn't wait to say goodbye to Lingtian and return to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Point. And he told Lingtian with full confidence. Point. When master and disciple meet again, his spiritual power as a master will surely have a breakthrough. Point. Lingtian was also very happy about this, because he finally saw the once high-spirited Sword Douluo come back again. One of the swords, the Dusty Heart, is your own guide. Point. He didn't want to see his master go down a dead end in his swordsmanship and die in depression. Point. Title. Douluo is just not their final destination. Point. And during this time. Point. In addition to being with Qian Renxue every day, Lingtian was also formally invited to meet Qian Renxue's mother for the first time, Bibi Dang, a contemporary of Wuhan Palace and the only female pope. Point. The time is set for today. Point. Originally Qian Renxue did not agree with Lingtian to meet him. Point. But after his constant persuasion, he finally agreed to the meeting between the two. Point. However, Qian Renxue was unwilling to meet Bibi Dang in the name of improving her soul power. Lingtian didn't say much about this. 3 feet of ice cannot be frozen in a day, and if you want to ease the relationship between Mother and daughter, you cannot hope for a quick fix point, but this side must be seen. Outside the papal palace. Lingtian came on time, recalling Qian Renxue, who was obviously a little moody when he arrived. A wry smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems that this time, when I go back, I need to comfort someone. Then he shook his head and walked into the confines of the Pope's palace. The Pope's palace is the nominal center of the Wuhan Palace's power structure. So naturally there are guards. Fully 100 soul masters were lined up in the corridors on the left and right of the main hall, holding silver white swords to guard the Pope's palace. As soon as they saw Lingtian approaching, 2 more people immediately stepped forward. Please stop. 2 palace guard knights wearing silver armor stood in front of Lingtian, bowed slightly, and said calmly, "In front of us is the important place of our Wuhan palace. You cannot enter the Pope's palace without a voucher." In fact, in their capacity, they would not be so polite to ordinary people involved. But Lingtian is different. Although they don't know Lingtian's true identity, they are not blind. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that Lingtian was walking from the direction of the Elders' Hall on the back mountain, even though he looked like a young boy. But even if they are the descendants of elders, they don't dare to be careless. The Wuhan Palace has been able to stand firm until now. In addition to the wise leadership of each pope, it is also inseparable from the senior title Douluo in the Elder Palace. They are just temple guardian knights. Although their status is not low, they are far inferior to those elders. Please, don't embarrass me. One of the knights added respectfully, "I understand all the rules here." After hearing the words of the 2 palace knights, Lingtian smiled faintly. "It was your Lord Pope who asked me to come here. No, here is the token she gave me." As he spoke, he raised his hand and handed over a golden token in his arms, saying, "This should be used as a voucher, right?" The temple guard respectfully reached out his hand and took it. A little identification. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, and handed the token back. It is indeed the token of the papal palace. There is nothing wrong with it. There is nothing wrong with the token. Please keep it. The temple guard knight saluted, then respectfully presented the golden token with both hands, and at the same time, waved to the knights behind him, signaling them to get out of the way. "Please, your highness, I'll see you off soon as you have the responsibility." Lingtian nodded and put away the token without saying anything. Follow the empty corridor in the middle and walk into the highest temple in near eyes, the papal palace. Soon we followed the steps and arrived in front of the Pope's palace. Standing in front of the Pope's palace, I couldn't help but recall the memories of the first time I came here and won the championship of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. So high-spirited and wanton. I remember that championship was hard won. If Qian Heng and others had not sacrificed their lives to stop them, it is not certain who will win the final championship. Recalling the scene where they had a good time drinking in the tavern, a relaxed smile quietly appeared on the corner of the mouth. He always felt that joining the Qian Dou Royal Academy team to compete was the most correct decision I ever made. You Qian Heng, Yu Feng, the Shi brothers, Du Guyan, and Yi Len Glen were the ones who gave me a friendship that I had never had before. It's been a long time since I got together with them. I don't know if that Yu Feng guy has met his good match so far. Thinking of this, Lingtian secretly decided in his heart, when he returns to the Qian Dou Empire this time, he must find all these guys. While he was recalling the past, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Ah, you His Highness Lingtian." Lingtian turned his head in response and saw a deacon in a white robe walking forward. With that said, Lingtian took out the token and waved it in front of him. "Your Highness Lingtian, please come this way." Seeing this, the deacon bowed respectfully and then guided Lingtian into the door. Lingtian nodded slightly and followed behind this person. There was only the sound of footsteps along the way. Walking in the white corridor, there are solemn statues on both sides of the hall. Some precious fluorite was added to it, so all the statues exuded a faint fluorescence, illuminating the earth like daylight, making them appear solemn and solemn. Each statue is carved lifelike. These are the statues of the past lords of Wuhan Palace. However, there is only one missing palace master from the previous generation, Qian Zunji. As for the reason, I want to understand it. Everyone is gone. Qian Dou, who knew that the whole thing was the fault of Qian Renxue, naturally would not choose to break up with Bibi Dong. Because of this, go straight along the middle corridor and soon come to a door. The deacon also stopped again. Your Highness Lingtian, in front is the conference hall. The deacon bowed his hands respectfully, pointed to the closed door in front of him, and said, I can only take you so far. Please wait inside for a while. His Majesty the Pope will be here shortly. Hearing this, Lingtian nodded slightly. Subordinates, resign. After the deacon left, Lingtian walked towards the conference hall. Open the door and walk inside. The conference hall of the huge papal palace was empty, but there was tea prepared in advance on the tables and chairs on the left side. See the situation. Lingtian was not impatient either. He sat down, sipping tea, and looking around with interest. Needless to say, the Pope's palace is indeed the most important center of the entire Wuhan palace. All specifications are very sophisticated. The size of the conference hall in front of me is comparable to that of Qian Dou's Huangji Palace, and there are all kinds of exquisite and gorgeous accessories around it. Just from this palace, you can see that its plans are huge. However, Lingtian just glanced at it casually, and then quietly waited for Bibi Dong's arrival. Time passes gradually. It took about half a stick of incense to pass. Chapter 471. I Don 039. Tino you, but I know Sister Zhu here. Footsteps finally sounded outside the conference hall. There were sparse footsteps, and it sounded like a lot of people were coming here. At the same time I heard footsteps. Lingtian also woke up from his thoughts. Put down the teacup, stand up, and turn around. The visitor was seen wearing a gorgeous golden purple robe, and the tight-fitting robe just showed off her slim waist. Wearing a gorgeous crown on his head and holding the papal scepter. Her flowing green hair is tied into a ponytail, and a soft bang hangs down in front of her forehead. It looks a bit messy, but it does not lose its elegance and aristocratic atmosphere. It is seamless. And this person not only has an excellent figure, but also has perfect facial features. It is perfect. With fair skin and perfect face, it is like a beautiful and elegant work of art, exuding an intoxicating light. Maybe it's because of his high position. There is a faint aura of sacred majesty on his body, which makes people feel like they are worshipping. Bibi Dong smiled gently, and a soft voice sounded at the same time. There are many affairs in the Pope's palace, but His Majesty has been neglected. Lingtian, I have met His Majesty the Pope. Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. His tone was gentle, neither humble nor arrogant, and he held his hand behind his back without any intention of saluting. Bibi Dong is the Pope of Wuhan Palace. And Lingtian is the new Emperor of the Qian Dou Empire. Regardless of other factors, there is no gap in status between the two. Of course, if we talk about Qian Renxue's mother's status, then he must salute Bibi Dong. But now the relationship between mother and daughter has not eased. Therefore, this meeting was not a son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law, but the Emperor of the Qian Dou Empire and the Pope of the Wuhan Palace facing each other as equals. You, Guan and Ghost behind the Pope obviously noticed this. Their expressions changed slightly, but they didn't say much, because there was no problem with etiquette. When His Majesty Lingtian ascended the throne as the new emperor, I had important matters to deal with, and did not have time to congratulate you. Today I heard that you came to our Wuhan Palace, and I specially invited you here, so that I can congratulate you in person. Bibi Dong smiled calmly, and spoke calmly. At the same time, he walked with light steps to the seat opposite Lingtian. Thank you, His Majesty the Pope. Sit down. Lingtian nodded slightly and sat across from him. Wait until everyone is seated one by one. Bibi Dong spoke again, and the soft voice sounded again. I remember the last time I met you was at the Soul Master competition. The scene of our Wuhandian Academy team and Lingxia Palace team losing in a row was still fresh in my memory. I didn't expect you to rise all the way to this position after rejecting our offer from Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong's words were full of appreciation, but also regret and regret. If he didn't know about her relationship with Qian Renxue, Lingtian might really believe it. It's just luck. Lingtian shook his head and said with emotion, Your Majesty Lingtian, you are really lucky. Most people will not be able to sit in this position as easily as you. By the way, it's a good thing that your majesty rejected our invitation from Wuhan Palace, otherwise the throne would be lost. It's hard to say whose family it is, Bibi Dong looked at Lingtian thoughtfully, with a faint smile on her lips. The throne may not be very good. The higher the position, the more things you have to consider. If I had a second choice at that time, I would definitely not take over the throne. After saying that, Lingtian raised his cup to drink tea, his tone still calm. Haha, your majesty said this too modestly. Bibi Dong smiled faintly. Lingtian smiled non-committally when he heard this, and did not answer one cup after another. Before I knew it, half the pot of tea had been drained. Bibi Dong was still chatting. Moreover, the conversation was all about the Qian Dou Empire and the last time the Soul Masters competed. Besides regarding things like Qian Renxue, Qian Douluo, and the Angelic Throne, Bibi Dong didn't mention a word, as if she didn't care at all. There is absolutely no intention to get to the point. See the situation. Lingtian put down the teacup in his hand, looked directly into Bibi Dong's eyes, and reminded, I wonder why His Majesty the Pope invited me to the Pope's palace today. I have heard about your majesty's engagement for a long time, but I don't know when the marriage will be announced. After all, she is also the saint of our Wuhan palace. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, but she asked knowingly. She knows it better than anyone else. With the current identities of Lingtian and Qian Renxue, they are involved in a lot of things. Even if all the discordant voices inside and outside Wuhan Palace and Qian Dou Empire are settled, the relationship between the two cannot be disclosed casually. Everything still needs to be considered in the long term. And the reason why she asked this question was to embarrass Lingtian. I see. Lingtian smiled indifferently, then changed the topic and asked, I just don't know, His Majesty the Pope, are you intervening in our marriage as the Pope of Wuhan Palace, or in some other capacity? After hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into silence for a moment. In beautiful eyes it keeps flickering, and I don't know what I'm thinking. Haha, I'm just asking casually. After a moment, Bibi Dong calmed down the complicated expression on her face and smiled slightly. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, it's okay for me to care about it, right? Speaking of which, Bibi Dong paused in her words. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but there was a subtle change in her calm tone. Of course not. Lingtian smiled slightly and stopped asking any more questions. See the situation. Seeing that Lingtian wisely avoided the topic, Bibi Dong's expression softened slightly. Her question just now did mean to embarrass Lingtian. But she didn't expect that she would adapt to the situation, cleverly wrap around the problem, and take advantage of the situation to directly point the finger at herself, Pope, or something else. What a sharp question. Fortunately, Lingtian's attitude did not insist on this point, and became aggressive. It still leaves room for tact for each other. The two of them drank tea with their own thoughts, and no one said anything. The atmosphere was a little weird for a while. After a long time, Bibi Dong put down the teacup in her hand, and finally got down to business. A few days ago, I accidentally felt that there seemed to be a powerful soul power fluctuation in the mountains behind my Wuhan city. I don't know that His Majesty Lingtian has been in the Wuhan Palace these past few days. The distance is not too far. Have you noticed it? After saying this, Bibi Dong's eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a profound meaning in them. This matter. Lingtian glanced at Bibi Dong and smiled indifferently. I know for sure it was just a discussion between me and Grandpa Qian, but I didn't expect that it attracted the Pope's attention. Discuss. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Lingtian nodded, his expression as calm and natural as ever, and the opposite. Bibi Dong's reaction at this moment was indeed a frown. The opportunity, she thought, was just a casual discussion. Before Bibi Dong could continue to speak, Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said in a slightly teasing tone, what else does His Majesty the Pope think is going on? Is it possible that Grandpa Qian and I will really fight? I'm just curious. His Majesty the Pope is quite curious. Qian Renxue looked at Bibi Dong thoughtfully, already guessing the reason why Bibi Dong asked about this matter. Yes. Bibi Dong smiled unnaturally and made a few casual remarks. However, she didn't get the desired result, so her reaction was naturally a little uninterested. Chat for a while. Lingtian suddenly changed the subject and said in a calm tone, now that His Majesty the Pope has finished asking, Lingtian also has some questions that he would like to ask His Majesty the Pope. I wonder if he can answer them. What's the problem? Bibi Dong held the teacup in her hand and raised her eyebrows. It concerns His Majesty the Pope's family affairs. Lingtian smiled slightly with a hint in his tone. Family matters. Bibi Dong's hand holding the teacup hung in the air, and she paused for a while before slowly putting it down. Although her expression was well hidden, but the physical reaction cannot be deceived. The moment the household matter was mentioned, Bibi Dong's mood fluctuated violently. It was fleeting, but was still captured by Lingtian. Speaking of Bibi Dong's family affairs, the person he refers to is only one Qian Renxue. Such a performance actually made a smile appear in Lingtian's eyes. Yes, it's just a family matter. Lingtian quickly stopped his smile and spoke calmly, while looking at the ghosts and Yu Guan behind him from the corner of his eye. Gui. Mei and Yu Guan naturally noticed this gaze. The two looked at each other and nodded. Before Bibi Dong could speak, Yu Guan took the lead and said, Your Majesty the Pope, we two will leave first. Both of them are old fritters, although he is a direct descendant of the Pope's lineage. But when it comes to family matters, they seem embarrassed here. It's better to leave as soon as possible. That's fine. You two can go down first. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and waved. Gui Mei and Yu Guan nodded, then stood up and left. There is no pause for a moment. Looking at Gui Mei and Yu Guan disappearing at the door, Bibi Dong finally withdrew his gaze. Can we talk now? I already know about your relationship with Sister Zua. Bibi Dong did not speak, but there was a slight change in her cold eyes. She also has affection for her daughter Qian Renxue in her heart. At the beginning. After solving the culprit Qian Zhengji, she also thought about letting go of her hatred. Take good care of your daughter, but the hatred Qian Zhengji left for her was so unforgettable that she hated everyone in the Qian family, especially when Qian Renxue inherited their angel martial soul. The only love she had for her daughter was buried in the huge hatred in her heart. The relationship between mother and daughter also completely deteriorated. So, what? No, what do you want to say? After a moment of recollection, Bibi Dong's cold eyes returned to their original state, and she asked coldly, or do you want to seek justice for her? Of course not. Lingtian shook his head, facing Bibi Dong's cold gaze. Lingtian smiled indifferently and said in a calm tone, I have no other meaning. I just want to tell you that no matter what, Sister Zua will be the daughter you got during your 10-month pregnancy. No matter the previous generation, what grudges happened between you two, Sister Zua is innocent. There is no need to impose it on her. Haha. How can you, a kid who knows nothing, understand what happened to me? Hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes turned red, a trace of flush appeared on her face, her breathing became short, and her mood changed obviously. Got her get excited. The memories of the past are painful. At the same time, it also caused serious trauma to Bibi Dong, which will happen every time she thinks about everything that happened that day. Lingtian did not argue with him. Don't encourage others to do good unless they have suffered. So from beginning to end, he never thought of reasoning with Bibi Dong. Besides, it is impossible to make any sense with a woman who has basically fallen into madness after a while. When Bibi Dong regained his composure, Lingtian looked calm and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, His Majesty the Pope is right. I really don't understand your past, and I don't want to comment on your past, but I understand Sister Zua, and I know what she is thinking. As I said before, I won't talk to you about past grievances. I just want to talk to you about Sister Zua and let you know your real daughter. I want to see what you can say. Bibi Dong's eyes were cold, and she tightly held the scepter in her hand. There is a spirit beast called a hedgehog on the outskirts of the Dou forest. Whenever they encounter danger, they will curl up and erect their sharp thorns to protect their fragile bodies. Just like Sister Zua here, under her hard and stubborn shell, she hides what is inside as a soft and fragile heart. Although I resent you, I also always have hope. After a short pause, Lingtian raised his head and looked directly into Bibi Dong's eyes. It's just buried very deep. Although I have committed many wrong things because of your anger, Sister Zua here has always longed for maternal love in her heart. There is no resentment that cannot be resolved between mother and daughter. Sometimes what you lack is just communication. He once thought that Qian Renxue only hated him, and the original affection in his heart had long been frozen. But what Lingtian said today made her heart shake. Zua, does she really think so? A trace of hesitation flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. This was the first time she felt confused. Since taking over as Pope. She couldn't believe it. But there is hope. It really is. I want to communicate, but I'm afraid that it will be in vain. Looking at Pope Bibi Dong, who fell silent, Lingtian did not urge him. He knew this would take time. His Majesty the Pope, there is no need to give me an answer now. You can think about it carefully. If you want to try to untie your knot, you can send someone to contact you at any time. I will be happy to help. Lingtian stood up and looked at Bibi Dong with a smile on his lips and spoke slowly. I hope His Majesty the Pope will consider it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian turned around, opened the door, and left the conference hall. He never expected that a few words could convince Bibi Dong. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, she needed time to think. And Lingtian has enough patience and time to wait. He believed that Bibi Dong would make the right choice in the end. Chapter 472. The Rakshasa God who spoils the situation. Bang. The door slowly closed, and there was a silence in the whole room. A long time had passed since Lingtian left the conference hall, and Bibi Dong's eyes were fixed on the teacup in front of her. His eyes suddenly seemed to see the past. He didn't speak for a long time. Outside the door, seeing that Bibi Dong had not come out after Lingtian left, Gui Mei and Yu Guan looked at each other and finally walked into the conference hall uneasy. His Majesty the Pope, hearing the voices of the two calling, Bibi Dong finally came back to his senses. Tell me, does Zua have me as her mother in her heart? Bibi Dong's eyes were full of confusion and uncertainty, and she asked Gui Mei and Yu Guan in a murmur, this, Your Majesty the Pope, you should know better than me. The temper of His Highness the Saint. Yu Guan frowned and hesitated for a while, then finally shook his head and sighed. Although there has been friction between you and His Highness, you are His Highness the Saint's my biological mother. She must have you in her heart. The reason why she has such a cold attitude towards you may be due to her resentment towards you. Yeah. Zua, do you have me in your heart? Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, but immediately turned dark again. The mistakes she had committed against Qian Renxue came to mind, and she felt that she could never be forgiven. Expectation and worry. Complex emotions fluctuated in Bibi Dong's heart. It made Bibi Dong uneasy for a while, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing. His Majesty the Pope, Yu Guan asked worriedly. You two go down first. Bibi Dong waved her hands towards the two of them and said in a low voice, leave me alone for a while and tell the guarding knight at the door that no one will be allowed in today unless there is something important. His Majesty the Pope, old ghost. The ghost wanted to say something, but Yu Guan beside him tugged on his sleeve and shook his head to indicate. Now it was obvious that the Pope was upset. If they, as subordinates, do not want to be angered, it would be better for them to obey and leave immediately. The two have been working together for many years, and it goes without saying that they have a good understanding of each other. My subordinates resign. With a ghostly look in his eyes, he understood what Yu Guan meant, and then he cupped his hands and slowly retreated. The conference hall became quiet again. Zua, Bibi Dong was the only one left in the empty conference hall, her pale purple eyes still flickering, murmuring in a low voice, can you really forgive me? Sometimes he frowned and sometimes relaxed, and it was hard to calm down for a long time. At the same time, due to the strong turmoil in his mind, the mark of Rakshasa God protruding from Bibi Dong's eyebrows was touched. Without her control, the dark purple light kept flashing, as if it was summoning something. Bibi Dong, however, at this moment, a sharp shout sounded in his mind. Who? Bibi Dong, who was awakened by the sudden shout, stood up abruptly, looking around with a dark and cold look, trying to follow the traces of the intruder. The Pope's palace, the core of the Wuhan Palace here, was extremely heavily guarded. But now she heard a strange voice, which made Bibi Dong look gloomy. This dereliction of duty will be dealt with later. The most urgent task now is to find this hidden intruder. Snort. Then Bibi Dong snorted coldly. The papal scepter in his hand hit the ground hard, sparks flew out, and dark purple soul power suddenly overflowed from his body, covering every corner of the conference hall in an instant. But then a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. The soul power has searched every corner, but nothing has been found. There wasn't even a human figure. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Thinking of this, a trace of suspicion flashed in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, but just when she was wondering if she had heard wrongly and was about to gather her soul power, the voice in her head sounded again. Bibi Dong. This voice is obviously clearer than before. Moreover, Bibi Dong, who was still in the state of searching for soul power, was able to confirm that the sound just now was not transmitted to her ears from the outside world, but resounded directly in her mind. Could it be that Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something and paused? Obviously. Rakshasa Divine Thought. Ever since she planned to kill Qian Renxue with poison, Rakshasa Divine Mind has rarely actively contacted her over the years, except for the inheritance assessment of the divine position. I was in a trance just now and forgot about this matter for a moment. Looking back now, she found that it was indeed somewhat familiar. Rakshasa spiritual thoughts are related to personal assessment. It is the most important thing in Bibi Dong's heart. She knows it very well. Only by successfully inheriting the position of Rakshasa can he be able to destroy the Angel Clan. Now the Rakshasa spirit is actively contacting him, although Lingtian's words are still echoing in his ears. But in order to successfully inherit the power of the divine throne, Bibi Dong could only put it down temporarily, close her eyes, and dive into the sea of consciousness. Soon. Bibi Dong's consciousness continued to sink. Under the guidance of Rakshasa spiritual thoughts, he appeared in the center of the sea of consciousness. Bibi Dong. The call sounded again. The difference from before is that with the appearance of the sound, everything in the surrounding sea of consciousness instantly turned into illusion and disappeared. Only a dark fog was left without any light. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow at this. My mind moved slightly and I wanted to leave, but I found that the connection between myself and my body had been cut off. It seems to be the cause of these black fogs. Her consciousness was completely trapped here. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, she would not sit still and wait for death. She immediately used her soul power to cast a purple light on her palm and raised her hand to strike at the surrounding black mist. Trying to tear away the layers of fog in front of me. But the ideal is very full, but the reality is very skinny. After the purple light escaped into the black mist, it was like a stone thrown into a pool, instantly sinking to the bottom of the lake without causing any waves. See the situation. Bibi Dong frowned. Just when she was about to gather her soul power again and try to break through the confinement, a familiar voice sounded again. Bibi Dong. The sound continued, causing his movements to pause. At the same time, the black fog that followed suddenly dissipated, and a purple figure appeared in front of Bibi Dong. Rakshasa Divine Mind, it is indeed you. The familiar aura of the gods made Bibi Dong's expression become a little more solemn. At the same time, a flash of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Before Bibi Dong could ask why, Rakshasa Divine Mind spoke first. Bibi Dong, your heart has been shaken. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. After a short pause, the cold voice echoed in the sea of consciousness again. Don't forget that although she is your daughter, she has inherited everything about the angel martial spirit and is flowing with the bloodline that you hate the most and is dirty. Don't you want to take revenge on them? Didn't you vow to kill all the angels, a soul master? Did you waver in the promise you made just because of a few words from others? I didn't forget. As soon as these words came out, she once again mobilized the painful memories hidden deep in her heart, and her emotions once again fluctuated violently. See the situation. The Rakshasa spirit took advantage of the victory and pursued it, continuing to expose Bibi Dong's scars. If you want to reconcile with Qian Renxue, you have forgotten the pain they have inflicted on you. Without his intervention, why would you have ended up like this? The woman from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who is accompanying you Xiao gang should be after you, right? If it weren't for Qian Renxue, you should be the one accompanying him. You said it back then. Qian Renxue is a stain on you, the bearer of painful memories of that night, and the culprit that has caused you to be separated from the one you love now. You want to treat her as your daughter, but she may not necessarily treat you as your mother. Also, she was raised by Qian Dou, and you killed his son with your own hands. How do you think Qian Dou will teach her? Are you saying that your son made a mistake, or are you simply blaming everything on you? The agitating voice of the Rakshasa divine mind was like ruthlessly tearing open a scar that had not yet healed, and then sprinkling a large amount of salt on the bleeding scar. The successive blows made Bibi Dong look pale. The mental blow is far more devastating to the mind than the physical pain. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong has always given people the impression of being calm and wise, with a character that can remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Te. It disappeared until that moment under the intentional actions of Rakshas's divine thoughts. My heart has been occupied by madness and hatred. The haze that had been left in her heart was completely released from the depths of her memory by Rakshasa spiritual thoughts, and the memories that had been unbearable to look back resurfaced in her mind again. But at this moment the situation suddenly changed. Shut up, Bibi. Dong gave a sharp shout and suddenly raised her head. A trace of clarity suddenly flashed in his eyes. Maybe Lingtian's words just now really spoke to Bibi Dong's heart, and until now she has not been completely lost and corrupted. Her eyes were fixed on the Rakshasa divine thought, and her lips were trembling slightly. She is my daughter. I can explain it clearly. Explain. I was a little surprised to see the Rakshasa spirit suddenly awakening, but it was just surprise. She knows Bibi Dong very well. The wavering now is in vain. She only needed one word to arouse Bibi Dong's emotions again, making her completely lose all hope. Haha. Bibi Dong, you are so naive. The Rakshasa god sneered and mercilessly opened the last fig leaf. Do you think Qian Renxue believes the truth from your mother, who has made things difficult for him, or does she always love her and take care of her and grandpa's teachings? Sure. Enough. The words just fell. Bibi Dong's eyes were red. She covered her head with her fists, and her body couldn't help but tremble. No, don't say it again. In other words, you still have Qian Zunji in your heart. Shut up. Shut up. Don't mention this disgusting name. Bibi Dong screamed in pain. She was so hysterical, and her emotions were unprecedentedly exciting. Bibi Dong, seeing that a spiritual defense was about to be broken at this moment, the Rakshasa spirit took advantage of the victory and turned into a purple mist, wrapped around Bibi Dong's body, and continued to speak, her soft voice full of bewitchment. Bibi Dong gave up those unrealistic ideas. Look at the mouth that loves you, and you Xiao gang, who loves you with your oath. Now he has long been happy, and you have been forgotten by him long ago. Thousands of Zhu will not forgive you. You Xiao gang will not accept you. Only I know you the most. Come on. Remember our original purpose. Don't be trapped by these things. The last words mixed with the influence of Rakshas's thoughts. Bidong still failed to get rid of it. Rakshasa smiled proudly and paired lightly on Bidong's shoulders, near her ear, whispered in a whisper with a sound of only two people. Don't forget everything you do, whether you do everything, or Chihiro disease, or Kanzutsu, they are all flowing with the same blood, and no one can be let go. No one can be let go. Repeated. Bidong that was completely confused, and his eyes flashed with a touch of evil purple mang. That's right. This is the qualified Rakshasa. Rakshasa's thoughtfulness turned into purple light, and he entered the Raksha mark in the heart of Bidong. At the same time, the Raksha mark in the heart of the eyebrows continues without the obstruction of the Rakshasa god. It is easier to return to the body than Bidong. Open your eyes again. The eyes are indifferent, but the eyes are as cold as the beginning. Everything looks the same as before, but it is completely different. Bidong's confusion in Rakshasa's thoughts and his emotions in his heart were suppressed again. Everything goes back to the origin again. But although it never changed, there was a trace in her heart. The Rakshasa god can suppress it for a while, but it cannot be suppressed for a lifetime. Nympho after 3 days. Wuhan City, the courtyard of the Elder Hall. Lingtian and Kanzutsu were lying in the courtyard with a lounge chair, leisurely lying in the courtyard, drinking too good tea from time to time, and enjoying the hard to leisure time. Ocean, we left for so long. Wouldn't there be problems? Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian side by side. Strictly speaking, she is the real emperor of the Dou Empire. Now that it is less than a year before the previous throne, the Qian Dou Empire has just stabilized. This time they left for so long, it was very easy to have problems. Rest assured. Lingtian stretched his hands behind his head and said comfortably, if you have a father, there will be no problems. Uncle Kezuxing. Qian Renxue's eyes were a little worried. Don't look at your father too little. Lingtian stripped a grain of crystal clear grapes and handed it to Qian Renxue and smiled slightly. The prince of so many years is not Beidang. Otherwise, how do you think the avalanche was hidden in front of you? But at the beginning, Zuai was there, and my father had always been hiding in order to avoid suspicion. A surprise flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. So, Sister Zuai is assured, even if we won't fight the empire for half a year, there will be no problems. And if we really have critical situations, my father will definitely notify us as soon as possible. Do you think there is no news now? Speaking, Lingtian smiled gently and then swayed the grapes in his hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Qian Renxue I'm angry. Qian Renxue nodded assuredly. Seeing someone's signal, he subconsciously moved his little head up and opened his pink mouth slightly. Woo. The moment she opened her mouth and bit down the grape, a hint of cunning flashed in Lingtian's eyes. He handed the grapes forward and pinched them lightly with 2 fingers. Catra. Crisp collision sounded in the courtyard. Grape juice splashes everywhere. It was impartial and fell on Qian Renxue's pretty face. Qian Renxue's mouth was still open in a daze at this moment. Her pretty face was wet with grape juice and a sweet and sour taste lingered on the tip of her nose. The beautiful big eyes blinked and a look of astonishment flashed in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes. Ha 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 ha. Lingtian couldn't help but laugh, laughing extremely happily. Qian Renxue reacted with a hint of shame and anger on her face and immediately grabbed the fruits on the side and threw them towards Lingtian. Xiaoshan. Ha ha ha. Lingtian raised his hand to catch the apple, hid aside and continued to laugh. Xiaoshan, stop, sister. Zuai, I was wrong. Please stop pursuing me. You come here first. I don't think it's safe to go there now. Seeing Lingtian hiding far away and apologizing without sincerity, Qian Renxue stamped her feet angrily. Xiaoshan, let me count to 3. Then, her beautiful eyes turned. Qian Renxue pretended to be angry and said loudly, if you don't come over, I will be really angry. Lingtian shook his head repeatedly. Wouldn't he be throwing himself into a trap if he went back now? I'm angry, sister. Zuai, are you really angry? I'm teasing you. Are you really angry? As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renxue seemed to be really angry. No matter how she shouted from behind, she ignored Lingtian and turned her back to the outside of the courtyard without looking back. Lingtian, who didn't get a response, hesitated for a moment and finally approached cautiously. Sister Zuai, I got you. As soon as he walked over to him, before he could finish speaking, he was caught by Qian Renxue. Looking at the other person's pretty face with a smile. Is there any trace of anger? I knew you were pretending. Seeing this, Lingtian, who had expected it, could only sigh helplessly. Then choose just surrender. Although he is far stronger than Qian Renxue in terms of strength, how dare he actually fight Qian Renxue? I was wrong. Too late. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renxue raised her fist in shame. After a while, a satisfied Qian Renxue sat aside. Slowly, he picked up the handkerchief, dipped it in ice water, and wiped the grape juice on his hair bit by bit. Xiaoshan knew. Lingtian responded feebly. Forced by someone's threat, he could only control the ultimate ice with one hand to condense the steam in the air into water. With the other hand, he performed the unique skill of peeling off crystal grape skins with one hand, and also peeled the peeled grapes arranged in a pyramid shape. If you don't seek death, You won't die. If he had known that he would beat himself to death, he would not have peeled it off. Fortunately, stacking grapes is not difficult. In addition, Lingtian also controlled the surrounding cold air to assist and quickly stacked the peeled grapes to the last layer. But at this moment, Qian Renxue's eyes turned. He secretly mobilized his soul power to aim at Lingtian's plate and sneezed impartially. Just enough to slide all the grapes off the plate. Lingtian turned his head helplessly, with subtle eyes, looking at Qian Renxue, who was blinking innocently at this moment. This little aunt is really vindictive. Didn't he just splash grape juice on her face, even though he said he did it on purpose? Did he take revenge 3 times in a row, Sister Zua? Before Lingtian could finish speaking, Qian Renxue wrinkled her nose and said, "Look what I do." Lingtian said nothing and pointed at the grapes that had been scattered on the ground because of someone's sneeze. "I just sneezed. I didn't mean it. Are you doubting me, Xiaoshan?" As she said that, Qian Renxue covered her chest with her hands and made a heartbroken expression. "Sister Zua, please be more serious. You have said this 3 times without changing a word. Even if you are looking for an excuse, you have to find a decent one, right?" Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue helplessly, raised 3 fingers and shook them. "Oh, then I did it on purpose." Qian Renxue, who was exposed, smiled and crossed her arms, as if there was nothing you could do to me. See the situation. Lingtian had a wry smile on his face. Come on, he just said. Why is the request so simple? It turns out that this young aunt had prepared Xiao in her heart from the very beginning. I really found her way this time. No way. Who allowed himself to offend others? Thinking of this, Lingtian shook his head helplessly. But since we knew that this road was unavailable, of course we had to find another waypoint, and on this point, he has a lot of say. Looking at Qian Renxue, who was still very proud, a faint smile appeared on Lingtian's lips. Why first, he sighed helplessly and picked up the grapes on the table. Just when Qian Renxue thought that Lingtian was going to start over, he suddenly appeared behind Qian Renxue in a flash. Before the latter could react, Lingtian suddenly raised his arm. He wrapped his hands around Qian Renxue's slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. Just then, I hugged Qian Renxue from behind and smelled the sweet fragrance emanating from her hair, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and happiness in my heart. What? After reacting, Qian Renxue's pretty face turned red instantly. Although I felt sweet in my heart when I thought about it, I was still angry. He quickly broke away twice to express his dissatisfaction. "Let me go." Although Lingtian's embrace was very warm, she still kept a serious face, covering up her true inner reaction and pretending to be cold. "I haven't forgiven you yet. See the situation." Lingtian smiled slightly and leaned close to Qian Renxue's earlobe. "Then how can Sister Zua forgive me? I made Sister Zua angry just now. Now I just want you to feel the sincerity of my apology." After saying that, he lowered his head and slowly brought his thin lips close to Qian Renxue's white neck. Finally, leave a gentle kiss. The warm touch made Qian Renxue shiver suddenly. His face turned red and even his fair neck turned red. "Sister Zua, how sincere am I?" Seeing this, Lingtian leaned close to his earlobe and raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The neck is Sister Zua's most obvious weakness. This is the conclusion he came to after spending countless efforts. Just a light kiss. The results are immediate and remarkable. Quickly let go. Qian Renxue struggled in embarrassment and looked around with her beautiful eyes. Although this is a small single family courtyard, who knows if anyone will disturb it at this time. For example, when she was in the prince's mansion, she was bumped into by Zuling. "If you don't let go, you won't let go, and I won't let go." Lingtian's voice became even more lazy, and his warm breath hit Qian Renxue's sensitive neck, causing waves of tingling. Qian Renxue only felt that her whole body was limp, and her whole body was almost hanging on Lingtian's body. Feeling the soft and warm feeling coming from his body, Lingtian subconsciously hugged Karen tightly in his arms. "Xiaoshan, if you don't let go quickly, what if someone sees you? If you see it, you will see it." Lingtian smiled indifferently and hugged his hands a little tighter. "There is that elder in the elders hall. Doesn't he know about our relationship? Xiaoshan, if you do this again, I will be really angry." Qian Renxue half turned her head and glared at him in shame. This look contained anger and was full of charm. Looking back, their eyes met. Qian Renxue's shy daughter's posture was fully visible to Lingtian. Fortunately, his concentration was pretty good, and he didn't lose his composure, even though his mind was turbulent. Qian Renxue's long silky golden hair gently brushed her face as she turned around, and a subtle and elegant fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose, making Lingtian take a deep breath and feel turbulent for a moment. Ahem. With a slight cough, Lingtian quickly looked away. He was afraid that if he looked at it for one more second, he would be unable to control himself. If you can't control it, don't be afraid. After all, the two of them have already been skin to skin. But not now. He couldn't forget about business. Qian Renxue tormented him for so long just now, but Lingtian clearly remembered it. How could he let go so easily? It's not impossible to let go. After hearing this, Qian Renxue immediately stopped struggling. Her pretty face is flushed, and she looks even more attractive. Lingtian quickly shook his head, collected his thoughts, and said seriously, I just don't know if the current Sister Zua has accepted my pious apology. The hot breath sprayed on the neck, itching and numbing. Qian Renxue subconsciously shrank her neck. How can you apologize like this? Hearing this, Qian Renxue rolled her eyes, and a hint of blush appeared on her pretty face. Damn it, how can there be such an apology? Is it justified to threaten others to accept it? It seems that Sister Zua still doesn't intend to accept my apology. Lingtian raised his eyebrows and deliberately pretended to be disappointed. How can I forgive you so easily? Seeing this, Qian Renxue relaxed her vigilance, calmed down a little, curled her lips, and the arrogant look on her pretty rosy face was very cute. Hey. Lingtian shook his head and sighed deliberately. Not yet. Before Qian Renxue could finish her words, Lingtian suddenly leaned close to her elobe again. The disappointment just now was swept away, replaced by a smirk, and a joking voice rang in his ears. Since Sister Zua won't forgive me, I can only be more pious and let Sister Zua see my sincerity. As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her on the snow-white neck. Wah. What? At the same time, Qian Renxue was still in a daze. By the time she reacted, her soft lips had already covered her neck. Waves of electric current spread throughout her body, making her tremble. Although this kiss was much shorter than before, the tingling sensation on the neck, which is a sensitive area, has not diminished at all. Wait until she comes to her senses. Ocean. He was already lying limply on Lingtian's body, his eyes full of shame. The red strawberry on my neck is particularly eye-catching. Oh. Lingtian pretended to be helpless and said, it seems that Sister Zua is not satisfied yet. Then I will do it again. As he said this, he would bow his head again. No need. Qian Renxue shook her head like a rattle, struggling to stop Lingtian. I forgive you. You're not angry anymore? Lingtian smiled slightly and confirmed, don't be angry anymore. Qian Renxue nodded vigorously. She didn't want all this to be seen by the other elders of Wuhan Palace. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? In any case, she is the saint of the Wuhan Palace and the eldest lady of the Elders Palace. If other elders and seniors see her cuddling, she will probably be talked about for a long time. Although Lingtian is her fiancé, she is still very embarrassed for Qian Renxue. There was silence for a long time. The two of them just hugged each other. Neither of them said a word. Qian Renxue said nothing, and Lingtian was happy. Time passed by minute. Qian Renxue's complexion has basically returned to its original color, but there is still a little blush left. Now, can you let go? In the end, it was Qian Renxue who took the lead, raising her hand to gently hammer Lingtian's chest, raising her reddish face, and the look in her beautiful eyes was full of resentment. It was obviously meant to heal Lingtian, but in the end, he was inexplicably angered. In the end, it's you who gets hurt. Although I didn't suffer much, but this made Qian Renxue, who was used to being strong, feel uncomfortable when she suddenly became passive. Even at night. More. I can't go on talking anymore. Wait a moment. Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue and reminded him seriously, Sister Zua, you accepted my apology, but what about yours? Qian Renxue blinked her eyes and suddenly felt baffled. What apology? Didn't you do something wrong? Why do you still need me to apologize? Although Qian Renxue's little head is now confused, she still vaguely feels as if she has fallen into the pit dug by Lingtian. See the situation. Lingtian, who had been waiting here for a long time, smiled. One hand held Ling Ying's waist, and the other hand stretched out 3 fingers and shook them, reminding her, Sister Zua, you didn't forget about the grapes just now, did you? Someone just admitted that he blew them down on purpose. 3 times Qian Renxue's pretty face turned red. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't refute it. Because she did admit it herself just now. She didn't expect Zhaoshan to be waiting for her here. This guy's getting worse and worse. Why, have you remembered? Humph, what's the matter? Qian Renxue broke away from her arms and turned away unhappy. Lingtian smiled slightly as he had expected it. Lingtian shrugged and removed his hands from Qian Renxue's waist. After taking a step back, he lowered his head and looked at Qian Renxue. He paused for a moment and suddenly said, Sister Zua, as the holy maiden of the Wuhan palace, can't keep her word from her words, right? Qian Renxue curled her lips, but Lingtian's words hit the mark. Then, what do you want? Promise. Lingtian looked at the table beside him. The fingertips moved slightly, and a grape fell on the palm, and the ice crystals were still dripping and spinning. Chapter 474. Obedient. Sister Zhu here. Go back to the room. Realizing that his behavior just now was inappropriate, Lingtian was about to apologize when Qian Renxue suddenly lay on his shoulder, close to his ear, and all the hot air sprayed on the earlobe. The charming voice made Lingtian stunned. Hurry up. Looking at Lingtian, who was in a daze, Qian Renxue urged her, while her pretty face turned unusually rosy. He was so ashamed that he felt like he was about to bleed. In matters between men and women. Qian Renxue is not the mighty and domineering queen in the court. She is very thin-skinned. Although there are few people here. But Qian Renxue didn't want to cause a sensation in broad daylight. To know this kind of thing, especially in public, it will be embarrassing if someone catches you. There was no choice but to go back to the room. Only Qian Renxue can regain the domineering power of the queen. Yes, yes, yes. Lingtian's fiery eyes regained some clarity and nodded repeatedly to Qian Renxue. To you, annoyed? Qian Renxue raised her hand and hammered it twice. Lingtian was not annoyed, but instead hugged the beautiful woman in his arms. Let's go back to the room. Go back to the room. HMPH. Qian Renxue snorted, but did not refute. The scene just now in her heart not only stimulated Lingtian, but also stimulated her as the two of them walked towards Qian Renxue's boudoir. Qian Renxue poked Lingtian's chest with her jade finger and said in a resentful tone, you know how to take advantage of me. This is called fun. Fun, you bastard. Haha. Qian Renxue's coquettish look made Lingtian very happy. While he was talking, Lingtian had already strode to the door of the bedroom. With the soul power in his body stirring up, he directly pushed the door open. Slower. Don't be slow. Don't be slow. Lingtian shook his head seriously and walked into the room with Qian Renxue in his arms. There was a little blush on the latter's cheeks. The next day morning. A ray of early morning sunlight shone in, and the pale golden light fell on Lingtian's face, making his already handsome face even more handsome. Lingtian stretched and then slowly opened his eyes. Lingtian yawned. Regain your spirit and instantly resurrect with full blood. He sat up, turned his head, and his ice blue eyes fell on Qian Renxue, who was sleeping. At this moment, the beauty is still sleeping soundly. The slight snoring sounded in his ears, causing the corners of Lingtian's mouth to curl up slightly. He raised his hand and gently brushed a few pieces of hair stuck to Qian Renxue's forehead. He half-sighted up and supported his body with his elbows. He turned sideways and lowered his head to look at the sleeping beauty quietly, feeling a sense of happiness rising in his heart. He lowered his head and stared at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue is sleeping soundly. Her quiet and peaceful face is as innocent and cute as a baby. Her eyelashes were curled up and the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed, as if she had had a sweet dream, with a smile on her lips at this moment. A breeze blew through the window and into the room. Qian Renxue's long eyelashes trembled slightly in the breeze, and her pink lips opened and closed from time to time. Seeing this, Lingtian's heart moved slightly. In the end, He couldn't hold it back anymore and leaned down to leave a gentle kiss on his forehead. He also knew how tired he was from last night. So just tried briefly. Just a touch and they quickly separate. Then Lingtian looked at the sky outside the house and estimated that it had been dawn for a long time. If it were in the past in Qian Dou City. I'm afraid Qian Renxue has returned from the imperial court. But now, if there are any trivial matters in Wuhan Hall, coupled with the hard work last night, Qian Renxue also rarely slept a few times. Think about getting up soon. Qian Renxue, who hasn't eaten since last night, will definitely be hungry when she wakes up. He decided to go make some food first and then come back to wake Qian Renxue up. After another gentle kiss on the cheek, Lingtian helped Qian Renxue twist the corners of the quilt. Only then did he carefully sit up from the bed. But just as he was about to get out of bed, a pair of jade arms as white as gelatin stretched out at some point, suddenly wrapped around him from behind and hugged his arms tightly. If it wasn't for his strong waist skills, he might have been dragged back. Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at the same time. I thought to myself, could it be that the sound just now woke up Sister Zhu here? At this moment, Qian Renxue was still closing her eyes, murmuring in confusion, as if she was still in a dream. Sister Zhu, Lingtian first called in a low voice. Ho Qian Renxue, ZZ. But Qian Renxue was still sleeping soundly, and it seemed that she had never woken up at all. The reaction just now may be a subconscious action in a dream. See the situation. Lingtian carefully rubbed it a few times, but she held his arm tightly and never let go, no matter what. Lingtian was afraid of waking up Qian Renxue, so he didn't dare to exert too much force. Ocean, I'm so hungry, Qian Renxue murmured in a low voice. In her sleep, she seemed to regard Lingtian as some delicacy. She pulled his arm in front of her, then opened her lips slightly and bit down on Lingtian's arm with her white teeth. Ugh, it's not delicious. Qian Renxue frowned slightly and murmured in her mouth. Unsatisfied, he chewed a few more times before letting go. But his hand still held Lingtian's arm tightly, with no intention of letting go. Lingtian's arm was bitten. Although it didn't hurt much, there was still an itchy and refreshing feeling. Sister Zhu, seeing the shallow bite marks on his arm, Lingtian couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. The incident happened so suddenly that he had no time to dissipate his soul power. Fortunately, both of them are titled Douluo. Otherwise, Qian Renxue's bite and whether Lingtian was injured or not is currently controversial. It is said that it was the counterattack power of his soul power, and this little white tooth would probably be completely shattered. After Qian Renxue took a bite, she seemed not to give up yet. There was a pause. Just when Lingtian was about to withdraw his hand, Xiao Ying'ai changed his position and bit him again. However, the result is still the same as before. But the perseverant Qian Renxue obviously wants to try again. See the situation. Lingtian smiled helplessly. You can only coax and lie like you would a child. Sister Zhu, this doesn't taste good. Let go. Ugh, my dear Sister Zhu, open your mouth. This doesn't taste good. I'll make something delicious for you. Be obedient, Sister Zhu, Lingtian persuaded softly while carefully removing his fingers and pulling out his arm without disturbing Qian Renxue. The power of food is still powerful. I want to eat boiled fish. I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat. Qian Renxue was murmuring in a low voice in the midst of meal. Although he did not wake up under the temptation of delicious food, the grip on Lingtian loosened a little. See this. Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to take out his hand. Looking at the dense tooth marks on his arm, he couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Such strength, he probably treated himself like a pig's trotters and chewed them up. Right, get dressed and walk to the bed. I want to eat boiled fish, spicy beef, hot pot. Qian Renxue whispered in her sleep, and Lingtian turned her head when she heard the sound. He looked at Qian Renxue, who was still sleeping soundly, and smiled helplessly. Does this count as lifting a rock and hitting yourself in the foot? It's okay not to say. Having said this, Sister Zhu, here's foodie attributes. I was completely inspired by the delicious food I just mentioned, and I have been repeating it even before I woke up. But then I thought, about it point. Although it is morning now, it may not be the same when Qian Renxue wakes up point. Besides, both of them are soul masters. Even though these foods are stimulating, the physical quality of a soul master is far from ordinary people, so naturally it cannot be measured by ordinary people's standards. Plus Qian Renxue wants to eat it point, and this is the most important thing. Snack. Go to sleep well, I'll go make it for you now. With that said, Lingtian twisted the corner of the quilt again point. After making sure nothing was missed, he gently closed the door. Walking out of the room. The kitchen is in the backyard point. In fact, Wuhan Palace also has a dining room similar to that of Tian Dou Palace, which is responsible for preparing 3 meals a day for the senior officials of Wuhan Palace. From ingredients and seasonings to chefs, they are all among the best in the mainland point. There are even a group of food type soul masters with incomparable soul power who are responsible for improving the taste of the ingredients. Their craftsmanship is second to none point. Looking at the entire continent, only the chefs from the 2 major palaces, Qian Dou and Douluo, can compare point, but the meals they cook are pretty good point. But Qian Renxue, who was already attracted by Lingtian's taste, was no longer used to the meager meals prepared by these people point. On weekdays, I just deal with 2 people casually point, but now that Lingtian is around, he will definitely not deal with him casually anymore point. Even if Qian Renxue wanted to, Lingtian would not agree point. So during this period of time, he would personally cook and prepare the food point. It just so happens that there are a lot of spare rooms in the small courtyard, so I just want to tidy them up and turn them into a kitchen point. Although the materials and environment are definitely not as good as the one in Prince's mansion, there is still no problem in making some home cooked dishes. Although Qian Renxue is rather picky now point, but as long as the meals made by Lingtian are basically in line with her taste point. After all, he had already captured Qian Renxue's stomach point. Time flies by point in the blink of an eye. The sun has already reached 3 poles point in the room point. Qian Renxue, who had slept for almost the entire morning, finally woke up. Qian Renxue opened her hazy sleepy eyes. As soon as she woke up, she felt a little sore point. Turned his head and looked at the pillow point. As expected, Lingtian had already gotten up point. He stretched out his catkins and touched the pillow point, feeling the temperature coming from the contact above. He went out for at least an hour. I haven't come back yet at this time, so I'm probably still making breakfast. Quite conscientious. Recalling last night, Qian Renxue's pretty face flushed, and she whispered point, just about to sit up point. I feel like I have back pain point. There was a sore feeling all over my body point, although I have long been used to it point. But the next morning after each session, I would still be affected by the same dual effects of soreness and fatigue point. No matter how many times you experience it, it will always be the same point. This is the same even if the Douluo who has broken through the Tao title now is the same point. Who knows that Ocean is also a banned person, and both in terms of soul power and body, he is more than a star and a half stronger than her. But Qian Renxue couldn't understand point. It was obvious that she and Ziote had worked hard all night last night. Why was Lingtian feeling refreshed when he got up in the morning, but he was lying in bed with soreness all over his body point? Qian Renxue, who couldn't figure it out, was very angry point. She felt it was very unfair, so in order to vent minor anger, I left a few bright red marks on someone's shoulder last night point. Especially, a mark was deliberately left on the most conspicuous place on the neck point. According to her own words last night, aches and pains are both pains, and both of us must feel the same, right? Lingtian expressed helplessness about this, but facing Qian Renxue's request, she could only agree. But, little god, what took you so long to do? Did you forget me? But, guy, Qian Renxue whispered point. Although he said he was very excited, the smile on his face could not deceive anyone point. Let's talk about it point. She knew very well that Lingtian must be busy in the kitchen now point, thinking of the delicacies Lingtian prepared for herself every day. Qian Renxue couldn't help but lick the corners of her mouth with her tongue, and at the same time, her stomach couldn't help but growl Gilu. Gilu point. The two of them returned to the room before it got dark last night point. I have been struggling until now, and it is already noon of the next day point. Although Qian Renxue is now a titled Douluo, it doesn't matter, even if she doesn't eat for several months. But how can we give up this appetite so easily? Anyway, with Lingtian's craftsmanship, Qian Renxue felt that she couldn't give it up. Lying on the bed. Qian Renxue, who was bored, continued to have a nap while holding the quilt. I don't know how long it took. After a while. The door creaked and someone pushed it open from the outside. A gust of cool wind blew into the room, making Qian Renxue shiver. I couldn't help but shrink my neck into the quilt. See this. A smile appeared at the corner of Lingtian's mouth. He placed the dinner plate in his hand on the table beside him, stepped forward quickly, gently opened the covering quilt, and called softly, "Sister Zua, wake up. Why does it take so long? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qian Renxue quickly sat up from the bed and complained dissatisfiedly, "If you look at what dish it is, you'll know why it's so bad." Lingtian smiled gently and raised his finger to point to the dishes on the table. In fact, when Lingtian walked into the house early in the morning, Qian Renxue's first sight was fixed on the dinner plate. As soon as Lingtian started, Qian Renxue took advantage of the situation and took a look. There were 4 plates placed on the tray, and the dishes inside were covered with covers, firstly to keep them warm and secondly, to prevent the loss of flavor. "Ocean, what are they?" Qian Renxue turned her head, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. "Wouldn't you know if you opened it yourself?" Lingtian smiled slightly and gave it up. Hearing this, Qian Renxue became even more curious. Lying on the bedside, she gently waved her hand, and the lid on the dinner plate was lifted at the same time. Suddenly, the aroma of different meals filled the whole room. Wow! Looking at the 4 dishes placed on the table, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Boiled fish, spicy beef, spicy chicken, braised pig's trotters. These 4 dishes are all her favorite dishes. At this moment, each dish exudes a tempting fragrance, whetting Qian Renxue's appetite all the time, and the glutton in her stomach is also ready to eat. Just smelling these smells was enough to whet her appetite. Digression. Her previous chapter is still being blocked. Brothers who are interested can go to the book club to read the original version. Chapter 475. I'm lucky to meet you. All the original dissatisfaction in my heart was thrown away. Looking at Qian Renxue's appearance, the corners of Lingtian's mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were full of doting. "How's it going? Do you like it very much?" Hearing Lingtian's words, Qian Renxue nodded immediately. "It smells so good. I want to taste it, and I want to taste it now." Qian Renxue urged impatiently. Lingtian smiled slightly. Then the plates were placed on the table one by one. "Ocean, where are the chopsticks?" Looking at the sumptuous dishes, Qian Renxue was about to move her index finger. She looked left and right but couldn't find the chopsticks, so she could only raise her head and look at Lingtian eagerly. "Here it is." Lingtian opened his palms and took out a pair of chopsticks, but just when Qian Renxue was about to pick it up, Lingtian took a step back and hid. Qian Renxue blinked her eyes, her face full of questions. "Wash up first before eating." Lingtian smiled gently and pointed to the bathroom behind him. "No, I want to eat first." Qian Renxue shook her head, shook Lingtian's arm, pointed at the dishes on the table, and said softly, "If these dishes get cold by then, they won't taste good. Don't worry, there's an insulated lid that won't keep it cold." Lingtian was unmoved and put all the covers on it. These covers are made of 1,000 marbles and chiang powder plus some rare metals, and have strong heat resistance. It is generally used in iron castings to resist heat. Just for convenience, Lingtian made several insulation covers for keeping dishes warm. Ocean. Qian Renxue was a little unhappy. The way she pouted and puffed up her lips was really cute. "I've already put the hot water on for you." Seeing this, Lingtian coughed twice, pointed to the messy bed, and said, "It was so intense last night. If you don't wash it off, it will be uncomfortable when you sweat and get sticky." Lingtian reminded me like this. Qian Renxue quickly raised her jade arms, and before she even brought them to her nose, she smelled an obvious and peculiar smell. She is very familiar with this smell. My mind couldn't help but start to recall the battle last night. Suddenly his face turned red with embarrassment. As tempting as a ripe apple. I'm going to wash up now." "Sure enough, this time there was no need to wait for Lingtian to speak. Qian Renxue jumped out of bed on her own initiative, found a piece of clothing from the bedside, put it on, and hurried straight to the bathroom. Forget it if you didn't pay attention before. Now that she smelled it, Qian Renxue couldn't help it for a moment. By the way, Xiaoshan, change the sheets too. Yeah, I know. Lingtian nodded in response, indicating that she should take a good bath and not worry about other things. In fact, even if Qian Renxue didn't say anything, he would still have to clean the bed. Otherwise, how could the two of them sleep well at night if the bed was all wet and sticky, laying the floor? Qian Renxue, who was in the bathroom here, stopped talking and quickly turned on the shower and started taking a bath. First, simply rinse it. Then he jumped into the bathtub that Lingtian had filled with water at the same time as the sound of water rushing in the bathroom. Lingtian also started his work. After a while, in the pavilion of the small courtyard, he looked at Lingtian expectantly. Xiaoshan, can you give me chopsticks this time? Lingtian smiled and handed over the chopsticks. Hearing Lingtian's answer, Qian Renxue was not polite, stretched out her white and tender jade lotus-like arms, picked up the chopsticks, and started enjoying the rare delicacy. Starting from the first dish of boiled fish. How does it taste? Still as delicious as before. That's good. Lingtian smiled gently and picked up chopsticks from time to time to pick up food for Qian Renxue. Cooking is originally a boring thing. But when you cook for your loved ones, it is a very happy thing. Even just 3 meals a day can make the spirit world feel happy. Qian Renxue ate one bite after another with gusto. For her, enjoying food from her loved ones is also a happy and satisfying thing. Xiaoshan, I think your skills have improved. Well, really? Certainly, Qian Renxue said without hesitation. After listening to Qian Renxue's words, Lingtian couldn't help but have a smile on his face. A meal of 4 main courses. It may be too much for ordinary people, but for soul masters there is no problem. It doesn't take a while. The 4 dishes have been basically wiped out by 2 people. Most of it must be attributed to Qian Renxue. Well, it's so comfortable. Qian Renxue leaned on the recliner, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction and comfort. Oh, asterisk. Oh, the longer she spent with Lingtian, the more she felt that the hardships she endured in the first half of her life were probably the price she paid in advance for meeting Xiaoshan. Now, a spiritual heaven healed her for the entire first half of her life. A person braved all obstacles and passed through the darkness and finally ushered in the light that belonged to her. All the suffering in the past was worth it. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's rejection and the Qian Dou Empire's mission, she might never have met Lingtian in her life. Because I met Xiaoshan. To be able to have this warmth, this feeling is really good. Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes slightly, and a bright and sincere smile appeared on her pretty face. This is truly from the heart. It's as bright as a rainbow after a heavy rain. At the same time, Lingtian, who had gone back to the kitchen to clean up the tableau, had already returned to the courtyard. He looked at Qian Renxue. Lingtian, who was lying on a chair in a daze, and walked forward with a smile. What's wrong, Sister Zua? What are you thinking about? Qian Renxue turned around when she heard familiar footsteps coming from behind. Smile. When their eyes met, she gently hugged Lingtian. Sister Zua, shh. Qian Renxue raised her jade hand to cover Lingtian's thin lips, then slowly closed her eyes and buried her head deeply on Lingtian's chest. She quietly listened to Lingtian's strong heartbeat. Although he didn't speak. Listening to Lingtian's powerful heartbeat made him feel extremely at ease. As the 2 hearts continue to get closer, the beating frequency gradually becomes consistent. Lingtian quietly accompanied Qian Renxue. He knew that Zua must still have a lot to say to him, or that she still had many questions that she wanted to ask herself. So he didn't interrupt Qian Renxue. All he needs to do is hug her quietly and give her the warmth she wants. Everything is left unsaid. A long time. Qian Renxue reluctantly ended the hug and at the same time put down her jade hand covering Lingtian's lips. You feeling much better now? Lingtian raised his hand to touch Qian Renxue's smooth hair and asked gently. Qian Renxue nodded lightly. Then he raised his head and looked at Lingtian, his big eyes as clear as spring water filled with ripples of light. Xiaoshan, thank you. It's so nice to have you by my side. After hearing Qian Renxue's words, Lingtian was stunned. Then he showed a bright smile, raised his hand and gently scratched the tip of his nose. Sister Zua, do we still need to say thank you for our relationship? I'm your man, and it is my duty to take care of you. What's more, I also like to cook for Sister Zhu here. After a short pause, Lingtian smiled and said, this is my honor. After hearing Lingtian's words, Qian Renxue did not refute. Although the two of them were not talking about the same thing, Qian Renxue could feel Lingtian's thoughts. This is someone who truly loves themselves. She is also the lover she deserves to spend her whole life giving back to. Then you must not go back on your word, and you must take care of me for the rest of your life. Qian Renxue tilted her head, using a half-joking, half-serious tone, and looked at Lingtian with a smile. Well, I will definitely do it. Lingtian nodded and promised extremely seriously. See the situation. Qian Renxue smiled like 100 flowers blooming. In fact, there is still a sentence that has not been said yet. That is, I'm so lucky to be able to meet you. Qian Renxue once made a wish under the angel statue when she was young. Because Douluo told her at that time. The god of angels is the most merciful god. As long as she worships devoutly, the god will help the believer realize her wish. The young Qian Renxue listened to it in her heart. When she was a child, although she was regarded as a saint in the Elder Hall, and everyone in the entire Wuhan Hall, except Bibi Dan, treated her with respect, her heart was filled with an inexplicable loneliness and sadness. These people's attitude of respect and respect for themselves did not make up for Qian Renxue's lack of caring heart. Even Grandpa Douluo couldn't make up for it. Although Douluo was indeed very kind to her, it was impossible for her to be by her side every day. Most of the time, Qian Renxue stayed alone in the Elder Hall. She needs undivided care and companionship. So she secretly knelt at the foot of the statue and prayed devoutly. And because in the storybooks I read at that time, there were always heroes descending from the sky to save princesses in desperate situations, so Qian Renxue, who lacked love, made her wish to the statue. I hope I can exchange my luck in life for a great hero who truly cares about me. During that time, she had been waiting with hope. But later, Qian Renxue also gradually grew up. The past of kneeling under the angel statue and making a pious wish was just an interesting memory for her, never took it to heart. It was not until later that she came to the Qian Dou Empire. With the mission entrusted to her by Bibi Dan and Wuhan Palace's plan to unify the continent, she replaced Zhu King as the crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire and began to fully plan the power in Qian Dou, hoping to use this to make Bibi East regret and attention. This is how her trajectory should have been. But here, I met Lingtian. Right time, right place, with the right person. Let Qian Renxue, who was wrapped in darkness, see the first ray of light in her life. Looking back suddenly. Only then did Qian Renxue realized that her childhood expectations had really come true. It was exactly like the vow she made back then. Qian Renxue's ability to meet Lingtian and the Qian Dou Empire was indeed like using up all the luck she had accumulated in the first half of her life. The first meeting in front of the Qian Dou Empire's spirit hall. The moment she extended her olive branch to the prince's mansion, the fate of the two of them had been bound together at the same time. It also changed her future and destiny. This is destiny. It is also destiny. Fate brought the two of them to meet by chance. Destiny makes the two fall in love with each other. There are no ups and downs and misunderstandings like so-called bloody romance dramas. From acquaintance to friendship, the relationship between Lingtian and Qian Renxue went smoothly. She trusts him. He also trusts him. Their love is only sweet. I don't know how long the two of them were silent. Lingtian suddenly said, Sister Zhu, huh? Qian Renxue raised her head in response. Wait a moment. As he spoke, Lingtian raised his hand to push back the hair hanging on his face. With sincere eyes and a soft smile, in the future, don't always follow a face when you have nothing to do. Smile more when you smile. Very nice. After hearing Lingtian's words, Qian Renxue was stunned for a few seconds before Qian Renxue could react. Lingtian had already gently held up her pretty face and left a gentle kiss on her forehead. And I also like to see Sister Zhu smile. Upon hearing Lingtian's love words, Qian Renxue's face was instantly filled with red clouds. This guy's really getting better and better. Only then did she determine how long the relationship would last. She was making rapid progress, and the things she had learned in the storybooks were almost overwhelming. Think for a moment. Then Qian Renxue raised her head, with a brilliant curve at the corner of her mouth. Okay. I promise you. Lingtian nodded slightly. Also, Sister Zua, a sudden voice sounded in Qian Renxue's ears. Huh? What's wrong? If you are unhappy or confused in the future, you can come to me to share. Lingtian put his hands on Qian Renxue's shoulders and warned him earnestly, don't hide everything in your heart. I will always stand by your side, forever. Qian Renxue smiled, as bright as a flower. Ocean, please close your eyes first. Close your eyes. But, although Lingtian didn't understand why, he still closed his eyes as Qian Renxue asked. See the situation. Qian Renxue's lips curved into a slight smile. He raised his head and felt filled with emotions silently. Ocean's height had surpassed hers, and now she had to raise her head to see Lingtian's chin. In the past she could just raise her hand and rub Ocean's head. This opportunity is not as easy as it once was. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but raise her right hand, gently caressing the top of Lingtian's head with her slender white jade fingers, and her fingertips ran through the hair. The movement was gentle and light. As close as ever. It still feels the same as before. Found the memories and feelings of the past. Especially at that time. Although Ocean looked reluctant, he was helpless and unable to resist. Seeing this, Qian Renxue's lips curved slightly. At the same time, feel the warmth coming from the top of your head. Although Lingtian had already closed his eyes at this familiar touch, he still reacted immediately. When he was still young in the prince's mansion, this was Qian Renxue's favorite thing to do. Who would have thought that asking him to close his eyes just to touch his head? I really thought he was still the child before. Thinking of this, Lingtian had a helpless smile on his face. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.